Welcome, everyone, to Satanic Sunday. I am your favorite Satanic streamer, Count Jackula. And how are we doing today, heathens? It's been a strange day. It's always strange. I'm having one of those days where what's basically happening is I got a million things to do and nothing to do at the same time. That's always a weird one. Like, too much happening, not enough happening. How does that happen? I don't really know. I don't really know how that happens. It's very strange. Very odd. But definitely, one of the things that is obviously wrong is that the chat is not displaying on the live stream. Oh, wait, there it is. Wonderful. Rick Classic is with us. Yogi is with us. Serena is with us, aka Sudurtles. Lord Flashatter, Trev Apocalypse, Kisayuki 900, who I don't recognize. Hopefully that's a new person. Dawn is with us. Welcome, Dawn. Dropkick Puppy. I like that one. Nicholas Belong, Keijo Jimbo, Esoteric Paladin, who I recognize. Hey. Sorry it took so long. And of course, Ileana Gonzalez, always welcome. And Razorvine, longtime friend. And Zarian, who is also a friend.
Hi, Razorvine.
The Countess says hello, Razorvine, because Razorvine is one of the few people from the stream that I've actually spent significant actual physical time with. Because we've known each other since the that guy with the glasses forum days when we all used to descend upon things like Magfest and that kind of stuff. Oh man. So bunch of things. Help, I'm gonna be a dad. Well, okay. Congratulations. Congratulations, Dropkick Puppy. Hopefully, do you mean you're going to be a dad of a human? Because we got to make sure around here. Razorvine says hello back.
Yay!
Well, I'm assuming that since, by the way, hail Satan, Steve Harris. By the way, right now at the moment, I think that Mars Girls is streaming. I like Mars Girl. She's cool. She's nice. You know, but thank you for coming over here. You know, yes, human. Oh, okay. You're gonna give birth to a baby. Your girl gonna give birth to a baby human. Oh man, so you're gonna be dad. That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be life changing. Congratulations. Have you picked out a name? I gotta wait for that. Anyway, geez. So the old Count is trying to figure out what the hell he's gonna do because he had no plan for today. He should have had a plan, but he didn't. He didn't have a plan. So he has got to. There's some shit he's got to do because one of the things the old Count's got to do is decide whether or not he is, God damn it, whether or not he is going to buy a 3-pack of 7-day black candles from Amazon. Because apparently you can't just buy black candles for $2 at your local supermarket, at your local Mexican grocery store. This is where I get all the other shit. No, I gotta spend $17 on 3, bringing them up to like $5 each. And I'm like, the fuck? What the fuck? Like 17 Dara? I don't know I want to spend 17 Dara. You know, like, come on. That's for 3 candles? That's a lot. You know, like if it was like a 12-pack, I'd probably be willing to go up a bit higher. But, I don't know. Let's see. Black Vigil candle. Do. No, it's gotta be. No, I don't need. What? What? Guys, I've discovered something. And I gotta show you this. Hold on. Let's get the video capture device working so I could just show you. What the fuck? Jamie Joanne. Yeah, get on, Jamie, and we'll just bring you right on in. Dude. It's a Nicky Nichols Orange is the New Black prayer candle. What? On Amazon, $15. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Like, I believe it's bullshit, but like, this is bullshit. What the hell? Like, what? Oh, and they come in several styles. Fuck this. Wait, they got one for Parks and Recreation
Here,
too?
to help you cover the cost of the candles.
Dude, I can't even. I can't even. Like, dude, you gotta see this shit. Hold on. Like, what? Just, what? What is this? What the fuck is this? Like, Parks and Recreation, Ron Swanson prayer candle. I don't fucking need to. Lana Del Rey. Well, at least that makes a little more sense. I don't know if I need to be praying to Lana Del Rey. All right, Jon Snow. That. All right, I get it. There's also one up for what's her fuck? You know, Mother of Dragons. All right, let's get Jamie in here. Let's do this. I don't even know. I can't even. I can't fucking even. Do. Oh.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay, and you?
I'm apparently not prepared for these prayer candles. I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, I'm like Game of Thrones prayer candles, I could at least like kind of wrap my brain around, but like these other ones, I'm like, are you kidding me? You're fucking kidding me. There ain't no way.
Well,
like,
obviously, though, that means there's a market for Count Jackula prayer candles.
oh man, yeah, you're right. I gotta get on that. I just want some black ones, man. But like, okay, so here's the real thing. I'm thinking I need to work out a bit more. So I'm like, all right, I'll get a kettle weight, and that'll be cool. I'll just learn how to use that, and then just not, worry about it. But fucking hell, man. Like, I'm like, hey, let me get some black candles. That'll be cool. And then they're like, no, because I can't find black candles anywhere in the fucking city.
You think San Francisco would have black candles?
I know, right? But no. Apparently not. Like, and I'm like, there's got to be some other place. Where can I buy 7-day black candles? Google, tell me. Besides Amazon. It's like, hey, do you want to... Wait. $74? Fuck you. Now, 7-day black candles on Amazon. Low price black candles. Blah, 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 blah. Nah, 3-pack. The 3-pack for fucking 17 seems to be all they got. Unless I want to buy a 12-pack for 51 from the same place. I'm like, I don't want to buy a 12-pack for $50. Are you high? Just give me some black candles, you bastards, Spiritual candles. All right. Do you have black? No. God damn it. You fucking You fucking superstitious motherfuckers don't have 7-day black candles. They're evil. Oh, fuck you. You know.
See, so far the cheapest price I can find for one is $4.50 each.
Yeah, but isn't that like the black breakup candle? I don't want that.
It just says black 7-day candle, and it looks like the kind you can get in the 99-cent store.
You can, but do they have black ones at the 99-cent store?
I don't think they have black ones, but it's the same quality of wax, it looks like.
I know. It's like, it's probably just black paraffin wax. So I'm just sort of like, okay, why don't we just... Wait, black chicken candle? Hold on. Hold on. One candle burning service. Tranquil... Wait, what? No, I just want black chicken candle? What the fuck? Black chicken candle. I have to... Well, that doesn't save me any fucking money, you bastards. Like, fucking... Why... How is this difficult?
You're getting a black chicken candle?
No, I'm not getting a black chicken candle. I don't want a black chicken candle. I just want a black one in a jar. I want... And they're like, hey, get 3. And I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? How much? $17. I'm like, $17?
So basically, no discount.
Yeah, so it's like no discount. It's like, you want black candles, you best... Just get the 3-pack for $17. Let's see. Oh, wait. Maybe Target will be my deliverance. Or are they like, no, you don't get black candles. You fucking...
Yeah. Even Etsy is of no help, and they normally have everything.
Yeah, no, I know. It's like, I can't find them in a store. Online is being difficult. I'm looking for... No, pagan stores are selling them for the most. Down in where in San Jose? Wait a minute. Well, I don't think no, he'll sell these at a premium. I love that guy, but no. A 7-day unscented candle in glass black, $2.99. Okay. But this is on eBay. What's the shipping on this shit? $99 sold. But what's shipping? 14 days, money back. Okay, shipping and payments. What we got? All right, so let's say I want 4. And because that's my zip code. Now, $30?
Oy vey.
$30 for the shipping? Oh, fuck you. I'm not gonna fucking do that. What the hell's going on? Well, it's this persecution of black candles. They're afraid of Satan. Well, fuck you. That's kind of the reason I'm doing this. You know, fucking, they're trying to price me out. They're gouging me. 7-day candles, 13 moons. All right, 13 moons. New age pagan shop. Give me what you got. Pink. Wait, 7-day black candle for $9. That is significantly greater. God damn it. If I want red and white, I could apparently just get those all day. Wait. Black 7-day candle 3-pack. Oh, god damn it. That's the one I already found. All right. Looks like the answer is fine. I'll just... Oh, god damn it. Religious for you. Hold on. Let's see if they got this. 7-day candle. 7-day... Whoa. Oh, brown. I don't need no brown candle. 5-inch tall black. What? 5 inches? What the fuck? Come on.
At this rate, you're better off going to Michael's and buying the kit to make your own.
I know, right? Oh, I could get a purple one. No, but it's purple. Fuck that. I don't want these fucking bastards. Oh, wait. I'm getting a beep. What's the beep? Oh, interesting. Okay. Apparently, there's a place called ancientways.com. All right, let's check this out. ancientways.com. Subscribe to our newsletter. Oakland. Oh, I drive to this place. Well, metaphysical supply books, stores as oils, candles, blah 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 blah. Okay, we got shit, and we go to. And we go to Pantheacon. Oh, dear. Okay, well, whatever. Wait. Glass jar candles. Let's see. Black snake. All right. Well, how much are they? Like $5.99 each. That ain't no discount. Especially since I'm gonna have to God fucking damn it.
Yogi just said in the chat that he can get them for $1.20 at ShopRite in New Jersey. Maybe
the black ones?
That's what he just said.
But the ShopRite? Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can do this. ShopRite. Discover. My ShopRite. Okay. Search. Black candle. Market roast salmon with new potatoes for $25. Okay, obviously. Okay, dude, if you can get me like black candles for like $2 at a ShopRite, please. Fucking please.
Yogi,
because,
hook him up.
Yeah, hook me up because I don't want to pay no $17 for that shit. You know, unfortunately, the shipping might be a problem. You know, because they are a little heavy. Fuck, that's probably going to bring the price right back up.
Yeah, couldn't he pack them in those, if it fits, it ships for one price boxes?
I don't know.
It's worth a shot.
Where can I buy black 7-day candle? Black 7-day candle. Wait, there's a shop called Hex? Oh, but these are $9. Fuck that. I need that shit. So how you doing, Jamie? How's it going?
I've missed you guys a lot.
Yeah, you were off doing something. What was going on?
I went for a week's fishing in Alaska.
That's right.
And then I was just too tired to join the chats for a while. I was in for like an hour, and then I was like, nope, I'm gonna go sleep. Yeah.
Yep. Wait, candles wholesale? Wait a minute. General wax. Wait. Huge saving on wax. What? God damn it. Wait. Well, glass jar candles at Dollar Tree. All right. Do we have our choice of color? Do we? We do not. I hate you. I hate you. They got blue, they got yellow, and red. All right. Fuck it. Let's just see. How to make your own black jar candle. I guess we're just gonna go do that. Oh man, I gotta buy wicks and shit. All right. Just fucking hell. Candle science at Amazon. You color chips or blanc. Oh Jesus fucking Christ! This is gonna be a whole. This is gonna be a whole thing. I don't want this to be a thing. I wanted this to be easy. Just be like, yeah, black candles, sell them, give them to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Home Shopping with the Count.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Oh. Well, some of this is good to know. Huh. Okay, so what? Let's see. What do we need? We need a bag of soy wax flakes. What?
Stream just had a hiccup.
Oh, what happened?
It just says live stream offline.
Ah,
looks
shit.
like it's coming back.
Oh, god damn it. Fucking. You gotta solve this stupid problem. I could make them out of black crayons, but that's a lot of black crayons I'd need. They actually have candle making videos on YouTube. All right. Oh god damn it. Let's restream here.
Yeah.
Stopping stream. Come on.
You can do it, YouTube.
You can do it. You can do it. It can happen. Oh, I don't believe this.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's bad luck. Because I bring bad luck because this is what happened the last time we were on.
Yeah, no, it's just whatever the problem is. I don't know what the problem is. Oh man. Well, eventually this is really weird. It's like it stopped streaming, but then it didn't.
Starts. Yeah, it's weird. 'Cause
Yeah.
It keeps showing us again and then goes back offline.
Yeah, like what is going on? The program's running fine, so it has to be YouTube. Go speed test. Show us what you've got. Stop and stream. Oh, geez. What the fuck? Okay, so we're obviously online, so we have some connectivity, but...
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, jeez.
It should have just reblooked and try again.
Why? Did you do something?
No.
Oh, okay, well, I'm having issues. Oh, thank you, babe. Yeah. Apparently, talking about black candles, like, fucking caused the stream to die. Oh, jeez. Okay, looks like we're back, finally. I don't know what happened. But yeah, so I guess I guess what I'll do is I'll buy the kettle weights for now. I'll just deal with this black candle crap later because... I don't need to, like... I'm pissed. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pissed.
Life is too short to be stressed about black candles.
Yeah. Alright, just place my order for these damn... When do I get it? When's it gonna arrive? August 10th or the 15th? Fine, good enough. Oh, shit!
Did you use my card?
Hold on. Edit review my ordering. Hold on. I can change the payment method. Should I use I should use my Visa card, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not going to automatically use the gift card, is it?
If you select gift option, it will. If you don't select gift option, it won't. Just see what it's saying for payment, you'll be fine.
Okay. It's saying debit ending in blah blah.
That would be yours.
Okay, I haven't oh, really? Are we really down to only $24 on the card?
Yeah, because I bought stuff.
Oh, okay. I hate it when money goes away. I don't like it when money goes away. But, babe, money went away.
I know.
I don't want money to go away. I want it to come back after I've used it.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's what I want.
I think that's what we all want in the end, Jack.
Yeah, it is. It is. We all want money to just come back. Like, all the money I've ever earned, you just keep it every time you spend it. Like, fuck that. Money is bullshit. Yeah, does Jack live with other people, or are you crazy? No, I live with people. I live with people. I don't live with not people. Not people don't pay the rent. Not people don't pay the rent. Yeah, I'm sure I could have my imaginary friend move in with me, but then he pays me he pays the rent in imaginary dollars. I don't need no imaginary dollars. I need real dollars.
Well, obviously the answer is that the slut pit needs to become a commune.
Oh no, that'll never work. That'll never work. I'm not starting a commune. Like
We'd be all bothering you all day.
That should never work.
You'd never get any work done.
Oh no, let me put it this way. That would not be my first time to that rodeo. Not be the first time to that rodeo. It never works out. Someone always gets super pissy. It'll probably be me.
Pass the remote wants to know what's for dinner.
It's got cornbread and meat in it. It's called Cornbread Sloppy Joe. It's basically a sloppy Joe with vegetables poured on top of a corn muffin. It's pretty good. is pretty good, you know? But yeah, I've lived in commune-like situations. It gets weird, you know? It gets really weird. Like, to the point where, like, eventually you just are like, you know what? I'm out. I'm done. I can't handle whatever it is your stupidity is. And there was one commune I knew that worked really well until motherfucker burned it down.
Ooh.
Until it literally burnt down. That wasn't good. And the guy who burned it down, the minute they were like, dude, place burned down. And I'm like, it was blank, wasn't it? And they went, it is. How did you know? And I was like, because I fucking know. Because I could tell the minute that guy was like, I got into welding, I am like, that place is going to be on fire. I'm just surprised it took this long. You know, because he was one of those dudes that just, whenever you talk to him, you were like, dude, do you know where you are right now in the space-time continuum? Do you know where you are? Do you recognize that this is planet Earth, let alone San Francisco, in your house? You know, I just want to know at what level of lack of awareness you are at, because he was one of those guys that completely lacked awareness.
You've lived a very colorful life, Jack.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is why I say you tell the best stories. But sometimes your life almost sounds like an episode of Dark Shadows minus...
Well, it's more like, it'd like dark, it'd be like Goth Shadows, which would be like the really, no, it would be the reality show of Dark Shadows is what it would be, you know, like where it's just like, and today Simon burns down the house. It'd just be like, oh my God. Like, why did this happen? Because dude just has no fucking awareness. You know, I've worked on projects, small projects with him. I've talked to him a lot, and there's always that moment where you're like, hello, are you there? Are you listening? Is it penetrating? Is it getting in? You know, but here's the problem. He's one of those guys that knows a lot, but isn't super bright. You know what I mean?
For the candles.
So smart he's stupid?
Well, I wouldn't even go that far. What I would say is just not that aware. You know, it's one of those, oh, I think that girl likes me. It's like, dude, no, she's giving you the brush off. No, I don't think that's true. Yeah, I think that's true. He's like, why? Well, because I'm watching her and she doesn't actually want to be around you. She's just being nice. She's being pleasant. Is there anything I haven't done? Heroin. I haven't done heroin. I stayed away from heroin. That didn't seem like a good time. That seemed like a bad time. So I was like, well, fuck that. I'm not doing that. Did speed once. Realized I was never going to go for a second round. Too good. It's like, oh, this is why fucking meth heads keep doing this. Fuck that. No way, not worth it. You know, I mean, nothing is worse than a really amazing time that's actually not worth it. You know, like, ugh.
No, I've seen what it did to my brother. He's
no good.
Yeah, not at all. I have to admit, the only thing I've ever done is I've gotten blackout drunk once. I've never done any drugs. I'm told that I kiss everybody when I'm that drunk.
Aww.
So at least I'm fun.
Oh, man. So, heroin. Yeah, I stay away from that shit. Let's see. Yeah, God, Satanic Shadows. Yeah, no, it'd be like real Satanists of San Francisco. Like, watch everyone fucking like argue over rent and do all the stupid things that happen in like every other reality show. It's just that there's a big flag in the background that has Satan on it. You know, like that'd just be it. You know, although maybe there's probably the occasional thing like, oh my God, fucking Britney's totally ruining the ritual. But, you know, just like.
Still sounds better than Real Housewives.
It can be about that level. I wish we were playing around that with that level of money, but like, other than that, I can't tell you like how many. I knew this one guy, the ritual leader, essentially. We used to be best friends, and then like it was known that he was like in an open relationship. So I moved in because I was like, okay, well, if it's open is open, So, yeah. After a while, we weren't friends anymore.
Yeah.
But he was really particular, which was both good and bad. It was good when we just needed to make sure we had everything and that everything was right. In the planning stage, it was great. But when it came to the doing stage, if he wasn't ready, nothing jumped off. And it was like, dude, just do it. It's not this level of detail is not important. It's more important that we do it today, because that's what the whole ritual is about. This has got to jump off before midnight, because that's the deal we set up. So we got to do this,
He was a bit of a perfectionist.
He was way too much of a perfectionist. Being in like role-playing games with that guy could be a real drag.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, dude, I don't care. I don't care about this method acting. I just want to shoot the troll. Like, come on. Let's do this. Just do this. Light this candle. Because I have like no patience. I have like no fucking patience. I wish I did. I wish I was born with a lot more patience than I have, but I was born with very little. Hey, Seth. Seth showed us The Expanse this week. That's pretty good. That show's pretty good. I had a really fun time watching it. Have you seen it?
This is my first time hearing of it.
Oh, it's a sci-fi channel called The Expanse, which was the first show that they made that was like, wait, this show's good. But it's on the Sci-Fi channel.
Yeah, I think so.
How?
Sci-Fi channel seems to be improving ever since they ditched that lady that doesn't like sci-fi. I forget her name, but she was the head of sci-fi.
I know, like there was that one chick who didn't like sci-fi. And it was just like, please leave.
Yeah.
Like get a job somewhere else. Like the whole point of the Sci-Fi channel is for it to be the Sci-Fi channel.
That's like letting a reverend run Playboy,
Yeah, it's just like, if you don't like naked chicks, then maybe you shouldn't be working in Playboy. And then they got rid of naked chicks.
Well,
and then they got to bring them back because they were like, oh, this isn't working. And I'm like, of course it's not working. Of course it's not fucking working. No one reads Playboy for the articles. I'm sorry. How did you not get the memo?
I actually did read an article in Playboy once a day. I actually found it very well written.
Well, yeah. Well, let's put it this way. But that there have been many articles in Playboy that were really good. But that's the bonus.
Yeah.
That's the icing on the cake. You're there. You're there for the pussy cake. That's what you're there for. The titty and pussy cake. That's what you're there for. Yeah. That's not the icing. That's the cake. That's got to be there. The articles are the icing of that magazine.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the pictures were kind of boring, but I mean, not that into women. A little bit. Like, if River Song was a real person, I would have a hard time saying no.
Oh God. That character was so cool until Let's Kill Hitler.
Yeah.
And then it was like, I hate this character. I hate this character so much. Why could we not do this? This is all of a sudden that got really weird really fast.
You know, I love Doctor Who, but Stephen Moffat, some of his storylines make me really want to punch him. And
They weren't good.
No. And he's so focused on making that female lead who is so important. And it's just like, whatever happened to the companions that we used to have, like Jamie McCrimmon and Zoe, where they were just ordinary people, maybe from 15th century.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Yeah.
I know K9 had issues, but I loved K9.
I kind of like K9, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, yeah, robot dog. Okay, whatever. You know, just do it.
Yeah.
You know, that's at least something that feels that is acceptable. River Song at the end was just sort of like, please go away.
Yeah. But I loved
Please go away.
I loved her in The Husband of River Songs. Did you see that episode with her and Peter Capaldi?
No, I didn't.
Oh God, it's so. I mean, it's typical Stephen Moffat bouncing around here, there, and yonder. But there's like the one point where she finally realizes that this is the Doctor. It is, and the way he's looking at her and she's looking at him, and I was just like, oh, you know.
That could have been good.
Yeah.
But I was done. I was done. Like by the second season of Matt Smith, I was out. I was like, I'm done with this. I'm not watching this show anymore. I hate everything that is happening. You know, I don't care about Amy. I don't care about Rory. I don't care about River. And I don't care about the Doctor. I'm out. Click. You know, tell me when it gets better. And then everyone was like, it keeps getting worse. And I'm like, well, I'm not coming back then. It's simple.
Well, they introduced Clara, who once again was one of those very important people that has a very important role in the Doctor's life, instead of just being somebody that the Doctor happens to pick up, you know, like,
right.
You know, and that's what got annoying to me is we had all these 20-something 21st century Earth girls who were basically there to be romantic subplots, even Amy in her way, with the Doctor. And they were all special and important. And we didn't just have ordinary people who do extraordinary things until...
Well, it wasn't fun.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't fun to watch them anymore. Yeah. And it was like, okay, meh. All right. I guess we're doing that. Why am I watching this? Click, you know.
But I loved Peter's... I faithfully watched every episode of Peter's because at first... there was all those people that are like, he's too old to be the Doctor. The Doctor's supposed to be young and hot.
Yeah. But I was like, no. Doctor's usually an older dude. Like, this young hotness, this is new. Yeah. That's what's new.
Yeah.
You know, like, let's see what Peter Capaldi does. But the problem is the writing didn't improve.
The writing was mostly terrible, but I loved it. I loved watching Peter because you could tell how much he loved the role. And
I didn't think it was one of those. I didn't have a problem with the actor. I just didn't care for the writer. Yeah. You know, didn't care for the showrunner. Like,
well, see, now we're going to get Christian, however the heck you pronounce his last name. I'm not very good with names. We're going to see how it is with him and Jodie.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm kind of like, well, I don't know, man. You're gonna have to convince me to come back. You know, because I'm like, I got other shit to do than watch Doctor Who at this point. So you got to convince me to come back. I used to really love that show too. Like I loved the David Tennant stuff. It really was. Stephen Moffat came in and then just was like, just as fucking, he destroyed even his own greatest creation, you know, the Weeping Angels. That was such a great idea. And then it was like, what? Oh, the Statue of Liberty is a weeping angel.
Yeah,
I'm out.
Let's see.
You know.
Let's see. Scrin 99 says, I thought the Doctor was your species' arch nemesis.
It was, some of the guys, a space vampire and all that. Yeah.
State of Decay.
Yeah. Oh, State of Decay. I fucking love that episode. It's so dumb. It's like vampires who came from Earth land on a planet where there's a giant vampire at the center of it. It's just one of those. What? I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. You know, this is the right kind of stupid.
It's a science fiction show.
Yeah.
You can't exactly expect supernatural vampires in a science fiction show. But, you know.
No.
That's why I'm totally against the Super Who thing, where everybody wants to combine Doctor Who and Supernatural, and they want Dean Whit.
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that. I'm just
Dean
like, no,
and
please
Sam
stop.
On the TARDIS does not work.
No, that doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
That's something that people think that they want, but they don't. They don't want it. Yeah, ready, set, go. Send me a message and I'll bring you in. Oh, wait, someone sent me a link to candles. No, this isn't gonna help. No, that doesn't help. I need like I'm just gonna have to make my own because I don't want to pay $17.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Okay, got an invention that I saw. I want your opinion on. You'll have to Google
Okay.
it up. It's called the Ta-Ta towel.
The Ta-Ta towel?
Yes.
All right.
I personally
Ta-Ta
think it's-
towel. Wait, what? Why the world has gone mad for the towel bra?
And keep in mind, this thing is $45.
What?
Yes.
What? What?
I think it's the dumbest thing. I mean, for us busty ladies, we're going to be falling out of the bottom all the time.
Yeah, I'm just sort of like, dude, they can't make like a fucking,
And
they can't make a fucking bra right. Let me see if they can get this right.
yeah, you got these there's no bands, no straps. All the weight is on your neck.
Oh, and there's already a video about having it. What, a DIY version? No, shut up. Fuck you. This is not a thing. You were all corporate whores. You were all shills. I hate you. Fucking. All right, let's just bring dude in. I don't even know. Like, that should be something I'm all up for, but no, I don't like it when it's like, oh, by the way, like, how do you get people to buy a product? Like, oh, let's make a video about how to do it yourself. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, oh.
Yeah. I'm with Haley in the chat. Let's get a comfy bra first. And please, for God's sake, latex-free elastic. I can only wear Secrets because it's the only one that doesn't give me a rash.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes?
Yes, do you hear me?
I do hear you.
And I hear
You
you
are-
too.
You are
Oh
looking,
my gosh, it's Jamie and Jack
yep.
and the Slut Pit.
Yep.
Which, I owe the Slut Pit an apology.
Yeah?
Last week, I was the one that brought up the traps are gay thing.
Oh.
I thought you were asking our traps are gay, and I just typed that down, and it caused like a clusterfuck at like hour 9 of your stream.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
And
Yeah.
everybody was getting kind of pissy at each other. I was getting pissy at them. They were getting pissy at me. Names are thrown about, and I didn't mean anything by it.
Well,
I
it's
love
weird.
traps.
It's the weirdest thing because, like, I think it kind of proved a couple of things. One, the definition of trap is not very solid. You know,
Yeah,
some people
well,
have a solid definition, but that hasn't really disseminated to the people, as it were. So it's like, okay, so is a trap? Most people, I think, just think a trap is just a transgender person.
no.
Yeah. And I'm
I
like,
think
okay.
the definition you were going off of is the very definition that I have, which is a person that does not reveal until the moment of truth.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was.
And usually does it because either they have malicious intent, or they are.
Well, what would the malicious intent
cheeky,
be?
or they're just cheeky. I don't know, because they.
Well, that's people say. Well, when people say things like malicious intent, I mean, you're not the first one I have heard say that, but I always find myself going, "What's the malicious intent?" Like, I think it's just something that people say because like that's a bad thing.
That's the way because if you're in that situation, like, it's more of a problem for the trap than it is for the person being trapped.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a really potentially bad. It's a much potentially worse situation.
Yeah.
You know,
and I mean, their definitions was like stuff, and like they were talking about like anime subculture, and I was like, yeah, but this word has existed before anime subculture. I mean, the people are talking about traps like in the way long time ago. You know, it was,
yeah. But here's the thing: when you talk about that kind of thing in anime, like that's super specific.
Yeah.
Like that's like people like arguing over a fantasy version of the way that happens.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, the way it happened in that anime, I've not seen that happen once. Not once. It's always basically, here's the best way that this goes. I'm a transsexual person. I present as a woman. I look a hell of a lot like a woman. And then before the moment of truth, like not at the moment of truth, but before it, by at least, 5-10 minutes, like before the person can't comfortably escape, like if you drive them to their house and then they come in and you say, I got something I need to tell you, that's fine. But if you take them to your place and they have no easy way out, that's not cool.
Yeah, I think it's similar to the word bait. Yeah,
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
Like, okay, because like I know a lot of people are talking about, someone in the chat said definitions evolve. Yes, they do, but in order for them to truly evolve, they have to be adopted by like the culture as a whole, Yeah.
It has to be
if you're talking,
it has to be in common parlance. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I could talk about a beard all day, but do you think I'm talking about gay subculture? Or do you think I'm talking about role-playing subculture? What am I talking about?
Wait. There's a role-playing subculture where beard is a thing?
Yeah, beard is a player or a character that is old, like someone that's been playing role-playing games for a long time, or have a really powerful character he started at level 1, now he's level 27. That's a beard. Whereas twink, which is a term in role-playing games as well, is a low-level character with either high-level equipment or a character that starts out at level 27.
Right. Someone whose power level is way beyond what their experience should be giving them.
Yeah.
And
I always thought that was funny because those are things that I heard in gay culture too. So it was just.
Yeah. Like twink is you gay guys talking about twinks.
Yeah. But the first time I heard about these things is when I was playing lots of Vampire the Masquerade. And I was playing with a lot of gay people.
Yeah.
So, who knows? Maybe that's where some of these things came from. Chicken or egg,
knows?
Don't care.
Yeah. But like,
that's why I think the whole question of traps or gay is silly.
Well, it's very.
It's just a meme.
Well, it's weird because the part of it that like ended up fascinating me was the fact that like this was something that like young alt writers really latched onto, and I was always like, why you?
Yeah, well, because alt writers are SJWs wearing different colored socks, man.
That's definitely good point. That's a good point.
I mean, they're just as sensitive snowflakes as the worst sort of like ultra lib annoying person.
Libtard, yeah,
they
like it's okay. Yeah, definitely. You know, like, well, I was really, oh man, great example of this. Great example of like, I don't need to like everyone on my fucking side. And in fact, it's probably a good idea if I don't. Onision.
Ooh, he's a character.
That guy is a fucking tool. I wouldn't even say character. I just say fucking tool. Onision's a fucking tool.
I would say he is a douchebag of epic.
Super
I don't know
douche.
How he's still doing YouTube. Like, he made that I'm a banana thing like 9 years ago, and it's been coasting off of that banana this whole time.
Well, I know exactly what it is, which is he got by on pure looks. It was purely because girls in a certain age, he was a good-looking guy, and so girls at a very specific age group liked him. But once all the girls had moved out of that age group, the younger girls who would have been coming in instead latched onto the Logan brothers. Because when you coast on your looks, you don't last long. You got a shelf life, and it's punishing. It is punishing. Now, if you're good looking and have talent, you got longevity. You can really go the distance. But here's the thing. The thing that gets really, 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 really mutant popular in the short term is not always the thing that has longevity. You know, it's marathon theory versus, but here's what I mean. Like, so Onision became like super feminist SJW guy, which I was sort of like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You bullshit. I don't believe that for a hot second.
It's totally cynical, man.
Oh, it felt super cynical. And I was like,
actually, like, whenever a dude tells me if he's a feminist, I've had such a time with these guys saying, oh, I'm a feminist and whatnot. And then you end up hearing about them like, oh yeah, they were being super inappropriate towards chicks and stuff. It's like, of course. Yeah. They were doing it for the pussy. Why do
Yeah.
Stupid. You know?
Yeah. Like, I'm always like, no, don't think for a hot second that people don't think, well, maybe if I'm feminist, I can get, like, no, that happens. That calculation totally happens. It's just that if you really think about it, you're like, actually, this seems like a really bad idea. In fact, this seems like that would eventually be counterproductive, you know, because it is. You know, if you're really out there to get laid, don't be a feminist. That doesn't work.
No, actually, it often helps to do almost the opposite to get laid, you know?
Yeah. Like, it'll get you somewhere, but that's not going to last.
It will get you invited to their parties or their boyfriend's birthday party.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like,
or get you the really
wasn't there another
full?
There another one?
All right. I was about to say Jamie's also right there.
Yeah. I have never heard the term trap before, so I was just like trying to figure out what you guys were talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, that in and of itself is a conversation, but basically, depending on who you ask, it is either a word for a transsexual person, a cis male that presents as female. But basically, when you get down to it, is what it really is it's running into a penis when you weren't expecting it.
So like a crying game situation?
Yeah, crying game situation.
Or sleepaway camp.
Yeah.
That's the worst situation.
Yeah. That's that's the bad taken to the extreme, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, crying game situation is a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
You know, where you're just sort of like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah,
you know,
it helps if the person's passing, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
It really has to. So
I learned a new vocabulary word tonight.
Yeah, and in anime, this is a thing that they often do in harem animes now. Like, it was the trend of the last like 4 years of harem animes apparently, where basically the idea is, okay, so we got a guy, so let's put in a guy that looks like a chick. and hilarity will ensue. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Just like everything. But it became an anime thing because they kept using the trope. They kept doing it over and over again. So the idea of the trap very obviously has its roots in anime fandom.
Looney Tunes too. There's lots of that in Looney Tunes.
Well, yeah. But like Looney Tunes didn't. The terminology wasn't created because of Looney Tunes. It was created because of anime.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I think is so fascinating, which is like, first of all, like alt-right anime fans. I'm like, what a fucking identity that must be. Like, I'm sure that's fucking. That's a laugh a goddamn minute.
There's a lot, a lot of people that get assaulted on the internet by anime avatars, and it's gotten to the point where so many of them are alt-right that people just assume anybody with an anime avatar is alt-right.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Like me and the fucking the brony thing, where it was like, if you had a brony avatar, the chances of you getting into a fight with me about gender politics all of a sudden increased by 500%.
I always with bronies because I knew quite a few bronies.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way. The fact that a brony would get into a gender argument made sense because it's a bunch of dudes who are into a girl show.
Yeah.
I could at least track that. But the anime alt-right thing is one of those things that just makes me go, what?
I think like, sense of irony.
Actually, what I think it is I think that you got those levels, right? You got the anime fan. It's like, love anime, think anime is the best. You know, it's gonna be all anime all the time. It's gonna be all gay anime shipping all the time. You know, like, you know, stuff like that. And then you got the weebs.
Oh yeah.
There's a whole other level.
Ooh.
Like that, and how to put it, the generosity between anime fan and weeb is way more punishing if you're male.
Yeah.
A girl can get away with having
she can
a Vampire Hunter D fucking body pillow and, you know, touch herself at night with thoughts of fucking D making sweet love to her and still be attractive to normal members of the opposite sex.
Yeah.
The male can't do that. The minute he has a body pillow, he is off the fucking pussy roll call. It just, no.
And I don't.
No.
This is going to sound really mean. But that is completely right.
Yeah. You're just off the pussy roll call. You're just off.
To be off.
Mm-hmm. You're just off.
If you're into chicks, you shouldn't be into body pillows. Okay.
No.
All right.
Here's the thing.
It's a respect thing.
It indicates, for some reason, it indicates a lack of social skills that is less acceptable in a male.
It stinks of desperation.
It stinks of desperation. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just
and
these
there's
fucking
nothing
desperate
more
dudes.
unattractive to females than desperation.
Oh, there's nothing less attractive, period, than desperation.
Yeah, that's true.
Period. Like, unless
they're desperate for my cock, you know what I'm saying?
Oh no. This is what I mean.
I'll tell you, boys.
Yeah.
I will take a desperate guy over a guy with really bad BO any day.
That's a different sort of desperation.
Yeah. You know, but that's like, but in the gestalt, in the macro, in the survey sample, desperation is bad. Now, there can be allowances for desperation in a relationship to how hot you are, if and only if you're female. Because
yes,
not even gay dudes are all that up for a desperate guy.
Yeah.
No.
You know, just like, oh no, please stop it.
It
Stop.
is.
It's irritating.
It puts a whole kibosh in the equation of attraction.
Yeah.
Desperation does.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Maybe Razorvine is fucking gonna disagree with me. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's gonna set me straight me out right quick.
Maybe in the community, body pillows like you got yours, I got mine. But to me, that's just
No, we're not shaming people for their sexual stuff right now. I'm just saying you've got, like, how to put it. I'm not saying it should be that way. I'm just saying that seems to be the way it is.
Listen, folks, I'm not talking about body pillows. I'm talking about waifu pillows. I'm talking about the ones with the anime characters on them. I'm not talking about just body pillows because I use one of those for my back.
Yeah, I used to use one of those for my masturbatory habits. It just didn't have a character on it because that felt like it was going too far.
Yeah, well,
he
just pretends to look back at someone's head.
Yeah, exactly.
My personal opinion with the anime body pillows, I think one of the reasons why it's so creepy to us women is because many of the characters appear underage.
Ooh, that's an interesting.
Here's what that's not what freaks me out. What freaks me out is the idea that my pillow could be looking at me. And so unless it's a situation where the effect is that it's supposed to be doing that, I don't like it. Like, for instance, you give me a pillow that's got like Freddy's face on it, that's fine because that's supposed to be fucking creepy. Or like fucking Jason's mask on it, that's fine. That's supposed to be fucking creepy. But if you put like Jacob or Edward from Twilight's face on it, now it's creepy on a completely different level.
Those are perfectly attractive young men.
Oh, God. Well, here's the problem. It doesn't matter. You see that. No, if you see that on a girl's bed, you're like, I got to get the fuck out of here.
You know what? I feel the same way about toys from childhood on the bed. You know, like stuffed toys on a woman's bed.
What? That's not a problem for me. That's not a problem for me.
That turns me off.
No.
So bad.
No, not me. Not me. Not me at all.
I had a girlfriend. She'd do that, and I started leaving like my fucking D&D stuff on my bed and shit, like dice and stuff.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that shit. I don't mind that shit in a guy or a gal. It's sort of like, oh, yeah, I played D&D, seventh level bard.
But
okay,
like, it's just like the fucking like a strawberry shortcake on a bed from like 1985 or something. It's a little fucking creepy, man.
No, that doesn't creep me out. No. Here's what it creeps me out. Here's what creeps me out. If you got that, fine. But if you've got like the My Little Pony doll with the fucking vagina,
ew,
that's creepy. But that has nothing to do with toys in and of themselves. Like, for example, I don't mind if a girl has like, it's like, yeah, this is my teddy bear that I've had since like 7 years old, because all right, look, I was part of the bondage and S&M community, and with that comes a certain degree of being into the girl who wants to play daddy's girl. Okay? So that doesn't bother me in the slightest. Now, she puts on a diaper, we've got a problem.
Yeah.
But...
Well, that's what it is. To me, it's an infantilization, and I just don't find that attractive at all. It actually really turns me off. To me, in general, that's true, but an exception can be made for context. I don't mind if it's in the room, but if it's on the bed, like if it's something that gets touched every night, like...
Let me put it this way. If how to put it, there's a big difference. There's a big perceptible difference between the adult girl who just wants to have that, like, who just wants that, like, daddy dom kind of experience, and part of that is having some of the childhood stuff around, and age play, I'm just like, no,
age play is weird.
It's really weird, like, it's way too much for me. I'm just like, oh God, I gotta skate.
Okay, I have to address this. Yogi, This is not the same as the girls that like ATVs. All right. I can't believe you remembered that.
Oh, dude, how are we gonna forget that? How are we gonna forget that? That was so. You were so fucking insistent, and it was so specific. We're just like, we're sitting there. We spent an hour trying to suss that out.
Okay.
How are we gonna forget that?
I think
there was
I
no
out a
way
way to explain it. It's kind of like when you meet someone and they say they play chess. You're
okay.
Like, don't play chess.
No, I don't know that.
You don't play
I don't
chess.
know that. Because I don't play chess because
99% of people that say they play chess don't play chess. They played it once or twice. They might have played
all
with
right.
your brother in summer.
So what does this have to do with ATVs?
I'm just saying it's just like this thing that I can sense about people is if they like ATVs, they like a sort of sense of stupid danger that I'm not into. I'm okay with danger. I like danger. But stupid danger, I'm not cool with that. I'm not cool with stupid danger.
What is
ATVs? Do you mean all-terrain vehicles or something else that I'm unaware of?
Okay, no,
all-terrain vehicles, four-wheeling.
Yeah, four-wheeling.
Okay.
Mudding,
Thank you.
if you're familiar with the concept.
Yeah.
Anything like that. Going drinking and being on four-wheelers. That sort of shit. Right? This real like backwoods stuff. I'm down with almost everything backwoods except for the ATVs.
Fucking no. It's like if a girl was just if a girl is hot enough and she's just like, I like ATVs, I like driving in the mud, I like fucking doing this. I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna be like, all right, let's go. Let's do this. Let's see what this is all about. I will go with you, but I'm not riding bitch. So we're renting or buying whatever we need to do, but I'm not riding bitch.
There is something within reason. There is some of this within reason. I have to say, because if the girl's hot enough, I'll put up with a murder charge. You know what I'm saying?
oh, dude, will you put up with a bomb charge?
A bomb charge?
A bomb charge.
That might actually convince me.
Having an incendiary device. Because we know a gal who took a bomb into a police office. A police station.
Is she cute?
I think she's pretty attractive.
Oh, well, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. But here was the situation. Basically, she had someone in her life who was like, if you tell someone what I'm doing, I'll tell them that you got this bomb in the house. Now, how did she get the bomb? She got the bomb because she's got a crazy Vietnam vet friend, like older friend who like friend of her dad or something, who is just always like, it's okay now your dad's, he feels like he has to kind of take care of her because her dad's dead, but he's not all there, if you know what I mean. He feels the responsibility. But the way he shows it is sometimes like, dude, no. And one time he showed it by going, you might need this one day. It's a bomb. Here's how you set it. And she's like, dude, I don't need a bomb in my house. And he's like, no, you really should take it. And then all of a sudden she's like, oh shit, he's right. What's a better idea? Having a bomb here with me or having a bomb out there in the world with him? Because he's basically a couple of bad days away from being the Mad Midnight Bomber. What bombs at midnight?
You have this girl's number?
I do, as a matter of fact. I'm not giving it up just yet.
Okay.
But
you don't have to be lonely at CountJackula.com.
Yeah, fucking. So she goes into the police office and she's like, I've got a bomb I need to get rid of. And they're like, what? And she's like, this guy gave me a bomb. It's in this box. I need to get rid of it. I need it disposed of. And you're the only ones I could think of that could do anything about it. And what ensues is a half-hour, thank God I'm white.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because she's sitting there, they're going you got to take your bomb out of here. She's like, wait. My fucking bomb? Oh, yeah, I had a fucking bomb. You're going to tell me. It's like she fucking loses it. Until finally, the woman at the desk goes, take it to the fire department. And she goes, Okay, I will. I'll take my bomb to the fire department.
Was this post 9/11 or pre 9/11?
This was way post 9/11.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So she actually goes to the fire department. She's like, yo, I've got a bomb in this box that a dude gave me. And they pick it up and they're basically like, it was Cliff, wasn't it? And it's like, yeah, could you get rid of it? He's like, yeah, no problem. We'll deal with it. You just go home. We're fine. We're all good. You know,
She doesn't sound that bad at all.
No, she's cool. I love her. But yeah, that's a thing that happened.
Yeah.
You know, that was a thing that was a thing that I found out the same day I found out about my buddy telling us about, like, yeah, man, don't date Cambodian chicks. And he's like, why? He fucking like lifts up. He's got this scar right here. He's like, that's where one got me with a screwdriver.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I was just like, what? What the fuck, man? What? And then someone was like, dude, you have this huge, it's a faint, but a huge scar on your chest. What is that? What happened? And they were expecting, like, I burned myself on the grill because, you know, something like that. He's like, oh, I got shot with rock salt.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. It's like, you got shot with rock salt. By the way, Razorvine, just send me a message that you're ready and we'll bring you in. You got shot with rock salt.
Just warning everybody.
Now, here's the thing. I was like, we were like, why did you get shot with rock salt? And now at this point, we're expecting we were fucking around with a gun. No, that's not what we're told. He goes, I used to be a drug mule. He's like, I didn't realize I was, because it was just like, hey kid, you want to make $100? And then it was like, and then you get there, you're like, yeah, let me $100. All right, just take this package, go over there. He's like, okay. Get there, and the guy fucking tipped him like $200. He's like, $300? Damn! And so he just kept doing it. And he's just like, man, I got like, at the end of the week, he's like cleaning up. He's got like 1,500 and shit. And he's just like, yeah, this is awesome. What am I even doing? And then he finally, after about a couple of months, he figures it out. He's like, oh shit. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Well, at that point, he wasn't sure how to stop. Not because he wasn't able to walk away from the money, but it was literally if I tell them no, are they going to shoot me? So he keeps doing it. And then the rival gang figures out that he's the courier, and he's on the street with a package, and they shoot him in the chest with a fucking with a sawed off. It's got rock salt in it. Just boom. And we're just like, what? And he's like, yeah. It's like, how was it? He's like, it hurt like fucking hell, but I was fucking terrified because I had lost the package. So I go back before going, doing anything else. And I'm like, they got the package. And it's like, they're like, who did it? Who did it? He's like, please, I didn't mean to lose it. And they're like, it's okay, kid. It's okay, kid. Just tell us who it was. He's like, okay. He tells them. He's like, all right. Go see Mamacita and then go home. So he gets cleaned up. We patch him up. And he's like, yeah, go home. Go home. You're okay. You're fine. Don't worry about it. We know, not your fault. We're not mad. We'll get it. We'll get him. We'll get it back. Don't worry about it.
Reasonable drug dealers.
Yeah. Well, it was one of those, like, there was a little bit of, like, La Familia.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you were our guy. They shot our guy. Now, here's the thing. He doesn't know whether those dudes fucking actually found and killed those dudes, but he's like, they were totally the people who were capable. It's like, oh, you steal from us? Bam! So he's like, I'm just getting out of here and I'm staying out.
Yeah, I wonder how many months he sat in his home just going, "Oh,
A
they're gonna get me
couple.
too."
A couple. He's like, yeah, it was kind of a, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, what did he spend his money on? He spent his money on like fucking comics and video games and the shit you would spend your fucking money on when you're like 14, 15-year-old boy. You know, like, so when people are like, oh my God, kids are getting involved in drugs, in drug running, and I'm like, well, PlayStation fucking stock just went up. Time to invest. You know, what else are they going to do? Like, what are they going to actually spend on? Oh, they're spending their money on drugs. No, they're going to spend it on video games and toys.
All my illicit funds that I got from the trade really went to video games and comic books, sketchbooks. I was really into like painting, so a lot of art supplies.
Well, mine went to mine basically went to rent.
Yeah, well, I
didn't do it. I didn't do it hardcore. Like, let me put it this way: like that whole video with H3, that was a level of drug dealing that I wasn't doing. Hey, like H3 is just sort of like, yeah, we were the bicycle weed carriers. We would bring the weed to your house, and like that was our gimmick. But we were really just trying to pay rent. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of the way it works. That's kind of the way it is. Like we basically, we used anything that we made, and it wasn't much, to just basically pay rent or fund the next party. It's not like it's not like your customers aren't coming to the fucking house, you know,
yeah,
so.
That's a job that's really hard to say goodbye to. Because you don't have to leave your house.
Oh, actually, here's the thing. If you're of a certain mentality, it's very easy to leave. All that has to happen is someone has to go to jail. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, time to cash out. I'm just cashing out, man. I'm done.
Someone really sketchy that keeps on coming by.
Oh, yeah. Another thing, never deal in drugs you don't want to be around. That's
absolutely
big tip. If you don't like heroin, don't deal heroin. If you don't like cocaine, don't deal cocaine. You know, and don't deal a drug that you yourself are addicted to. It's a terrible idea. Now, if you're an addict, here's the thing. If you're an addict and someone says, hey, I need you to deal these drugs for me, and they're the drugs that you're addicted to, that's not because they're your friend. That's because they're hoping you'll OD and get yourself killed.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they do it. You know, as one guy once told me, $1,000, $5,000 worth of their favorite drug and a one-way ticket to anywhere, they will be dead in 4 months. I'm like, Jesus, really? And they're like, yep.
The only thing I was doing when I was dealing was no-dose. I was doing shit, and ephedrine was legal at the time. So
I remember when ephedrine was legal. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I did all kinds of ephedrine.
Song, ephedrine machine. That was me, buddy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I used to take ephedrine, 5 doses of HTP, and with a glass of orange juice. Oh, and a big vitamin C before doing ecstasy.
That is really smart. That is very similar to the cocktail I would give people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the ephedrine gets you over. Yeah, the ephedrine will get you over the will get you moving. Like literally because you get hyper, and by the time that wears off, the ecstasy should be taking effect. So that'll get you over that hump. The HTP is for the come down, because if you do 5-HTP, but not too much of it. If you do too much of it, you'll deaden the high. But if you do just enough of it, you soften the come down. You know, because your brain has already been repairing itself from the activity. Because it has everything it needs to do so immediately. It's just
you really don't want to be a zombie or like passing out in public, man. That's
no. You don't want to pass out. I mean, not that I haven't done that. I have totally done that. Largely at Burning Man. That place I was talking about, the petting zoo. No, I fucking passed out in that place. Like, I was just fucking like, yeah, here's a woman's leg right here.
At the zoo.
A woman's
at a real
arm
zoo.
Right here. I'm just gonna.
Drunk at a zoo, eh?
Yeah, drunk at
Drunk
St.
in a
Louis
zoo.
Zoo. I got drunk at the zoo. I hung out with the tigers all day, just drinking, and I was fucked up, passed out on the bench, and got thrown.
No,
out.
Jakar, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that at all.
So how you doing, Razor? What's up?
It's I got the day off this next week. Sorry, I had the day off tomorrow. This next week is going to be weird because my workplace is being remodeled. So I'm going in to work, but we're not going to have to deal with any guests.
Customers.
Right.
But it's still like you're still getting paid because you're like doing the work of the company.
Yes, but the great thing is not having to deal with guests.
Yeah, it's one of those. This job would be great if not for the fucking customers.
Right.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah. Well, one of the things that I just got to tell you this. This is one of the things that, like, I can't stand about service in America. It's always because service in America is really all about it's not about trying to get you to buy. It's about trying to prevent people from stealing. And that gets really frustrating. That gets really frustrating because when you are a customer and you're like, I would like to see 3 pairs of your finest sneakers, sir. No one can help you. No one can help you. They don't know anything. But what's the first thing that fucking happens when you walk in the store? Can I help you?
Oh, yeah.
And after a while, you're just like, and they're not asking if they can help you. They're basically there to make sure you're not stealing anything. You know?
They're also doing that so their manager won't yell at them.
Yeah, but it's mainly not yell at them for not making sure that you're stealing.
A lot of places,
Depends
have
on
a
the place,
rule.
but yeah.
Have a foot rule or something. It's like 6 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet. Like if a customer or guest or whatever walks with
I had this
10,
thing that I would do.
Them.
Yeah, well, I had this thing I would do, which is if someone said, "Can I help you?" I would immediately go, "Yes," and ask for something, even if I just came in to browse.
Ah, dude.
And
me. I would show
man.
you everything because that means
Oh,
I don't
no,
have to
good.
do any work.
Oh, no, fine. Fine. As long as you know where shit is, which they never do. And my favorite move, it's over there. Motherfucker, take me over there.
Yeah.
Where's over there? What the fuck is over there mean? Fucking no.
I never
Take me over there. I have money to trade for valuable goods and services. You know, like
I'm
fucking
actually working retail right now, and I picked up really good service from having to actually wait tables. Which, where you talk about American service where it's good, that's like waiting tables. Like, go anywhere else in the world, it sucks.
Oh, I hate to burst your bubble there, man. No.
Sucks. Man.
No. American service across the board is just worse.
No,
In
I
every dimension.
disagree.
In every dimension. Yeah. Okay. What
You're
countries
going
are you
to cheap
comparing it
places,
to?
I'm sorry.
What? Oh, well, what places? What places you comparing it to? What
Okay.
countries?
Oh, okay. Mainly okay. I have to say this. Haven't been to Asia.
Ah.
Yeah,
See, I have. That's a whole different
Haven't
fucking
been to
world.
Asia, haven't been to Africa, but I imagine African service is probably very European.
I have no idea. I've never been to
I would
Africa either.
imagine. But European service is garbage. It's the worst service ever.
Could be.
Like they don't. There's like no international language. Like there's an international language or national language, at least in America, as far as understood. And I don't have a problem with tipping. I actually prefer a place where you tip. You know.
Oh, I hate tipping. The only reason I tip is because I have to.
Well,
I actually hate it. I hate
to
it.
A place where there's no tipping and the service sucks.
Oh,
And
really?
I've waited tables and like tipping is just tipping is another way for me to express my gratitude. And I
see.
always get good service.
Yeah, see, for me, gratitude is gratitude. It's saying thank you. You know, it's being happy when you leave. It's saying thank you. That was wonderful. But paying people to me is not gratuity. paying people to me is an obligation. So treat it as an obligation. It's like, no, you motherfucker, you pay me. I'm like, yes. You know, part of the cost should be in on the bill.
Right.
You know, not gratuity. It should be like either built into the cost of the food, or it should be, and your table service is $5.
I wouldn't mind tips. I wouldn't mind tips as a server if they were in hugs. As long as it's not one of those nights where I'm like really sweaty.
Oh.
But if I got a hug, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. Like most people feel better.
Hand job's even better.
Yeah, if you have the money that you need, people feel better being thanked than given money.
Right.
You know, at the end of the day. And I don't understand why it's like, hey, we got this great idea. Let's not pay waitstaff and make the customer pay for it. What? Why?
Because it keeps the cost of the restaurant down.
No, that part of tipping is bullshit. That part of tipping is bullshit.
Yeah.
This whole
conversation.
Not allowing the customers to tip people is bullshit. That's bullshit.
Not allowing it?
Yeah.
Well, I think it should be an option, but I don't think because we had it for so long, we have to keep it as an option. But I don't think that it's not an excuse to only pay waiters $5 an hour.
I heard $2.13.
Yeah, well,
I guess that depends on what state you're in, but yeah.
Yeah, in a lot of places, if you don't make your tips, I've never had a night where I did not make over minimum wage.
Yeah, but I mean, like the fact that you can pay a waiter $2 an hour.
But I work downtown. I work downtown at a nice restaurant.
Yeah,
a nice.
Yeah, but what was your hourly wage? Was your hourly wage?
I don't even know because I never got it. I always like made moolah, and I think it was like at the time it was like $3 or $4 under minimum wage. You know, it was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
I never got in a situation. I never got in a situation where I didn't make like a couple hundred over what I'd normally make.
Just listening to you talk, you know, you sound like you're chatty and you're good with people. I couldn't do that. I hate people. I want them dead.
I'm also like a tall, imposing guy. Mm-hmm. So there's some negativity to that. Like I would like white women for some reason didn't want me ever waiting their tables. It was weird. Like MILFs. Okay, they didn't want me waiting. Yeah,
MILF.
You know. I'm just saying.
Oh no! Like I always. Well, here's the problem. I always. Why am I bad at waiting tables? Because I take no bullshit. And waiting tables all about having to take people's bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Right,
you know, I can't do it. I can't do it.
The industry as a whole is all about taking people's bullshit.
Yeah. Like
to bend over and take it with no fucking lube, man.
Yeah. Like, let me put it this way. You know that scene from like fucking True Blood with fucking Lafayette? It was just sort of like, everything on your plate got AIDS. That was me. In real life, that move doesn't work so well. That move gets you fired. Fired. Oh, yeah. That move gets you fired because that move got me fired. Oh, no. Actually, here's what it was. Let me paint a picture for you. I used to work at a place called Shoney's, by the way.
Oh, dude,
and if you're like,
I know Shoney's.
Wait. Yeah, but it's like, wait, that place on Rick and Morty is a real restaurant? Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. I worked at one.
They have a lot of them at truck stops in the Midwest.
Yeah, they put me on table duty with no training.
Ew.
Yeah, that was bad.
Why would they do that?
I have no idea.
Probably looking for a reason to fire him the first night.
Could be. Could be. Well, they got one. To be fair, they got one. Which is the actual waitress whose area it was, because that was the one thing I figured out, because everyone's very territorial, so they let you fucking know this is you go over there. Cunt. Okay, fine. I will wait these tables over here. And then, of course, no one came into them because no one goes into a Shoney's. You know, like it just not enough fucking customer. But anyway, there was this one dude and he's getting mad. And I could feel his dilemma because motherfucker has been waiting like 45 minutes for steak and eggs.
Ooh.
Steak and eggs?
Steak and eggs, 45 fucking minutes, and they never refilled his coffee. Finally, oh, and I'll never forget that waitress's face. That girl was a fucking bitch. She was one of those, she was just pure fucking, if you know that South Park episode where Cartman is an out of control teen, you go, I do what I want.
Oh yeah.
Imagine that as a woman who's 18, who's with freckles and like a fucking freckles and a weave on a white
Jesus.
girl.
Sounds hot.
On a white girl. Like, this was like, nothing about this was good. Everything about this spelled disaster. It's a ratchet white girl. And fucking, oh my God. Okay. So she is just chatting with her friends, not servicing the table. And this guy's waiting. Finally, so I go over and I'm like, because he called me over and I'd be like, yes, sir, how can I help you? And he's like, where's my fucking steak and eggs? And I'd be like, I will look in on that. I'm like, where's the steak and eggs? And they're like, it'll be ready when it's ready. All right, well, the customer's been asking. Like, what do I tell them? I don't care. Okay. All right, I'm going to tell them it'll be up in 5 minutes. All right. Oh, boy. So I'm like, be ready in 5 minutes, sir. It is not ready in 5 minutes. And what does happen is there's an argument. It's like, what are you doing in my area? And I'm like, apparently your job. Because there's a guy who's been waiting for steak and eggs for 40 fucking minutes. And you haven't refilled his coffee. Like, that's day one. Like, I know you do that.
Yeah.
You know, I know that from being a customer.
Right.
And she's just like, well, don't be in my area again.
No, she broke the code. She broke the code.
She broke the code. So, but here's the thing. Eventually the steak and eggs is ready. And I'm like, they're like, steak and eggs is ready. What? And I'm looking and I'm like, is anyone going to take it? Hey, the steak and eggs is ready. Becky, steak and eggs is ready. I know. Okay. Sitting my whole table in area nothing. And then I'm like, the steak and eggs are ready. Like a few minutes later. Boss is like, give the customers steak and eggs. And I'm like, me? He's like, yeah, okay. So I get over there. This guy's pissed. Here is where everything disintegrates. I'm putting his stuff down. And he's pissed. I'm very apologetic. Suddenly, he calls me a chink.
What?
Ooh,
yeah.
It wasn't your fault.
Yeah. No, wasn't my fault. And I'm just like, excuse me, sir. And he starts going on about Vietnam. And I'm just sort of like, all right, first of all, that's Vietnamese people, not Chinese people. Second of all, I just brought you your goddamn food. And he's just like, yeah, well, so what's that matter to me? And I'm like, I touched his eggs. I was like, now you fucking eat that.
Yeah.
I did not last much longer.
Yeah.
Did you just walk out, or did they hand you your walking papers?
I made them hand me my walking papers.
Oh, nice.
You know,
That's
I was like, no,
good.
you have to fire me.
Yeah.
You know,
Escort me
I am
out.
not going to just leave. Yeah, you have to actually escort me out the building. I am not. I will leave if you tell me, but you have to tell me.
Last job I quit.
You know,
I went right into the office, the administration office, sat down in a chair in front of the manager, said, "You're gonna have to escort me out." Why? Because you're gonna have to fire me.
Yeah, you have to actually fire me.
Go ahead and write up a reason, but you're gonna have to fire me.
Yeah.
It worked too. That was the great thing.
Yeah.
Employment and everything.
Again, Deep Fryer.
Hey kids, who wants to hear about my acid trip?
What happened?
He says, "Hey kids, who wants to hear about my acid trip?"
Ooh.
Is that Canadian money?
I kind of do. Yeah, it's a couple bucks.
Yeah.
Bring them on. Talk about LSD. I like acid trip. Oh, you should.
You guys make me practically feel like a virgin with all the things you've done.
I agree with you. I am right there with you. It's just the booze. That's it. That's all I've ever really done.
Lady, that's because I'm a scumbag.
Yeah. Oh, we're all fucking scumbags, man. You know, like we're all scumbags. Oh man, I still.
You are, huh?
Yeah, I'm never. Well, oh god, sorry. I'm still thinking about that one moment that should have been the triumphant party moment, but then it had to get ruined. The triumphant party moment where the hottie of the potty goes off with yours truly, and then on the way to seal the deal, shall I? You know, when I like someone, I kind of stop having sex with them. Like, what? Why are you telling me this?
I remember.
Yeah, like, why are you telling me this? You know, like, oh, God. Yeah, like, okay,
we're kind of the opposite.
Oh, man, I should have said that, see what happened.
See, there you go.
It's like, well, I'm kind of the opposite, so, yeah.
That's what you get when you have Semitic jokes in your blood.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, you get the timing.
Timing!
You know, like I was listening to Ben Shapiro the other day. He was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and I got to say, he's got really good timing. He's got really good comedic timing. No wonder people like him.
Yep.
He's not completely unreasonable, but still don't agree with his politics.
Oh, Ben Shapiro? Yeah.
And I don't trust short people.
Well, gee, thanks. I'm only 5'3", and I happen to love tall men.
Oh. Well, I'm only 6'2", or 6'3". I forget.
Oh, Ben Shapiro, you look like wow, like the fucking conservatives just have right now have the market cornered on like cunty looking dudes.
Yeah.
Like hell.
You ever notice that like conservatives?
Wait, what's the really Razorvine?
Sorry, we were talking about tall and short, and I was about to say really tall guys and really short guys are both good for different reasons.
Yes, they are. Short guys. I work with the short guy. He's amazing. Like he can get things on shelves I cannot reach because he can actually crawl into the shelves. He's like a good foot shorter. That's
not at all what I meant, but okay.
And he's complete.
He was
he's an
being
albino.
sexual.
He's an albino, and I love that because every day I go into work, it's nighttime. Every time I go into work, I get to pretend I'm Charlton Heston in the Omega Man. And when his back is turned, I shoot an invisible Tommy gun at him. I love him to death, though. He's a great guy. I hope he doesn't.
Oh man!
If he does, we'll have a laugh. Oh man, no. I just you know, something about short people. You know why I don't like short people? I don't like short people because they ask me to get things when they can get a ladder, and they don't realize when I can't reach something, I don't get to find someone that's taller than me.
What? Hold on a minute. Don't mean to interrupt, but totally to interrupt. I just found a picture of Ben Shapiro in front of the title, Why Jews Vote Leftist. What? On a show called Truth Revolt.
There's actually quite a few.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Like,
That's gotta be an old guy.
The world is screwed up. Please get me off this planet.
What? What, are we still worried that the Jews is gonna take over? Oh God,
no, that's like a huge thing. Like I can't believe it's come up in right politics, like far right politics and far left politics, like the anti-Semitism, and
it's
like the
really
fear of Zionism on both sides.
You know what's really confusing about that whole afraid of Jews thing in the far right is the whole like, oh, we need the Jews because the end of the world can't happen without the Jews. I'm like, what?
Oh my God,
wrong
that
with
thing!
people?
Oh my God, yeah, the first temple. Oh my God!
What are those guys called? There were a lot of them in the Bush administration.
Like yeah. The oh God, what were they? The New Covenant.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And like, I mean,
good fucking God.
When people associate Jews with leftist politics, it makes me laugh because you go over to Israel, which is fairly progressive, but it's ran by like right-wing ideologues, you know.
Right-wing Jewish people, like you know, like straight up
in every political like facet. Like to assume one party is just a little bit more vocal about it, but believe me, like there's loads of anti-Semitism to go around. It's disgusting and it's weird. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, because you're just sort of like, what? How are Jews genetically inferior yet control everything? You know, like
they used to be really good at basketball. They used to be the best basketball players.
Well, like one of the guys I'm trying to get on the podcast is a guy who's made a study of anti-Semitism.
That's
like
fascinating.
Yeah. And he's basically, he was the first one to agree. Like, he's the one that I keep going to when I'm like, am I crazy? Or is this just the Aryan Nation fucking pulling shit again? And he's like, yeah. That's them. Here, let me show you how that is them. And I'm like, oh shit. Real? Yeah. I really want him on because like, it's one of those things where, like, he was the first one who's like, no, be careful. The alt-right's actually legitimately Nazis.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, white nationalists, like straight up those guys are behind this.
Anybody that was like sort of leaning towards the alt-right because they were kind of conservative or they were just sick of the left parties that were like leaning towards the right. And then they found out, oh, wait, there's a bunch of fucking Nazis here.
Yeah.
But that reminds me, like when I was hanging out with Dick Van Dyke, and I know that sounds crazy, but Dick Van Dyke had this like film. He had this film festival at the school I was attending, right?
Okay.
Dick Van Dyke, who's very spry at almost 90, right?
Okay.
I was like hanging out with him, and I was asking him a few questions. I said, "Hey, Dick, man, what are some things that really annoy you?" Because I just told him about the ATVs and girls and stuff. but he said the two things that annoy him the most are tight shoes and anti-Semites.
Did you know that the guy who made Sea Monkeys was a really big anti-Semite?
That doesn't surprise me.
You know what might surprise you?
What's that?
He's also Jewish.
That doesn't surprise me.
There's a lot of self-hating Jews out there.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah.
Henry Ford was an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty anti-Semitic. But even he believed in the honest wage.
Yes.
You know, like it's so weird. Like so many of these things, it's like I kind of gotta agree with Rick from Rick and Morty. He's like, yeah, what about the reality where Hitler won World War II but cured cancer? You don't think about it, Morty. It's just too much.
There's silver linings. People don't want to admit that silver linings exist.
Yeah, well, it's like they either ignore the fact that they exist or they insist they exist where they don't.
Yeah,
you know, like it's some sort of dodge that just can be. Most people use things as dodges. you know, and I think that's what really pisses me off, because to me, the greatest tool for detecting bullshit is legitimate skepticism. You know, but skepticism to me is, all right, prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, that's generally what skepticism is.
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't believe in being part of a skeptic community, because I find the idea of a skeptic community to be kind of ridiculous.
Skepticism isn't something, it's a practice. It's like,
yeah.
It's like the circumcision community. That's
yeah. That doesn't really wash.
You know, yeah, whatever. Which, by the way, I'm anti-circumcision. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of circumcision. Yeah. I am pro learning to wash your cock.
Yeah.
That's what I'm pro.
I'm anti hurting babies.
Yeah.
I'm anti the idea that there's something that was done to me at one point that maybe made sex less pleasurable. You know?
That's what I tell.
I'm going to stay out of this discussion because I don't have a penis. So.
Well, no. I'm against circumcision for anybody. If you get my drift.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The female one is very brutal. The man is supposed to be simply because it's supposed to be cleaner. They say that.
Oh no! It's actually worse. It's to stop kids from masturbating.
It's fashion too.
It's just everyone just does it now because they have done it, but the whole reason that people did it back when it became a thing,
it's the same reason,
was to stop kids from fucking jerking off. That's why.
There's a lot of crazy things.
You know, like fucking. Actually, do you know who is the biggest proponent of male circumcision?
No idea.
Kellogg.
I was gonna say without hats.
No, it's Kellogg.
You know, because cornflakes.
Kellogg's cornflakes. Yeah. Here's the thing that you gotta understand about most of the dumb shit in our culture. Most of the dumb shit in our culture exists solely because of advertising, and circumcision is no different. The whole falsehood of circumcision being better for you was an effort by Kellogg. It was total marketing bullshit. And you're like, wait, what? Yes.
Marketing is just a lie with a dollar sign at the end.
It is. It absolutely is. Like, how to put it? Like, South Park nailed it, which is, don't listen to the ad, Jimmy. All lies ad, and all ads deceive. You know, it's like, yeah, no, totally, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I knew that the first time I paid real close attention to an ad for something I wanted at a young age, got the item, saw it was shit.
Yeah.
And I think it might have been Captain Crunch. I was sold on Captain Crunch very early, and it bit me.
You know what? One of the things,
like, fuck this shit.
you want to know what pisses me off, and this is something that happens in the gender argument a lot. And it pisses me off to no end. Which is, you ever notice how people really get upset at, like, female depictions in art, video games, and comics, but they don't get mad at where it actually comes from, which is ads?
Yeah.
They do
actually get mad when women are in ads, though.
Yeah, but no one does anything about it. No one cares.
Well, no, there was an advertising campaign for like some sort of maybe it was a gym or some sort of health product or whatever.
Yeah.
And in Britain, and a bunch of feminists managed to make a campaign to get rid of this advertisement, which had a very svelte woman in a bikini. And it said, "Is your body beach ready?" or whatever it was.
Oh yeah.
They do stuff
but
like
that's
that. They do get upset.
Oh yeah. But the other thing, that's just an egregious example. The real pernicious shit is every day. Nobody pays attention to it.
No,
nobody pays attention to it.
Now I
ever.
haven't seen I don't watch television, and I certainly I watch Game of Thrones.
Oh, you don't have to watch. You don't even have to. You don't have to.
I don't see a lot of it.
You don't have to. Just watch people. Just watch people, and you'll see the effect. You know, like here. Let's have a good one. All right, a duck is squawking. What did y'all just think of? If I say an advertisement where a duck squawks.
Oh,
Affleck.
Exactly.
Yeah, Gilbert Godfrey, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You know, talking gecko.
That was Geico, right? Right, Geico.
Yep. Yeah,
like-
exactly.
I like
Maybe
to
you
Didn't even need to-
curlers in your hair.
Yep.
Yeah, I do that shit, man.
Yeah. That's how powerful
My
advertisement
hair
is.
never gets that long, so.
Yeah. Like Cosmo. I love Cosmo. Cosmo is my favorite fucking source of constant bullshit. Bullshit. Everything in it is bullshit. It's amazing.
Just read Cosmo out loud. That's all you ever need to know about.
Yeah. The ironic thing is Teen Cosmo is actually a lot better than regular Cosmo.
Oh, like
I
Teen
couldn't
Vogue?
believe it. Yeah, like Teen Vogue. You're just
Teen
like,
Vogue.
what?
Teen Vogue has gone political in past.
Teen
2
Vogue
years.
is like, you're just like, what the fuck?
And it's nutty. It's
Okay.
nutty.
But here's the thing. Always beware. Because politics is just advertisement for the government.
Oh, somebody in the chat says it wants to know how Kellogg was responsible for circumcision. That's because Kellogg was part of a movement in the late Victorian, post early Edwardian period of America, where masturbation was seen as, and sex in general was seen as kind of a taboo subject, and masturbation was seen as things, but it was gross or whatever. But they did all kinds of things. Like graham crackers were invented for the very same reason, because the idea was like spicy food would make you want to fuck.
He literally,
Bland
he
food.
literally created cornflakes to stop you from masturbating.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Cornflakes are only good
The
when they're
temperance
covered in
movement.
If you read a book,
Yeah.
There's a really funny book called The Road to Wellsville. They actually made a movie about it too.
Yeah.
That is pretty much all you need to know. But
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
funny thing is, the electric vibrator was invented in this same period.
Mhm.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
That's because people thought our wombs wandered, and that's what made us hysterical.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, water therapy, all that shit that was going on, where it's like, oh, women are hysterical, but what it really is being a woman sucked, and being a woman sucked, and being sexually unsatisfied sucks. So you take both those two things together. Now, if you're a woman, things really super fucking suck. You know, it's like, do you think people who are experiencing that kind of fucking shit are going to be a little, I don't know, stressed out? Yeah, probably. And so they were. And yeah, like, if you think of there are two people who are most responsible for what we think of as women's problems. One is Sigmund Freud. The other is Kellogg.
Yep.
These two assholes. And it really is, when you get down to it, these two assholes. You know, I don't know how else to say it. You will not believe how many things you have come to know and believe that aren't true just come down to these couple of assholes over here. Great example. Crossing signs. Why do they suck? Why are they bad? Well, because of these two fucking assholes who basically decided that we needed to treat the roads as if they belonged to cars, not as if they were ways for people to get from point A to point B.
Oh, that's pedestrian propaganda, Jack.
Yeah. But in fact, the opposite was true. It was anti-pedestrian propaganda.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is why a lot of places will have roads but don't have sidewalks.
Right.
Yeah.
How often have you been in a fucking place that didn't have a fucking sidewalk?
And a lot of that has to
pretty
do
common.
With, a lot of that has to do with cars would often take more room, so whenever they built the roads out, they didn't have room for sidewalks.
Yeah. But foot traffic, what's that? Who cares about that? Also, here's the thing. This is another people are assholes kind of thing. All right. So, Taiwan Type A specifically used to have some of the worst traffic accidents ever. And then someone came up with a very novel solution. You want to know what it was?
Alcohol.
No, it wasn't alcohol. The novel solution,
Yes.
90-second stop lights. 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Rather than the 30 or 40-second stoplight, the 90-second stoplight keeps traffic moving much more efficiently. Because you learn that as you're approaching the light, if it's green up when you reach the block, you're gonna cross the street. You're gonna cross to the next one. So, but you learn to look 2 or 3 lights down the street to the point where you're like, oh, if I just crossed into this one, oh, that one is turning yellow. Okay. But the countdown isn't for the pedestrians. The countdown is for the red light. You get a red light and it's like 90, 89, 88, 87, 86, 80, and it counts down. And then so you're just like, all right, it's going to be here for a few seconds. So they eliminated their traffic problem this way. They eliminated they practically eliminated the accident problem. They went from one of the worst fucking rates of traffic accidents to one of the best. All because traffic lights are 90 seconds. And the red light counts down. And you think about it and you're like, yeah, I would fucking feel a lot better if that fucking red light had a countdown, wouldn't I? You're just like, all right, I know how long I'm going to be here, as opposed to some amount of time. You know, because who knows when that is, right? That could be an hour. You could be in this intersection for an hour. Oh my God. Because that's the way your brain deals with shit. But if it knows when it's supposed to happen, it chills out just automatically. Yeah. Don't even need to think about it. You know, it's the same thing with the progress bar. It's always better to have the progress bar than to not have it. And I have gotten into tons of arguments with people who are like, yeah, but the progress bar itself takes up cycles, meaning processor time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but you gotta have it.
Anything, though.
Yeah, but nobody cares. You would rather know how much time you've got.
Exactly. And
you
need to know that stuff is actually moving.
Mm-hmm.
You have to know that stuff is. There's nothing worse than a loading screen that just says loading with a static screen.
Correct.
I hated that shit in the PlayStation.
Correct.
See that? You'd be like, okay, did it fucking lock up?
Yeah, you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
You know, you needed to know whether or not that shit was still live.
Oh, dude.
You know?
I hate fucking static loading screens. I need something.
Yeah.
I need some stupid tips that teach me how to play the game, even though
Oh my God. Actually, my favorite.
See something you go, wait, I could just hit Alt-T to do that? Fuck. Been waiting
I love.
clicks.
Me and my brother do similar things. Like, I do this with movies, and he does this with video games. Like, when we watch a movie, I'm the guy who's like, hide that cut. You know? But, you know, especially in, like, found footage movies, it's like, hide that cut. You know? But my brother, it's hide that loading screen.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Because he can detect when the loading screen happens. Because you're like, man, there's no loading screen in this game. No, there's a loading screen. You just didn't notice it. You know, but they still have to use them. But my brother's really good at seeing it. He God, what were we playing?
Are you stepping into an elevator? Loading screen.
Yeah. Are you stepping into an elevator? Loading screen. Are you walking through a door? Loading screen. Are you getting into a car? Loading screen. You know, like you just don't notice that shit.
Exposition. Loading screen.
Loading screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. All that shit. A lot of that's to hide loading screens, and there's nothing wrong with it as long as it works.
Right. I mean, if you don't notice it, then it's really good.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
It's to hide. Well, I mean, that's the thing with like when you're making a video game, you got to hide the seams. You got to make it seem as immersive as possible, and if there's nothing that takes you out of the experience quite as much as a progress.
Right. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's why. I like, but I'll tell you something. When I'm playing like role-playing games and shit, I want an XP bar. If you don't have a fucking XP bar, fuck you, dude. I don't want to do math.
Yeah.
I need a fucking XP bar.
I want that damn XP bar.
If I have a button to show me the XP, that's all I'm asking. If just a button that will show me the XP bar, because you can hide it normally. If you don't want people to see the seams, but I want to see that motherfucking XP bar, and maybe a gold bar. Maybe I can set, hey, this is my goal. I want to buy this machine gun. I need a progress bar for that purchase. I'm that guy. I need that.
So you're a Skinner box type of guy.
No, I'm very well. I game master a lot of role playing games, and I'm around a lot of players. So I figured out how to manipulate experience systems and that thing to make it like responsive. Because it's with video games, it's a visual thing. You have to have it because it's a visual medium. It's best to have it as a visual thing. Whereas, like if you're playing like a role playing game, it's best to have something that someone can touch. Like you give them gems or something, or you give them marbles.
Right.
Oh yeah, once you get 10 marbles, you can level up. Oh shit, I got 5 marbles.
Yeah.
You know?
Points.
Do you do any tabletop?
Oh yeah, I do loads. I do like 2 games a week, man. I got a D&D game I play in, and then I got a Pathfinder game, and later this year when winter comes, it's going to be a Song of Ice and Fire RPG. Oh yeah.
Oh nice.
I suddenly want to move in with you.
Yeah, well, I do have. The crazy thing is, I have a waiting list, and yes, I am going to Gen Con this year. That's not next week, but the week after. So
Nice.
If anybody wants to see me there, I will be one of the many nerds playing at the Game of Thrones card game tournament on 3 days. All right, representing Night's Watch. So if you have any hate for them, fuck you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I've
I
never
wasn't
watched
into
the show,
Game of
but I've
Thrones
read
like
the
2
books.
years ago. I wasn't even into Game of Thrones. I read the first book in '96. I was like, man, this would make a great.
I remember that. Yeah. Fucking read Game of Thrones. You're like, man, can't wait for the next one.
Yeah,
You're like Clash of Kings, and you're like, oh man, this is awesome.
I've never read a Game of Thrones book, and I have not watched the television series at all.
I have not watched the television series, but I've read the books, and the books are awesome, and I'm in love with Tyrion. You know,
Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion Lannister's great. Yeah.
I love Tyrion, and I want Arya on the Iron Throne. All of you who want Daenerys, just forget you. I want Arya.
Well, it depends on what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
Who knows what they're gonna do?
Yeah.
I still am working on those damn Shadowrun rules. Let me tell you. What is, dude? Razor, what is wrong with me?
I don't know what's wrong with you. What version of Shadowrun are they running now? I don't even know.
5. They're running like 5. Now here's the problem with 5. I hate it. Like I hate it. I looked at that, took one look at that system, and I went, no, I'm not doing this. What the fuck is going on? Talk about a fucking game that was designed to fit the system concept.
If you boys will excuse me for the moment, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Go for it.
Sounds like 4th edition D&D. That seemed like it was a game.
Oh god, 4th edition. And
I'm not going to talk shit about it, but no one would play it with me, so I never got a game it.
Here's the problem with 4th edition. 4th edition was possibly the best at creating characters really, really super fast, right? It was awesome for that. But 4th edition, the people who created it looked at 3rd and earlier editions, right? And they looked and they said, we're going to shit all over that. We're going to shit all over all of that shit, right? And that's the real problem. If they hadn't done that, if they hadn't vocally said, we're going to be as different from this as possible while still being D&D, 4th edition probably wouldn't have gotten the hate that it got. But the problem with 4th edition was simply that when it was created, these people were like, we're going to take all of those things that were considered to be D&D and we're going to shit all over them. You know?
Well, they created their biggest competition because they screwed the guys. They screwed the guys Paizo doing Dragon.
Pathfinder is amazing. Yes.
That was the dumbest decision they ever did. Not 4th edition, but treating Paizo like shit and getting rid of Dragon.
Yeah, getting rid of Dragon Magazine was really dumb.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm really glad that Pathfinder was like, no, fuck you, we make D&D now. Fuck you.
And
they were the most sold RPG for like 4 years.
Pathfinder is like taking D&D to the cleaners.
I'm telling you right now, as a person that is playing both games right now, I am super bored with 5th edition D&D, and I love Pathfinder. And Starfinder's coming out at Gen Con. I'm grabbing a fucking book. Everybody can lick my turd cutter because I'm gonna because I hate Star Wars, but I love space operas. I'm gonna run.
You hate Star Wars?
Fucking dude! Oh,
how the fuck can you hate Star Wars? All right, no, we're doing this. We're doing this. Why do you hate Star Wars?
Wait.
Okay.
Why is hating Star Wars a bad thing? I'm not like the best Star Wars fan ever.
No. There's a difference between. All right. Why do you hate Star Wars? Make it quick.
Star Wars to me are 3 really good movies, and 2 or 3 bad movies, and I'm talking about the Ewok movies.
Okay, all right. Like,
lots of bad video games, and shit, bad books, expanded universe shit. Don't care about it. To me, it was 3 films.
Right. Yeah. No. I'm the same way, but that doesn't mean you hate Star Wars.
No.
That means you hate expanded universe shit.
No. I hate everything about Star Wars except the first 3 movies.
Yeah.
I hate everything about Star Wars. I hate that people take it super serious. All right. I hate that people like actually talk about the deep philosophy of Star Wars, and it's like,
it's pretty simple actually. It's a pretty simple
really
philosophy.
Simple. It's like, oh yeah, you read Joseph Campbell. It's like, yeah, you don't need to read Joseph Campbell to understand Star Wars. You have to be 5 years old basically to understand Star Wars.
Yeah.
They're the first 3 movies are fun. In fact, Return of the Jedi is my favorite out of them. Okay.
Despite the fact God Ewoks.
I like the Ewoks.
What's wrong with
I like it when
the magical caravan? What's wrong with
the
Ewok movies, man?
The Caravan of Courage.
Caravan of Courage, man. What's wrong with that? You like Ewoks so much, try to marry them.
Sindel. Sorry, anyway.
They're definitely made for TV movies, and they have the budget made for TV movies.
That's certainly true.
Like Star Wars movies at all.
No.
Oh.
No, they
At
don't.
least they're not the Christmas special.
I don't have a problem with the Christmas special either.
In the Ewok movies, they just flat out have magic, man.
Okay.
They just flat out have magic.
Here's the thing I hate about this is the first thing that annoyed me about Star Wars when I was a kid, and everybody had a hard on for Boba Fett, and I didn't understand it because Boba Fett is like a character who's barely there, and he gets killed by a guy who's blinded.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't understand people who think Han Solo is the coolest character of them all because Han Solo has the dumbest arc. His arc ends in the 2nd movie. You know?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. He totally does.
It doesn't.
The only thing he accomplishes in the 3rd movie is kissing Princess Leia. All right.
Yeah, that's a big deal for him.
The reason why Han Solo is so cool is because Harrison Ford is sexy.
Right? Yeah, it's because
he's
sexy.
He was, yeah.
He still is. I'm sorry.
Sorry, he's not that interesting. All right.
Han Solo's not interesting. Han Solo's plenty interesting. Babe. Yeah, motherfucker here says Han Solo is not interesting. What do you say to that?
They're wrong.
Okay, she says you're wrong.
Okay,
denied.
Han Solo's for the chicks, all right? I admit this, all right?
All right.
Okay. The other thing is when people say, oh, Luke Skywalker's a whiny bitch. Of course he's a whiny bitch because he's a farm boy. He has to grow as a character. What don't people get about this? I hate
But fucking, I have to go down to Taji Station to pick up more power converters.
That way, you fucks, you know? Like, Like that's the thing I hate about Star Wars is the people that really love it don't understand it. They don't understand.
I don't know if that's true.
No, they
but then
don't
again, I
understand.
don't know if I care.
Yeah,
Right.
that's,
Like
That's
to
also
me,
that.
it's like, well, there are these 3 great movies.
yeah.
There were 3 really shitty ones. There was a bunch of other stuff I didn't care about, and then there were 2 decent movies.
And there were a few decent video games. I won't
Few,
lie.
they're
The
few.
Atari 2600 game was kind of fun.
Well, like to me, it was all about like Dark Forces.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, Dark Forces was great.
Dark Forces.
Fucking the
TIE
original
Fighter, man. TIE Fighter.
TIE Fighter was pretty fun. Fucking the original Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah, TIE Fighter was good, but like Origin Systems did a much better game called Wing Commander.
Fuck Wing Commander.
Oh.
Fuck Wing Commander.
No, the number one
Fuck
problem
that
with the
game.
Star Wars movies is the fans who take it too seriously.
Well, no, that's
Well, that's the number one
even it.
problem with everything.
That's not even it. You get that with anything. The thing I hate about Star Wars is that it's 3 movies. They practically ruined science fiction in movies.
Oh,
How?
Ooh, that's a
How?
That's a bold claim.
Oh my God, are you gonna give me that hard science fiction bullshit?
No,
you
I'm not
gonna
even
give
gonna
me
get
that?
Yeah.
All right, all
Okay.
right.
I think how Dune would have been if it wasn't for Star Wars.
Well,
That-
if
that Dune
Dune
movie.
hadn't, well, no, that's not the real question. The real question is, imagine what Dune would have been like if Jodorowsky had actually been allowed to film it.
Oh, that's the other question.
That's
but
the
I'm just
real
saying,
question.
if-
No other question matters after that. Trust me, no other question matters.
I'm of the camp that you cannot make a Dune movie.
I am of the camp that you
Never
could
good.
totally make a Dune movie, but not if you stick to the book, because the
Yeah.
book is not a novel.
No, the book is like a treatise.
Yeah, the book Dune is a holy text that exists within the universe that it's describing.
Absolutely.
It's basically Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
You know,
If I'm hanging out with someone and they make a Dune reference, we're friends for life. That's how I am. Okay. Love Dune like some people like Star
Yeah.
Wars.
well,
okay?
I remember when I first went to Burning Man. Speaking of Dune quotes, like I went up, had my fucking breather on and my fucking like goggles, got my stick. I'm all fucking covered in dust. You know, this is before anything's set up, and I just walk up to my friend. You know, he who controls the spice, Worms controls the spice. He who controls the spice controls the universe. Dude's like, I control the universe.
Yep.
I
I have an interesting story around Dune quote. I had a friend who was afraid of peanut butter cookies.
Why?
Okay, the place we go to, they would have Reese's peanut butter cookies, and they would have chocolate chip cookies, and sometimes they have M&Ms in it. And he didn't want to bite into a peanut one. He said it would ruin his fucking day. And I held up this fucking cookie in front of him, and he says, "You know what this is?" And he says, "I don't know what that is." I said, "This is your Gom Jabbar.
What?
This is your Gom Jabbar, man. This is your test." I said, "Look at this cookie, smell this cookie, trust your senses, stop being a fucking animal and be a human being." He took a bite of the cookie. "Oh, it's not a peanut butter cookie. Yeah, calm down, dude. It's just a cookie."
Oh,
He took
man.
it real seriously when I said this cookie is your Gom Jabbar. He took the test.
I'm supposed to remind you something about the Friar.
Oh, we were going to have Alex on in a little bit. Yeah. Oh, someone mentioned Metabarons. Here's the thing about Metabarons. As a comic, I kind of like it. Jodorowsky does have this one problem, though, which is he's always telling the story of gods. And in a modern literary context, that's kind of not as satisfying. You know, I had the same problem with the White Llama. Which is about a white guy who is the Dalai Lama. It's like, okay, he's a Dalai Lama. He brings a new age to the planet. Okay. And
Well, that's pretty.
Yeah,
epic.
It is. But the problem is, if you see that unfold as a movie, it'd be amazing.
Yeah.
But watching it unfold as a graphic novel is a little torturous.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way with Meta Barons, where it's just sort of like, this is actually really cool. If you made a movie of this and didn't let it turn into Valerian.
Oh no, dude.
This would be great.
You wounded me there.
This would be great. This would be fantastic. You know, give it a little bit of that movie oomph, and it fucking works. But the problem I have with the Meta Barons RPG is this. All right. Tell me in one sentence, what that game is. Exactly. You can't. Like, people are like, well, what about Shadowrun? That one's really complex. And I'm like, no, that one's real easy.
That's super. I can
It's super easy. Elves with machine guns.
Yeah.
Elves with machine guns on motorcycles. That's Shadowrun. Okay, bam, done. Everything else, it's like, if you aren't on board with elves with machine guns on motorcycles, there's nothing I can do for you. You know? But
dragons running corporations.
Yeah, dragons running corporations, fucking sewers with ghouls and vampires in them, just because, you know, fucking orcs obsessed with samurai culture, you know, like all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, but it really is the elves with machine guns on motorcycles. That's Shadowrun in a nutshell. And, dude, you could sell people on that concept.
Right.
Fuck yeah. But Meta Barons is like, okay, like, listen to this. It's basically a soap opera with godlike beings in space. That's what Meta Barons is. So it's basically Amber. And we all know how successful the Amber role-playing games were and how fun those were. Which is, they weren't fun at all.
I don't know. They're kind of stupidly brilliant.
Yeah, but I don't know how to say it other than I wouldn't call that Amber role-playing game a game. You know, I wouldn't call that a game because it's like, oh, there's no randomness. And I'm like, well, then there's no game. Well, then you're outbidding people. And I'm like, I don't need to play Stock Market the Game as if it's an action-adventure serial. That sounds like ass. That sounds awful. And the problem is, that's exactly what it is. Everything's a bidding system, so instead of, I hit you with my sword, I miss, I swing, I parry, I riposte.
That Star Trek. I bet 5,000 Quaaludes on the man.
Yeah. But it's just that for like 4 hours every week.
Yeah, fuck that.
Like, it's not fun. Like, at some point, someone's gonna go like, can I just play like an elf fighter and hit an orc?
Well, the Amber role-playing system's problem was simply this. At the beginning, for those of you who are not familiar with the Amber role-playing system, at the beginning, you bought your stats in a freaking god damn it, what the hell is that called again?
An auction.
Bidding system.
Auction, yes, in an auction.
Yeah.
You bought them in an auction, and when you got it, it's really stupid because it doesn't work like a regular auction. When you spend the points in the auction, you spend the points no matter whether you win the auction or not. So
yeah,
the only person who gets first place in the stat is the person who spent the most points. And then everybody is at first, second, third, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can never, if somebody gets first place in a particular stat, they are best at that stat permanently.
Yeah.
For the rest of the game.
That doesn't sound fair.
The only way you can even be close to that person is if you buy up secretly, right? So you can be like slightly less than half as good as that person, right?
Is there a girth stat? Because that's the one I'm saving my points for.
And then just like, it's like, basically what it boils down to is, in this situation, is this stat the most important? If it is, then I win because I had the best version of that stat, you know?
Yeah.
That's pretty lame. That's pretty lame. I used to not like rolling for hit points or like stats for the longest time. But now, like, I prefer that bit of chaos. You know what I mean? I didn't like point buy is the way I did everything in 3rd edition D&D and whatnot, and that era. I like that order, but now I'm just all about the chaos, man. I want to see a guy with a stat of 4 or something, you know, just. I want a barbarian named Krylon the Retarded. You know, that's what I want. You know.
Okay. Remember, all right. So this cover right here, this was a cover to a Shadowrun supplement called Demilitarized Zone. But to me, it has always stood for everything that is Shadowrun. Look at that. It's elves on motorcycles with submachine guns. What else do you fucking need? Like, there's way more to this setting, but that's your in. I am driving an Akira bike with a hot elf chick on the back. She's got a spell in one hand and Uzi in the other. Some guy's blowing up in the background, obviously because we did something. There is a dead fucking Ort Ghoul with half his arm fucking taken off in the super foreground, and we're fucking skidding around like it's fucking Akira, and we're making a turn. That cover sells it. It's everything you need.
Role-playing games are getting back to that
They
style.
fucking better, because that's what made it awesome.
Because
Sorry, what's XX? What's this all about? They're talking about XX in the chat.
Is SJW pandering bullshit?
It better not be
What
the
the
X
fuck?
card. We were talking about
What
role-playing.
the fuck are they talking about? Double X is SJ. What the fuck? What are we even talking about with XX was garbage? What the fuck are we even talking about? A movie that a lot like XX, that meaning shorts. What? Oh! There's a horror anthology movie called XX.
XX.
Yeah, like, here's the problem. None of
X.
Yeah. It was supposed to be XX because the idea was it was a horror anthology that was all done by female directors. That was the selling point. Here's the problem. None of the people who started the project are involved in the final movie.
That doesn't sound like a good idea.
And one of those it was a dumpster fire, because it's like none of these shorts are bad, but one of the big problems is one of them you wouldn't call horror. There's only one that you would call a horror short, you know, and because, like, the original idea behind Double X was the Soska sisters were going to do an anthology thing, and they were going to be the Crypt Keepers. So, like, you're going to go into, like, there's going to be, like, you're going to get, so, like, in Creepshow, how you have that beginning, which is, like, comic books, you're wasting your mind reading this crap. You know, it was going to be
like a vignette sort of thing.
Well, it was, it was going to be, they were going to be in a vignette, and they were going to be these two fucking demon chicks that ran a strip club kind of thing. And each story was, like, kind of supposed to be about one of the girls at the strip club, or told to you by one of them. And, like, that's the general gist. It was going to be, they hadn't settled on anything yet, but that was, like, an idea that they had floated around. That idea sounded amazing. You know, that sounded like that was going to be great, because you're like, oh yeah, like, no, let's just, yes, let us explore, you know, the for lack of a better way of putting it, let us explore woman's world and show it for all the horror that it is, you know, because people, yeah, it's a great idea. But by the time they actually made it, the only thing that was left was the title. Like, the Soska sisters weren't involved anymore. None of the 3 original directors were involved anymore. They had all left because they either had other shit that they needed to do, or they just couldn't pull it together, or people did lost interest. Like, some people, like, got hired onto, like, Daredevil and shit, and they're like, well, I could fucking do this, or I could, you know, work on Daredevil, Luke Cage, you know, like, what am I hanging around here for? Shit, you know, like, if they're willing to pay me Netflix Marvel show money, fuck this place, you know, like that kind of stuff was going on.
It's a shame, because, you know, if anybody has horror stories, it's fucking strippers, man. Strippers got
Oh,
some
yeah.
stories.
Well, like that was one of the things that made me mad about Jennifer's Body, because one of the people who wrote it was Diablo Cody, and Diablo Cody she was a stripper.
Yeah.
Most people knew her as having written Juno, but that was because it was semi-autobiographical. Like she had been a very young pregnant mother. That's how she's able to write that.
I'm not too impressed with her work in general, though.
Well, here's the problem.
Good things that I like.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with Diablo Cody's work is you can't really judge it for the simple reason that she's a writer, not a director.
Yeah.
So the script for Juno is obviously good because they filmed it. They filmed a lot. It was a big dialogue movie, and people like the dialogue. Therefore, it's reasonable to say, okay, well, the writing is good. But then you get something like Jennifer's Body, where she literally wanted it to be a throwback to Night of the Demons with two chicks. Like that was the basic idea. It was like, all right, we're gonna do Night of the Demons, but it's actually gonna be about two friends who are fighting each other, and one of them's the hot chick. And it was kind of, for lack of a better way, apparently at one point, the idea was that Jennifer was a sympathetic character. We were gonna follow the hot chick.
Yeah.
And she was going to be the sympathetic character, and the other character was going to be the bitch. And I'm like, that sounds way more interesting.
Absolutely.
But the problem I have with the movie is the end of the movie is, how to put it, the thing that happens in the end credit sequence of that movie is more interesting than anything else that happens. Which is, you turned my friend into an evil demon. I'm going to kill you. What? Why wasn't that the movie? What were we fucking around for 90 minutes for? This is the movie. This is the movie.
I have a feeling.
Two girls get revenge on a really shitty rock band. Because how to put it? The whole joke of Jennifer's Body that gets missed because the rest of the movie is so awful is that it's a story of a rock band doing a satanic ritual in order to get fame. So it's like Black Roses and shit. But here's the problem. Here's the twist. The twist is it's an emo band. So it's immediately funny. Because you're like, what? A whiny emo band is going to do a satanic ritual?
The only thing that'd be better would be a barber quartet.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was she wanted to kind of make this kind of weird statement of like, God, you guys are lame. She's like, God, you guys are lame. Like, what the fuck? Like, if Alice Cooper does something satanic, you feel the threat to society, for lack of a better way of putting it. You feel like, all right, I can see how people could be menaced by this. It's bullshit, but I could see it, But with emo, you're like, there's no threat whatsoever, and that was kind of the joke. So the idea was, okay, these two girls are involved in a satanic ritual by an emo band. One of them turns into a succubus. We follow her, and it's all about the friendship of these two girls. But it turns out that the hot chick's actually not evil. She's not bad. She's not the bad girl. The other one's the bad girl. The nerdy girl's the bad girl.
Yeah.
But they didn't, that was the first thing that they changed. And you're just sort of like, wait, you just ruined the movie.
Yeah,
you just fucking ruined the movie.
The worst thing you can do with a horror movie is play it safe.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, it's the worst thing you can do.
Horror's not meant to be safe.
No. The great thing about horror movies don't usually cost much to make, so you can afford to take risks. That's why they're great.
Yeah, one of my me and Horror Guru have had a lot of arguments about this, but it's one of those. All right, full disclosure, we actually both really like Jason Lives. We both like that movie. Jesus. But my opinion of that movie is that movie got butchered.
Part 6.
Yeah, part 6.
Right. Okay.
This is when Tommy Jarvis comes back and is the guy from Return of the Living Dead. Jason is a zombie, and like,
there's a lot of potential in that movie.
It's really what defined. Honestly, I feel like part six is really what completely cemented Jason's, what he is.
Yeah. He's what most people now think of when they think of Jason Voorhees.
Right.
And of course in 7, the next one, the one where he fights Carrie, that's the first appearance of Kane Hodder as Jason. And he was Jason until Freddy versus Jason, actually. I forget who they got to play the Jason and Freddy versus Jason. I forget that guy's name.
Oh, he was in part 8.
No.
They had him fight the guy.
Ken Kersinger.
Right. They
Ted
had him
Kersinger?
fight him in part 8 he was like a diner guy, and
no. Ted Kersinger is the guy who plays Jason in 6.
Yeah, I just googled it. Freddy versus Jason. Jason Voorhees played by Ken Kersinger.
Ken Kersinger. Oh, okay. All right. Never mind.
Yeah,
they went with Ken. Okay.
I've never seen Freddy versus Jason sober.
Yeah.
It's great.
I've never seen it.
That
sober.
movie's awesome.
That
movie's awesome.
Always high as fuck.
Yeah.
High as fuck when that, because that's when I'm like, yeah, that's like a movie that gets me giggling.
Mike, the great thing about Freddy versus Jason, or is it Jason versus Freddy? It's Freddy versus Jason, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Freddy versus Jason.
The great thing about Freddy versus Jason is how the survivor kids all become basically the Scooby Gang, and they just randomly figure out what's going on in the middle of the movie. Nobody tells them; they just fucking figure it out.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I haven't seen any Friday the 13th beyond the first one. I've seen all the Freddy movies though.
Oh,
and
yeah. What's your favorite Freddy movie?
I actually
is it the one with Dawkins in it?
No, I actually kind of liked The Dream Child in some ways. Some ways I hated it.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know. Yeah.
I'll say this: Dream Child's better than Freddy's Dead.
God.
Well, but here's the thing. I don't feel like there is a bad Nightmare on Elm Street, like legitimately bad Nightmare on Elm Street movie. Yeah. They're all decent. It's just that the problem with Freddy's Dead is you're like, we're going to end on this note, really? Well, all right. It's kind of a step down. The problem is, yeah, fucking Dream Warriors. Dream Warriors is amazing.
Right.
Dream Warriors is really super fucking good. Yeah. But yeah, like, but fucking Friday the 13th is a little bit more hit or miss. Especially, okay, number 1, good. Number 2, pretty good. 3, good and stupid. 4, amazing.
Right.
5, what?
Yeah. Hey,
like,
I'm
what?
I think they made up for it with New Nightmare, though. New Nightmare is probably my second favorite.
New Nightmare was awesome. Well, that's a Freddy movie.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's a bad Freddy movie.
Yeah.
But there have been bad Jason movies. There have been bad Friday the 13th movies.
But I even like the bad Friday the 13th movie, except for 9. 9 is...
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, but let me put it this way. As much as anyone might not like Freddy's Dead, that movie is not as awful as Jason Goes to Hell. Jason Goes to Hell is fucking unforgivably bad.
I'd rather watch Freddy's
because Jason's barely in it.
Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yeah, it's the very definition of, wait, I thought this was a Friday the 13th movie. What's going on? Yeah, it's like, oh no, who's possessed by Jason now? I'm like, motherfucker, I don't give a shit. You're like, fucking get on with it. It's Jason Goes to Hell. Where's the hell?
Well, where's Jason? I mean, seriously.
Where's Jason? Everything. There's 2 things wrong with the title of that movie.
It's almost as bad as Jason Goes to Manhattan. Because where's fucking Manhattan?
Where's Manhattan? But at least there's Jason in that movie.
Right, exactly.
You don't decide that far into the sequels that you're going to make a movie that doesn't have the main character in it, you know?
Yeah, I really want that Friday the 13th game to make a Manhattan level.
Well, I mean,
Yes, I do too. Even a boat. A boat.
Jason Goes to Hell just fucking introduced all of this like background shit that was never in any of the other fucking movies.
I know, right?
The demon shit. It's like, where the fuck did this come from? You know?
Yeah, like we were all on board for Jason as zombie. Whatever, lightning strikes him, he reanimates. It worked for Frankenstein. Whatever. Like I was just kind of on board. I was like, how are they gonna get Jason back? And it's like he's struck by lightning. Bang! He's awake now, and I'm just sitting there. My fucking I think it was like 9 or 10 when that thing happened, and I'm just sitting there like, okay. Yeah, all right. I buy it. Lightning brings him back to life. Why the fuck not? Because apparently he held his breath for fucking 20 years. You know, so maybe he was always a zombie. Whatever, okay, sure.
That timeline's weird there, too.
Yeah, the timeline's weird, but
Super weird.
that fucking Jason Goes to Hell.
Yeah.
That
the less we say about
that
it,
was
the better.
awful.
I think honestly, if you're gonna do another Friday the 13th movie and put it in the original continuity, you have to go from 7, and then you just ignore anything that happened after that.
No. You got to keep 8.
You got to keep 8 in there.
You got to keep Manhattan.
I don't know, but like the end.
You got to keep
yes. 8 was like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah. No, but you got to keep it. Jason has to have gone to Manhattan.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. If he had just spent another 10 to 20 minutes in Manhattan, that movie would be fine.
I want a Jason X too.
Oh my God, yeah, Jason 11. Jason 11.
Jason 10-2.
Jason 10-2. Well, here's the thing. Jason X was originally envisioned as a trilogy.
Oh, see, there you go.
Because the writer was like, all right, here was my idea. Here's the idea that I pitched. And had we gotten the money to do Jason 11, then we would have done this. But it didn't make a lot at the box office, so there was no other sequel. The idea was in 11, it was going to be Uber Jason killing people on Planet Crystal Lake. On Planet Crystal Lake.
Great.
And in the climax, but the subplot was they were doing time travel experiments on that planet. So at the end, they throw Uber Jason into a time vortex, and he arrives in the middle of Friday the 13th, Part 4.
Okay.
I'm down. Let's get this.
Yeah. Basically, I think it was Part 4. Oh shit! Which one was it where he does the sleeping bag? Fuck.
That's Part 6.
That's part.
Yeah, I think it's part
that's right.
6.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it was that. It was that. Right after he kills those girls in the sleeping bag. That's
a great.
Yeah.
Kill.
That Jason turns around and Uber Jason is there, and they fucking lift their machetes.
Right.
Credits.
Right.
And then Friday the 13th, Part 13 was Uber Jason versus that Jason. And in the middle of that one, he was going to end up, Jason was going to finally actually go to hell. And then fucking David Cronenberg was going to be part of a government operation that summons Jason out of hell. And it's the beginning of Jason X.
Right.
So Jason is now caught in a time loop.
Right.
And that was going to be Friday the 13th, Part 13. Yeah. And that was going to be the Uber Jason trilogy.
I love schlock. Let's do it.
Oh my God. No, that was going to be amazing.
Honestly, I just want to see more versus movies. I want to see like Pinhead versus Chucky, or Michael Myers versus Jason, or all that shit. I love that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Dude, actually, Michael Myers versus Jason could be really cool. Like, I don't know if... Yeah, Michael Myers versus either Jason or Freddy would be pretty good. If you did it right, as long as it fucking wasn't like, oh God.
How about
sorry,
I'm just with this Pinhead versus Candyman.
Yeah. Pinhead versus Christian Grey. Please.
Oh.
Candyman versus Freddy, because how does that even fucking work?
Yeah, how would that even work?
That's the beauty of it. That you'd have so much fun just making that work.
Yeah.
No one would see it coming.
You know what? One of the biggest disappointments of this last year was actually something that should have been really cool, but was kind of Kayako versus Sadako.
That should have been a lot better than it was. It was so weird because like the majority of that movie is just fucking justifying the story's existence.
Right,
so
it was like the last 10 minutes that actually was the versus part, right?
Yeah. And it's like, oh, I'm kind of used to a certain level of bullshit, but I was like, dude, we're introducing too many characters that we don't care about. Like, could we simplify this journey? Like, why isn't it just someone brings the cursed fucking videotape into the goddamn house?
Right.
And now they've got a problem. And now these other characters start showing up, you know, like why wasn't the whole throw the video into the, you know, the video, throw the grudge into the well? Why wasn't that like the thing right before the client? Why was that after the climax? It like, why wasn't that the movie? You know, why wasn't that a major part of the movie? Like that should have been like, no, the last bit of the movie should have been the Sadako Kayako fucking monster taking over everything.
Right.
You know, like it should have just been taking over everything. There should have been, for lack of a better way of putting it, there should have been, I'm nationwide now, bitch. Like there should have been a moment like that. Right. Just adjusted for those two characters where so you could just be like, what? Because when they tried to make Sadako a fucking internet meme, that did not work.
Right.
So, okay, we're not going to internet meme this, but what if, you know, now when the next person gets the videotape instead of Sadako, it's the Grudge and Sadako that come out and fucking do shit. Why do we need to justify anything? Why did we need this complicated plot about like, oh, you're cursed by this one, maybe another curse can get rid of the curse? What? Like what? Fuck that! Like, and the funny thing is I actually love
stupidest fucking movie logic ever.
The thing is, I actually love the Exorcist characters, but they don't show up until the second reel. Right. And you're like, why didn't they show up? Why weren't they here from the beginning? They should have been here the entire time. You know what?
I mean, and the ending was just so fucking bizarre. I mean, don't
and at
get
the
me
very
wrong,
and you know what?
It was brilliant, but it was bizarre as fuck.
Yeah, like, well, I feel like this is where they should have ended it, which is at the end, they should have faced off against Tomie. Like, just Tomie shows up, you know, and just be like, they should have just created like horror Tokyo,
right?
You know. And just been like, yeah. This is a world in which the Grudge, the Ring, and Tomie all live here. On top of Uzumaki, you know, on top of the Spiral. Oh, shit. Fucking, yeah, let's do it. Let's just fucking do it. Make it the fucking Junji Ito universe. Why not? Junji Ito meets fucking Kuji Kurosawa? Awasara? Oh, fuck. What's that guy's? The guy who wrote The Ring. Who is not Junji Ito. But who did write what is that guy's name? Hold on. Sweet guy who wrote The Ring. Looking it up. Koji Suzuki. Yeah, Koji Suzuki. Real sweet guy. Yeah. Just fucking make it the Koji Suzuki fucking Junji Ito universe. You know, directed and brought to you by Takashi Miike. This would be the greatest thing ever. I want it now, Japan. Make it happen. Someone write a script, put it on fucking Takashi Miike's desk. He'll make it.
I want one of these Japanese horror movies where there's a no-nonsense dad that when they figure out they have got ghosts and whatnot, he just like hits them with the broom. He's like, God damn it, I hate these things when they're around.
Oh my God.
Like pets,
you ever seen,
you know?
Have you ever seen Evil Dead Trap?
No.
Oh my God. Evil Dead Trap is one of those. almost no one remembers Evil Dead Trap, but it was one of those like legendary fucking Japanese horror films, like the lost gem. There are a couple of these lost gem Japanese horror films. One is Sweet Home, another is Evil Dead Trap.
Oh, Sweet Home's great.
Fucking love Sweet Home. Yeah, that one's amazing. Like that one reminds me a lot of Burnt Offerings.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, with a much happier ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, Burnt Offerings has kind of a dark ending. It's like, no, you're here in this house to die. That's why you're here. Yeah. Oh shit. You know. But yeah, Evil Dead Trap was another one because Evil Dead Trap. Now, how to put it? What is Evil Dead Trap? It's Japanese Saw, but it was done like 10 years earlier. Yeah, Evil Dead Trap was made 20 years earlier. Evil Dead Trap was made in 88.
Oh, practical effects.
Oh, super practical. Yeah. You know, it's got a evil conjoined twin. It's got these long torture sequences. You know, it's pretty good. It was a pretty good fucking movie.
I want someone to make a movie out of the movie that was in Videodrome. Like the channel that he was watching.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, I want someone to actually like make that movie. And just release it on YouTube as like a 10-minute thing.
Raw Meat. There's something. Wait, what movie is this? Raw Meat, 1972. Beneath modern London, buried alive in its plague-ridden tunnels, lives a tribe of once humans. Neither men nor women. They are less than animals. They are the raw meat of the human race. Raw
Directed
meat.
by Ralph Bakshi.
Gary Sherman, apparently. Apparently, it's directed by Gary Sherman. Yeah. It's a family picture, you know. Oh my God, I'm just sort of like, I wonder if this is
the other day. So,
oh my fucking God. Oh wait, it's apparently also called Deathline.
Deathline.
The original title is Deathline.
Hmm.
What?
Sorry to change the subject, but somebody keeps mentioning a Dr. Wolfula. Is that an actual character or?
Yeah, Dr. Wolfula. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
He keeps suggesting you battle him and like count.
I don't know why would we do that? I don't
know
know how we would do that. Okay, so here's Dr. Wolfula. Dr. Wolfula.
Norman Bates.
Yeah,
oh my God!
Ones on here.
Well, to be totally honest, I think I might be under Dr. Wolfula's notice. You know, obviously, I think my show got better production value, but he's got like the 54,000 subscribers.
Right.
You know, his videos get hundreds of thousands of views, so obviously he's doing something right.
Okay, so he's a YouTuber.
Yeah, he's a YouTuber.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a guy I would really love to do something with is Dr. Sarcophagi.
Oh, that guy's great.
Dr. Sarcophagi is great. Yeah. But he's like an actual like television horror host. You know.
Yeah, they've also suggested you versus Svengoolie.
Svengoolie. Like, I think Svengoolie's way. I love Svengoolie, but I don't. Would he deign to even talk to me? Like, what?
Didn't I work with you once? That's what he'd say.
Yeah.
I worked with you.
Yeah. I mean, I love Svengoolie, but like, fucking, what?
I'm just watching the chat go by, you know.
Right.
I mean, I've got my.
Svengoolie awesome. I love him.
Yeah. He's great.
Yeah, but I'll say this about the Jason thing that you were talking about. If they kept him in space, we could have seen Jason versus Alien.
Yeah.
Or
geez,
Jason versus the Leprechaun in space.
Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Svengoolie. Shit, he's still going?
Fuck yeah, dude. He's still going. Yeah.
Oh my God. He's got to be like the longest running horror host ever at this point.
He was like a couple of years ago, he was like, I sleep in a coffin just in case. You know, it's like,
good
dude,
fucking
awesome.
God. You know, like,
well,
I just didn't realize.
Yeah.
Well, I know Elvira is, but no. I mean, like,
Elvira's still
doing her stuff, but like, Yeah. But I mean, like, but Elvira's show is not like Svengoolie Goolie's show is still on the air.
Yeah, his show's still going, which is surprising.
Yeah.
He's on Facebook. He's posting all the time on Facebook. So.
Yeah, I just like, wait, is show still on the air? I don't know any other horror still got a show on the air.
I would love to be in production of one of those shows with a horror movie host and show a movie and whatnot. I would love to do that. You know, I would probably handle it like Count Floyd from Second City TV.
Oh, I remember Count Floyd, yeah.
Hello, kids.
Hello, kids. I know it's Count Floyd show.
Count Floyd here. Reminding you to send $20 plus shipping.
Yeah.
For these 3D glasses. Boy, those chicks back in the 60s, whoa, they built them differently.
Yeah. Yeah.
3D House of Stewardesses. Yeah. Oh man.
Oh my God. I like God. There's this one actress who was in this one movie, and I will never get over her, and not in a good way. It was the girl from Nurse 3D. What's her fucking name? Paz de la Huerta. Paz de la Huerta is an awful actress. She is terrible. And I don't know how else to put it, but if you look at a picture of her and you're like, that girl's pretty hot, let me just tell you, that hotness does not very well transfer to motion pictures.
Oh, she's got some bad angles or something?
She is mostly bad angles.
Oh, no.
Imagine a person, like if you catch a still image of her, there's nothing like an actual like photograph. There's nothing wrong. But the more you put motion with those images, the more she looks like a mannequin. So at 30 frames a second, she's pretty fucking stiff. I can only imagine what live video of this woman must be like.
So there's the uncanny valley thing going on.
Yeah, let me put it this way. There is a cosplayer who did Nurse 3D. She already looks better. Just inherently. Like, Paz de la Huerta is just not good. And that movie doesn't know what it is. I thought there's a moment where you're just sort of like, is this a lesbian takedown of masculinity? Is this is this trying to, no, I know what this is. This is trying to be a John Waters movie and failing.
Oh no, there's nothing worse than that.
Yeah. It's being a John Waters movie and failing. And I was like, God damn it. If only there had been enough talent to go around, because like a fucking John Waters horror movie about a psychotic nurse that fucks people sounds amazing.
Yeah, it sounds right down my alley.
There's
nothing worse than when people fail at being subversive.
Oh my, yeah. Oh, it's really bad.
It's just so phony, and it's just it's disgusting.
Yeah, it's really bad. Like Nurse 3D is really bad. It's one of the worst movies I've ever watched. And the thing that's really sad is there are some moments where you're like, wow, if only this had been if only more of the movie was like this, it might have been salvageable.
That's how I feel like about every movie with Alan Rickman in it. If it didn't have Alan Rickman in it, I wouldn't be watching this. I'm talking about you, Quickly Down Under.
Oh God, that movie is awful.
Oh, Quickly Down Under.
Quickly Down Under. Really? Oh my God.
Alan Rickman
I haven't
has some
thought about
really
that
weird movies.
movie in ages.
Have you ever seen Judas Kiss?
I
Alan
I
Rickman
don't think
and
so.
Alan Rickman and Emma Thompson play American FBI agents going after these really murderous guys.
Was it
And,
after? Was it after Pride and Prejudice?
it might have
No,
been.
no, no, no. That wasn't Pride and
It,
Prejudice.
it was that was Sense and Sensibility.
Sense and Sensibility. Yeah, other
It might have
James.
been after. It might have been after. All I know is that it's really hard to get a hold of. I was only able to get a hold of a VHS copy without a cover on eBay.
No.
You know, and it's just a really strange movie. Another really weird one is Dark Harbor.
Oh, I know Dark Harbor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one is
Dark Harbor.
Dark Harbor. You get to see more of Alan Rickman's American accent. He plays a guy who's married to a woman, and their marriage is not so great. And
And he still sounds like this, despite being American.
Yes, and there's a drifter that comes into their life that starts having an affair with the wife, and there's a full frontal nudity scene with Alan Rickman where he's diving off a boat, and that's about the only saving grace of the movie. Yeah.
Oh my God. Fucking. Oh God, there's so much lie here. All right. So let me just share with you a poster for Nurse 3D. And this is called People. I'm just trying to feed my family. If you're into butts, medical fetish, or bondage, you'll probably also enjoy Nurse 3D. That's a tweet, by the way. There's another tweet. I enjoyed every minute of it. Lots of butts and struts and strutting butts. Both of these are lies. And notice that this one keeps the actress faced away, the main actress faced away. Faced away.
Who is that lady? The one who's playing the nurse there. Oh,
Which nurse?
The
black nurse?
Yes.
You
God,
racist.
I know her from everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, she's in everything. I'll tell you. I just God damn it.
Chat,
I
tell
fucking
me who
hate.
that person is because I know who that. I know.
I'm gonna have a cigarette and get myself a drink because I hated Nurse 3D that much. I hated it.
Well, damn,
It's a terrible movie. Well, like, sorry, I got PTSD from that movie.
Yeah, that's
like. It's like Nurse 3D. It's about a nurse who walks around with bloody tits like the entire movie. You'd think, oh, there's no way Count Jackula could hate this. And normally you'd be right. It's that bad. It's that bad. No amount of tits can save that movie. They could literally just put a huge pair of boobs always center frame in the middle of the movie at all times. And it still would not improve it. It's
wow.
It's unrecoverably awful. Yeah, it's so awful. I think everyone should see it just so you can go, wow, that was one of the worst fucking movies ever made. How did this happen? I
think life's too short, Jack.
I watched it.
Well,
I fucking watched this piece of shit.
I've watched U.S. Catman. Do I want to watch U.S. Catman again? No.
What's U.S. Catman?
It's actually the worst movie I've ever seen. It's a Chinese movie, and it's one of those Chinese movies from back in the day. I found it on a VHS. I found U.S. Catman and U.S. Catman 2, and I watched both of them because it was one of those movies where you had an A story and a B story, and they had nothing to do with
Oh my god, this looks like a fucking bullshit. This looks like a Godfrey Ho kind of production.
Yes, it does. I don't even know if Godfrey Ho was involved. But I watched the first movie. And
Catman in Boxer's Blow.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And then I watched the second one, hoping that I'd get some answers to what was happening with the B story. And I got even less A story and more B story. And the two B stories had nothing to do with each other. Oh,
that sounds about right.
So pissed. I watched two movies just to try to salvage one bad movie. Half of one bad movie. That's the worst part.
Oh man.
I watched one recently called Cruel Will, and I wish to God I hadn't seen it. It's so stupid.
Cruel Will.
Cruel Will. It's something to do with a woman whose father dies, but her father used to beat her, and then there's some sort of serial killer storyline that's going on, and the boyfriend or the husband is being haunted by the ghost of the wife beating father, and there's some sort of subplot where he was raped while he was in juvie, and it's insane and it makes no sense.
Oh man.
There is
Hold
one
on.
saving grace of U.S. Catman, and I remember it
Oh,
quite
yeah?
vividly. There's a scene in it where the two main characters, Catman and his sidekick, and they're out of costume, and they're trying to figure out who is the boss behind all the crimes. And they go, well, we have no leads. Let's go ask that bum on the wall.
What? Wait. And does in fact the bum know?
Oh, yeah, the bum knows everything.
Wow, that's special.
Yes.
That
In
is
fact, on
really
YouTube-
special.
On YouTube, you can watch the Catman movie with only the Catman scenes, and it's only about 10 minutes long.
Oh my God, really?
That's how confused I was, because it'd be like 20 minutes of guys chasing each other on motorcycles and shooting at each other, and it was like, what does this have to do with Catman? Is this like a double agent or something? I tried to figure out the longest fucking time. Come on, talk about Frankie. Who's Frankie? I don't know who Frankie is. What's going on? And at the end of it, I was bamboozled. I was lampooned. I don't know what's going on. But I do remember that line. Let's go ask that bum on the wall.
That bum on the wall.
Yeah.
That bum on the wall.
All I have visions of is a butt hanging off of a wall that can talk.
That makes perfect sense.
The bottom half.
Or like a poor person nailed to the wall. I mean.
Oh shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! This is important. Like we're getting something from CNN. Hold on.
We're breaking news on the Count Jackula stream.
Yeah.
This just in.
Body pillows have come to life and are
Body pillows have come to life. Nazis are riding around on dinosaurs. Like fucking goddamn it! I hate the news. I hate the news. I just don't hate the news for its content. I hate the news. You know, it's someone's like CNN blew up and be like, good. You know, like, yeah, hey, NBC, but good. Like, fucking destroy all the news. I hate it.
Every single branch of CNN just explodes.
All fucking news. Just all fucking news ends, I'd be happy. You know, like, I fucking hate the news
Fuck
media.
the news, it's Hitler.
Yeah. I hate the news media, and that is knowing some very good people who are in it. Because I am just like, no, I don't care. It's a cesspool. You know, I feel like media is like fucking news media is a cesspool.
Yeah.
You know, I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
By the way, do you know why white serial killers? Why most serial killers are white?
Why?
Because racism. They actually aren't. They actually
Really?
aren't. Yeah, really. But here's the thing. They don't call them serial killers if they're anything but white.
They call them spree killers, don't they?
They call them something else. What?
Or they don't report on
Yeah,
it.
or they don't report on them. Because here's the thing. Serial killers are thought of as intelligent and educated, even though they're not.
Yeah. Like Ed Gein wasn't a smart guy.
No.
A spree
Neither
killer
was
has a
Ed
different
Kemper.
modus operandi.
Not
No, not a spree killer.
No, he mentioned it earlier. He was just
Oh
saying.
yeah, spree killers are different. We're talking about people who kill people essentially for sexual reasons.
Yeah.
Jack the Ripper style.
Yeah.
No, apparently they're of every race.
Right.
It's just that because people think of serial killers as being smart, when you find a black one, they don't call it a serial killer.
Right.
But it's the exact same shit. Like, for example, LA apparently, up until very recently, has had a character called the Grim Sleeper.
2010 is when they caught
Oh, they caught him in 2010? Okay, they caught this guy in 2010. He was active since the 80s.
85.
85.
Holy shit.
Yeah, motherfucker is like almost 30 years active.
I've been at this 25 years. I'm going to get sloppy.
The Grim Sleeper.
The Grim
Well,
Sleeper.
here's the thing. They called him the Grim Sleeper because he would go like 5-6 years without killing somebody, and then he'd kill someone again.
Oh, he's a sleeper killer.
Yeah, sleeper killer. And the thing is they knew it was the same guy because the DNA always matched, but they could never match the DNA to anybody. Like, they knew it was the same guy, but they didn't know who that guy was. So it would be like, we got another one from the Grim Sleeper.
I got to
And they're
ask.
like, oh, fuck, really?
Grim Sleeper, what race are we
He was
talking about?
black.
He's black?
He's a black guy.
Okay.
Yeah. But there's that myth that most serial killers are white. And that's actually not true.
Yeah, because the only ones you ever hear about are white guys.
Yeah.
You're like, why is that why if this is to be believed that they just don't think other people that kill other than white people aren't intelligent enough.
Yeah.
Why are there not more Asian serial killers that we know? Because there's a stereotype that Asians are smart.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well,
So-
it's like how I always get into that argument with people about the bell curve, where it's basically like, well, according to the bell curve, I own you because I'm Asian,
well, not
and
necessarily.
that we should just fucking be in charge.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, necessarily.
Well, I mean,
yeah, necessarily.
The bell curve also talks about there's high variation within each race.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's
no.
not reliable to be used.
Oh, it's not. Oh, no. Of course, it's not reliable. Of course, it's not
Yeah,
reliable.
that
But
said,
even that level of analysis gives it too much credence, because the reality is that everything that funded the research into the bell curve came from a white nationalist source. All of them. Even the research itself upon which it's based was white nationalist funded. Everything about it is racist at the atomic level.
Which is really weird because the bell curve really only goes into race for about like 10 pages.
Yeah, but that was the whole purpose for which it was made.
Huh.
It's the whole fucking purpose. Everything else is just smokescreen. This is the purpose.
That's crazy, because when I read the bell curve, I didn't come across any idea about racism or anything like that. Like, it didn't even strike me as being racist at all.
No. Not if you read it that way.
Yeah, I mean...
Not
I
if you read
understand
it
that people
in
are reading
good
it and coming
faith.
Yeah, I understand that people are reading it and coming to that conclusion, and I can see why they come to that conclusion.
Oh, it's not. Well, it's even. Well, let me put it this way. It's even worse. It's worse than that, because literally, if you look down to everyone who put a dime into that, anyone who put a dime into it, they all have white nationalist connections, and some of them even have straight up Nazi connections, and by that I mean 1940s. Like, straight up. Some of them, and definitely it's one of those, and this is an organization that was known for having received a lot of Nazi gold.
Huh.
You're like, what?
That's interesting.
Yeah, because let me put it this way. Do you know where a lot of those, the people who funded the bell curve came from? Like, where they lived.
I don't know, South America?
Yeah, they lived in Argentina.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, what does Argentina have a lot of? Nazi gold?
Yeah, that's a lot of Nazis and Nazi gold. That's exactly where it came from. And you're just sort of like, bullshit. And then you double check and you're like, no, legit, straight up. Like, the names of the funders and the organizations and the think tanks that fucking created it,
The two
all
researchers-
of them. Yeah.
Were the two researchers bamboozled into this?
No.
Into it? Because
No. Charles Murray is a fucking white nationalist.
is he?
Yes. There is no way you take that amount of money and research that is specifically done by white nationalists and publish it. You can't be that stupid. And if you are that stupid, then why are we even debating the merits of your fucking study? If you can't even make that level of judgment call.
I don't even know why he even brought race into it. It just seems so silly that he would bring
It was the
race
purpose of it.
Yeah.
It's the purpose of it. The purpose of the bell curve was to bring race into the equation so that they could say white people are smarter than black people. It's the whole fucking reason that thing exists.
But that's crazy, because within the book, as soon as he's done talking about like the differences in races, he says that like economic disparity determines much more about IQ than race does.
Yeah.
So he like contradicts his own point within like
he contradicts his own point, and it ends up not mattering because it still gets to the same ends because everyone knows black people are poor, right? So why does it fucking matter? Yeah. Like fucking, here's the thing about the race war in America. The race war, it's not a race war, it's a class war. They tell you it's a race war, but it's actually a class war.
Hey, it's always been that case.
Yeah, it's always been that way.
Yeah,
it's been that way since the fucking 70s at the very least. Probably even much longer.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
Fucking, yeah, it's always been bad. But it's one of those things where it's like, no, the more you look into the bell curve and you look into why people say it is racist, the more you really come to the conclusion, holy fucking shit, this is so racist, it's embarrassing. Like, how did you not? You might as well have fucking referenced Mein Kampf in the damn thing. Like, it has literal Nazi fingerprints in it. Literally Nazis. What the fuck? And once you get to that point, you're just like, why is this even being brought up? It's like, we think it's racist. Why? Well, because Nazi gold paid for the study. Okay. Then we got to redo everything. Everything has to be redone.
The question here, does Nazi gold come with Nazi ghosts?
It might. According to Dead Snow, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, according to Dead Snow, it does.
Wait.
Well, yeah.
Because I don't know if I would say no to Nazi. The Nazis took this gold. Well, they took it from my people anyway, so fuck them.
Hey, let me put the... Hey, they may be Nazi zombies, but according to Zombie Lake, they're ghosts.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm. And they drink blood under a full moon.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
So Nazi
I don't even know.
Got it.
Yeah, Nazi everything. God, that was the moment in Nazi Lake where I lost my mind, where I was like, because that literally was like the riff where I was like, God damn it, we're just gonna fucking what the fuck are they? Are they zombies or are they ghosts? Like, I'll do it under the next full moon to bring me a whole lot of fresh blood.
For some
I just
reason,
sit there like,
Nazi
what the fuck?
ghosts,
Nancy vampire werewolf ghosts. Okay. Okay.
For some reason, when someone mentioned Nazi Lake to me the first time, I thought someone was talking about a musical, or a ballet or something.
Yeah, me too. Like Zombie Lake, you're like, da, na, 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 na.
But I remember when I watched your review of it and thinking of the blood thing, I can't remember which Greek myth it is, but there's a Greek myth where they had to bring a bunch of blood to feed the shades of Hades.
Oh, it's part of the Odyssey. It's part of the Odyssey.
Okay, and that's what I thought they were referring to.
They probably were, but in movie, vampire blood means vampire, full moon means werewolf, and zombie means walking corpse, and not ghost. Ghost means walks through walls, ghost goes through walls. It's primary ability. It's it's Fulci rules. Yeah, which means there are no rules. It's it's over. The gates of hell are about to open. Right. Fucking dude.
What's popular right now?
Fucking Pippi Long. Oh my god, that fucking girl in that one in the fucking what was it, House by the no, The Beyond. There's this one girl in The Beyond. It looks like Pippi Longstocking. You're like, why? Why?
Because Pippi Longstocking is awesome.
Yeah, but she gets eaten by her mom and her get eaten by a zombie.
Because they wanted to sneak in a Wendy's reference and didn't want to get sued? No.
Where's the beef, you know?
Well, they actually, I think, like, I heard some places actually banning Pippi Longstocking.
Why?
There's some sort of racist thing in it.
Right.
Like old racist thing in it.
Jesus.
What?
Same reason that people want to ban
the Little House books.
Yeah.
Why would you ban the Little House books?
In one of the Little House books, there is a portion of one of those books that has Pa Ingalls as part of a group that does blackface. It's absolutely in those books.
Oh, is it the minstrel thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Part where he touched Laura. No, I'm sorry. I read different books.
Yeah. And they also have the objection to her referring to Indians instead of calling them Native Americans. And it's like,
oh, yeah.
You know.
I think I can
it's kind
overlook
of like the
that
Huckleberry
one.
Finn thing where people want to ban Huckleberry Finn because of the language.
Because they're
of
using
the
the word nigger.
By the way, people who want to ban books in general, fuck off.
Yeah. Well, like, let me put it this way. Well, here's the other thing. It doesn't work. A lot of, like, one of the things I kept hearing shit like, well, it's not the methods so much as the targets that we're objecting to. And I'm like, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that sounds like Movie Bob.
Yeah. Movie Bob said that kind of shit.
He said there's
and I was like, yeah. I was like, that's fucked
up.
No
bad methods, only bad targets.
Bad targets. I'm like, no, because you know what book was banned in Germany before 1942.
Absolutely.
Mein Kampf. Exactly. It was banned.
And they banned quite a few other books.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they didn't go as far as other crazy countries about banning books and then killing you if you had it, but they banned it and they didn't ban it enough. You know.
Yeah.
Yes,
And the problem is, and I'm like, no, but it doesn't work. These book bannings don't work.
That's why the Nazis were into burning the books, because they knew you had to get rid of it entirely.
Yeah. They wanted to take it to the next level.
That's why Pope Julius was all about killing the intelligentsia of Milan.
Yeah. I mean, kill everyone who knows.
Nothing makes a person want to read a book more than banning it, which, as much as I hate Twilight and 50 Shades because of their messages, I'm not for banning them. I'm just for teaching people proper BDSM.
Yeah. And even in that, I don't care that much.
Yeah.
You know, I just try to control my own environment, you know, but yeah, the whole banning things, I always find myself going like, it doesn't work.
No.
It doesn't work.
No.
You know, like all you do, but I mean, you can do incalculable damage while it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But it's not going to banning Nazi shit does not make it a Nazi-free world. It makes it a more Nazi world.
You ban something, you make it.
Yeah.
You just drive it underground.
You drive it underground at best.
Yeah.
But that's the best case scenario. But the reality is that this conservative backlash didn't happen because we were just making fun of people.
No.
It happened because we got way too serious.
It happened for two reasons. People were getting way too serious and way too confident.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little too cocky.
And you decided some people went in that direction because they were like, okay, you think I'm a Nazi? Okay, now I'm really a Nazi. You know, that kind of shit?
Yeah. Everyone, we got into these bizarre purity wars, and it was like,
right.
Why?
No one can pass a purity test. I don't know why people believe in these things.
Yeah. My God, something I wanted to bring up like fucking ages ago because I mentioned like Onision. There was actually a reason.
Oh yeah.
This was one of the fuck that guy. By the way, so this is basically this is one of those. Jack watches the who can be a bigger asshole competition because he debated Blair White, and I recommend that everyone watch the first 5 minutes of this video, because if you want to know how you just completely steamroll and fucking win this type of exchange with a guy like Onision, watch Blair White.
Oh, yeah.
I'll recreate. Yeah,
And
I'll
a better one to
recreate it
watch-
for
A
you.
better one to watch is actually Jeff Holiday and Onision, because Jeff Holiday was going to moderate a debate between Onision and some girl that's like a big critic of him.
Yeah.
And he just got on there to moderate, and he was talking with them, and then Onision took like umbrage with Jeff Holiday. And then Jeff Holiday was trying to be super polite, trying to be like really cool dude, because he's kind of a guy that's like center left, he's trying to be a really cool guy. And then Onision keeps on pushing him, and then he just flips out and just like lets him have it and says, "You know what? I feel great because I got to tell you what kind of asshole you are." It's beautiful. Everyone
Actually,
should watch it.
I still prefer.
It's short.
I
and
prefer
sweet.
the Blair White one. I will let's fucking explore the why of this. Now, fuck it. No, I don't want your fucking commentary on this random person on the internet. I want to go right to the Blair White fucking channel and play this shit, because this is amazing. It's not going to take up too much of your time. But I mean, there's way more going on. It is an hour-long video, but my point is, the good part happens right in the beginning. Happens right in the fucking beginning.
Can I run through some?
Okay, so we're live now.
Can I run through some questions?
Sure. Ask whatever you want to ask.
That's awesome. When I asked previous debaters.
Are you okay, by the way?
Yeah, I just got done recording a video.
Oh, shit, I had to actually
you look hurt.
turn this
But
on.
Yeah, it's fake blood. So the drawing you posted of yourself sodomizing me.
yeah, did you like it?
Right there. Right there. One. Right there. That one. Let's go back so we can rewatch it.
But
Yeah, it's fake blood. So the drawing you posted of yourself sodomizing me.
yeah, did you like it?
One more time.
You look hurt. But
Yeah.
Oh,
it's fake blood.
the sodomized thing,
So
got it.
the drawing you posted of yourself sodomizing me.
yeah, did you like it?
Just acting like he's like not even important.
That picture you posted of yourself sodomizing me. Yeah, did you like it? I'm like, bitch, right now, I don't care about whatever your fucking politics are. That was fucking entertainment gold.
That's pretty.
That was stone cold. Like, damn.
I mean, she just recognizes how much of a garbage person he is. I mean,
Yeah, he's such a fucking tool. Fucking Onision's such a garbage
he is
person.
so gross.
Oh God.
He is like beyond gross.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, dude, you're the guy. You're the guy that everybody has a horror story about.
Yeah. Well,
He's
like,
a good-looking guy, but then he like Sublime wrote a song about you.
weird fucking. Let me put it this way. Like, weird alt-right transsexual girl, inherently to me, way more fascinating, because I'm like, I gotta know how this works. I want to know why. I have to know what makes a person do this. Actually, I actually kind of liked the thing that she did with her boyfriend, which was, hey, here's all my old boy pictures. What do you think? Can you still fuck me? It's just like the clear fucking subtext of this whole thing is that used to be me. I used to be like a fat little boy, and that was me. That was me in shorts, and this is me in high school, and this is me now. That's the same person. You're fucking that little boy. It's me.
I have to say, there's one thing I do appreciate, because I can appreciate
damn.
I can appreciate a lot of things because I'm a silver lining guy. I can find good things in all kinds of people. Blair White, I super respect the cattiness. Like I like it's done well.
You can't. Let me put it this way. I don't generally like that type of cattiness, but man, there is something kind of glorious about watching a master do it, you know? Like,
yeah.
You know, watching a master at work, you know?
If ever I was going to like play Vampire the Masquerade again and have to explain Elysium, I would probably show a few Blair White videos.
Well, like, yeah. That to me is perfect harpy behavior.
There you go.
That to me was harpy behavior. That's what harpies do. You know, which is basically they're just there a lot. They tried to give them like powers in the Elysium, and I was like, no, you don't have powers. They don't shift power. They're just the catty bitch that makes everyone look at someone and go,
the power in Elysium is purely social.
Yeah. That's pure cattiness. Like, I actually thought if you wanted to have like an actual Elysium game, you needed stats like cattiness, bitchiness, cuntiness, you know, like the withering insult, you know.
My storyteller put it the best way.
The withering insult, the perfect riposte, you know.
My storyteller put it the best way. He says, whenever you enter Elysium, and I'm like, what's Elysium? Well, he says, well, just imagine the hallway of all the popular girls in school, and that you have a mustard stain on your shirt.
Yeah.
That's Elysium.
Well, like, I know everyone in the LARP hated my character because I played a rock. I was like, all right, my character's a rock star.
Oh,
and they're like,
they hate anything that has to do with
what? Yeah. It was just like, no, I'm a rock star. It's like, what's your deal? It's like, I'm a punk rock singer. They're like, okay, so you're Clambrugea. And I'm like, no, I'm a Ventru.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah. But they were like, well, no, you're supposed to be Bruja. And I'm like, no. I've known, look, half the punk rockers I've ever known came from Marin. That's the rich part of town.
Yeah.
So I'm a Ventru. I just happened to be a punk rock singer. And that was the whole idea. And his name was Ebola Zaire.
Nice. I had one. My most favorite character that I had in Vampire was a Kaidef named Richard Clive Masterson.
Wait, give away PS4 and Xbox One? Give them to me.
Yeah.
Give them to me.
Yeah.
Just
I'll go
give
with
them to me. I'll find him a good home.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that like a bot or something then?
I'm sure it's a bot. Yeah.
Yeah, some sort of spam.
I'm sure it is. You know, hey, win and like fucking. Hey, I'm not saying you can't spam the chat. I'm just saying you gotta pay.
Yeah, you gotta
You
pay
know?
the toll.
Gotta
You
pay
give
the
stuff
toll.
for free, you gotta give to the account first.
Yeah. Well,
works.
one must tithe. If you're gonna advertise in the chat, you must tithe. You know, hey, I'll let you do it. You just got to be like, hey, well, how much? I'd be like $100. $100 to let you spam the chat like that. You know, once an hour. $100 an hour. Once an hour.
Wow.
Come on. That'll get you one look at my thing. Here's my thing, and I'll be like, you got it. You paid for your spot. You get to have it.
Wait, $100 for one look at your thing, Jack?
I would think you were worth at least 200, Jack.
Hey now.
I don't know about the rest of you guys, but $100 seems pretty good for just looking at my wang.
Yeah. I will do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm kind of fascinated by Blair White. I'm kind of fascinated by her.
Yeah.
You know, I don't agree with half the shit she fucking says, but I find myself going.
I've been like following her, and she's been like softening on some things. Like, she like apologized to this like other transgender person who she was calling a transtrender.
Yeah. That I actually.
No, I am. I'm sorry.
Well, the funny thing is that the funny thing is that was, I think that was Blair White versus
Riley Dennis.
Riley J. Dennis.
And Riley
the thing
Dennis
is,
I have severe problems with.
Well, let me put it this way. In that exchange, I ended up having some respect for Blair White simply because she did apologize.
Yeah.
But I have no respect for Riley J. Dennis, period. Like, none.
I
have no respect for her. I don't care if she actually is transgender or whatever. She's just a stupid cunt.
Yeah, the line.
You know, like, I fucking just don't like her.
Is
you know?
Weird. Oh, you are.
Oh God, she's so weird. Yeah.
What was the word that she used? Like, not transphobic, but it's like you're cis-normative. No, it wasn't cis-normative. It's like
yeah.
If you won't fuck a transsexual person,
right?
Yeah,
that's a bigot.
You're a bigot, essentially, and it's like you need to walk that back.
If you'll have sex with a woman but not a transsexual woman, then you're a bigot. And
yeah, well, let me put it this way. We've got an even bigger problem because I know plenty of transsexual people that don't date transsexual people.
Right.
You know, like, what the fuck?
Well,
you know, like, if that's gonna be, if that's a thing, then we have to fucking walk this whole idea back, because maybe it turns out some people just aren't attracted to that. Obviously someone is, because Blair White's got a boyfriend who's fucking her every night.
Yeah. And some people prefer
people
prefer that. That's what it is. It's a preference. It's like, that's the problem I have with people that advocate on behalf of an entire community. They assume the entire community thinks in this way. And it's just like,
yeah. And I'm like, no, I don't think it does. In fact, I know it doesn't.
Yeah.
You know, I know it doesn't. You know, it's like, well, how do you know? I ask people. You know, it's like what the other day, the Countess was like, how come you know the religion of all the people who fucking run all the corner stores in the area? And I'm like, I asked.
Yeah.
You know, like, I asked.
Yeah.
And she was like, they told you? And I'm like, yes.
Just how you
that guy's Christian. There's only, of all the Middle Eastern guys that run shops in the area, only one shop is run by a non-Christian. And he's Pakistani. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's one Pakistani guy who's been hired by a Lebanese guy. So like a Christian guy hired a Pakistani guy.
Yeah.
You know, but he's like the only one. Everyone else is just straight up Christian. Yeah, they're just straight up Middle Easterners who are Christian, because it turns out there are fucking a lot of those. You know, not that in fact, in America, it's far more common, which is one of the problems I had with the Islamophobia argument and the fucking like people fucking picking on Middle Eastern people argument. Because I was like, look, you have to understand something. The chances of a Middle Eastern person in America being Islamic is actually a minority.
Yeah.
It's a minority of those people, because the majority of people from the area that came to America came here trying to escape the Islamic world, because they were Christians.
People who are Muslim in this country live in specific communities.
Right.
Yeah,
like,
they specifically,
Dearborn, there's a huge Muslim population there.
You could see them relatively often in urban areas, in cities.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you know, in like the LA area or San Francisco or New York, Chicago and shit. You know, you could see them, but the thing is that where those folks live, they do tend to keep to their own. You know, they'll come out and they'll buy from anyone with their dollars. You know, but for the most part, they don't socialize outside, and the only reason you notice them is when all the girls are wearing all the hijab and shit.
Yeah.
You know, and so you just
don't even notice that. Like,
sometimes you don't even notice that. Yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of them don't. You know, like, that's so, you know, that whenever you see someone who's actually wearing that shit, you're like, you're dealing with a very conservative Islamic family, very conservative.
Yeah.
Like, definitely conservative by American standards.
Yeah.
Because usually you can't tell, because they don't wear any signifiers, because why would they? They don't want to wear that shit.
Yeah.
You know, leftist Islamists don't want to fucking wear the hijab, and they're not into it.
If someone is, for the most part, I've noticed, if someone is like really into their religion, they wear it on their sleeves.
Yeah.
You know, and
yeah,
I'm
they
not
do.
just talking about like a cross, like or a crucifix around their neck. I'm talking about you could see it in their stride, man. They got bumper stickers on their car.
Yep.
They own more than one ichthus, that sort of shit, you know?
Yeah.
Ask me about my pagan dog. If you see that bumper sticker, that person's serious, okay? You know?
Yeah, they have bought into the identity. Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, let me put it this way. If I lived in LA, there would probably be more Satanism stuff on my car, you know, because I'd feel a little bit. Let me put it this way. I don't think I'd be exposing myself to more risk doing it here, but there's also less reward. I feel like if I did that in LA, people would be like, yeah, Hail Satan, dude.
I feel really bad for you, man, because I live like in a small town in the Midwest, and if you had like Hail Satan on your car or whatever, like no one would give a shit. The old people wouldn't even give a shit. I walk around with a shirt that says atheist on it, and no one gives me shit.
Yeah. The thing that's really weird. There's a big part of it. One, I live between like 5 churches.
I live between like 7, dude. There's like 40 churches in here. Yeah, dude.
Damn.
I live like.
Well, maybe I just need to put that like. Maybe I just need to put that on my car. But I also don't want a bumper sticker on my car. What I really want is just the big fucking pentagram on the hood.
There you go, bud.
You know, like, or get her a fucking.
Recognize what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I think the insularity of the Midwest, honestly, is what you're talking about there. In comparatively, like on both the West and the East Coast, it's like all of a sudden your shit becomes everybody else's business, right?
Yeah.
In the Midwest, we just don't give a shit what anybody else is doing as long as they're not directly affecting us, right?
Or we judge people like after we meet them,
right?
Like we don't like because we have time to. Because usually people look you in the eye and say hi.
Oh, I don't. I have an automatic. I don't need a gear shift knob. That's a little too. That's being a little too much of a tool.
Yeah.
Like to have a gear shift knob on an automatic, that's a little too tooly. Yeah, that's you know, like. If I drove a stick, that'd be okay, but I don't.
And don't get a vanity license plate. Please don't do that.
Oh, yo, you shut the fuck up. I will get whatever I want. I will get whatever I want on that level.
Car.
It's my car. It's not your car.
Go for a hood ornament.
Oh, I want a hood ornament. Like,
there you go.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Vanity. No one's going to see that.
I need a chain steering wheel. I need a fucking... God.
Don't you need flames on the side of your car too?
I want flames on the side of my car. I'd love a chain steering wheel, but here's the problem. The problem with a chain steering wheel is I know how much of a bitch it is to fucking actually steer with that thing. You know? Having known that, oh man.
Well, do you steer?
Dodge Ram hood ornament? No, if that's a Dodge Ram hood ornament, I don't need that. I want straight up Satan. Come on.
Do you drive 10 and 2 or do you drive on the bottom of the wheel? Because I steer at the bottom now.
I generally do. I do both actually. It depends on how I'm turning the corner.
Like if there's
I don't even notice it. If it's like if I'm just cruising, I'm just like, where do my arms feel comfortable?
Okay. You know? See, with me, it depends on who's in the car with me.
If
who's in the car with me is not related and has tits, like it's like on the top of the wheel, right? Because doing like reaching the wheel where your like palms are upturned doesn't seem very manly to me. But like having it up there, it's like, yeah, I could just reach my arm over very little, you know, do one of those things. Oh, we're braking, you know, don't want to fall forward, you know,
break it in.
Do that move effectively. While your hands are on the bottom of the steering wheel.
Oh man. Okay, so I'm gonna go finally get that cigarette and that drink that I've been promising myself I was gonna get for the last 2 hours.
Whatever you do, don't think of Nurse 3D.
Oh, you fucking piece of shit.
You fool!
You fool! Oh my goodness. Boobs, butts, and thighs are the best things in my life. I agree, Mr. Shadow. Yes, the female form is a fine thing in all kinds of different sizes. As I get older and whatnot, I expand my horizons and whatnot. I try to take it's like when you grow up near Chicago, like pizza to you is like a casserole. But you get offended anytime anybody calls it a casserole. But then once you go to New York, you have like that New York style, and you go, okay, this is good too. But they're both pizzas.
Well, isn't there supposed to be a defense of body pillows argument at some point?
Yeah. What's this defense of body pillows?
What?
Were you defending body pillows? Like in the chat, like before you got on?
Holy crap.
We were talking mad shit about body pillows, dude.
I was not talking mad shit about body pillows. I was just making sure we weren't like just randomly shaming people for their sexuality.
No.
Yeah.
You know what? I like sexuality is something I can't shame people about because, like, they could just easily shame you about it. You know, sexuality is something that's really hard to fake.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly, the body pillow thing just never made much sense to me. You know, sorry, not body pillow. Sorry, the waifu. You know.
Carrying the pillows.
Right. It's like, it doesn't even feel like a person. Why? I don't get that.
There's people that like to have sex with plushed animals.
Oh my God. Yeah. Right.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of everything. I know people personally. They have this weird like I want to be inflated thing. I'm like, really? That sounds really weird.
I thought that was only like a deviant art thing.
Yeah. The only fetish I really don't get is vor. I don't get why.
I get vor. I don't get why it's sexual, but I get it.
Yeah. Right. I don't get why it's sexual. Yes, well, there are two of me on screen, twice as much to love.
Well, there's a lot of things we confuse for kink that aren't necessarily all the time kink. Like furries get accused of this a lot.
Right.
Furries aren't all like they're really just into the furdom, but they're not necessarily into the sex thing.
It's a fandom thing, and then there's a portion of that fandom that's into the sex thing. Yeah.
It's just like bronies. This is where I draw the line on it. Bronies, they don't want you to mention clopping, but clopping is happening. Clopping is happening. Like,
I don't have any idea what that means, but it's just fine that.
Would you like me to tell you?
Please go ahead. I'm curious.
Clopping is what these fine folks call like pony sex.
Right.
So, imagine the worst things you know about furries, and then relate that to My Little Pony, but adult men.
Right.
Yeah. Right. But bronies aren't just men. I think brony is.
That makes. I mean, obviously, you know.
But yeah, clopping, like they get really annoyed when you mention clopping. Just like I went around on Second Life because I used to be a big Second Life guy.
I'm gonna run to the restroom again, so excuse me.
Have a good trip. Don't fall in. Oh. Anyways, but I used to go on Second Life, and I would go to furry communities and whatnot, and it was just like any other community. They had their strip clubs. This is Second Life. Almost everything's sexual and whatnot. But I followed them around, and Second Life has like open mics. So whenever you're like walking around and you're talking, people can hear you. And if you're hiding in bushes, it sounds like you're hiding in bushes having a conversation. And I have a monologue like I'm like David Attenborough talking about the furries. And I decided furry sounded too silly to do it because what I was doing was comedy. It was just like freeform comedy. But instead of calling them furries, I decided to call them Moravians.
Okay.
As in the island of Dr. Moreau.
Gotcha.
Right? Which is where a guy takes animals and makes them into people.
Yeah, I am aware of.
So I called them Moravians and whatnot. And I think Moravians is what they should really adopt because it's like, it sounds, I don't know. I think it sounds more literary and therefore a lot more respectable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not a furry. I'm a Moravian. It's like when people say they're a Trekker instead of a Trekkie.
Right. Right. I think the furry community in general, because there's so much weirdness there, that it's kind of like it's an easy thing to hate on, you know?
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Mousedon.
Mousedong?
Mousedon. I think that's how Malkadon or Mousedon. I was on Second Life, but I was not into Gorian stuff. I do know what Gorian stuff is. I had a
Slave Masters of Gore and all that shit.
A childhood friend. His dad had like 30 of the fucking books, and he's like, "You want to read them?" And we're like, "Nope."
And later on, you're like, God damn it, we could have been reading porn this whole time. Yeah.
He struck me as a guy. His dad struck me as a guy that misses subtext a lot. Because these are great adventure stories.
Great adventure stories about,
bondage.
I'm not saying there's any problem with that. Just saying that's what it is.
When you're like 8 years old, probably not.
Oh God, I miss Talk of War. Good. Ugh.
Yeah. We spent literally like 4 seconds on 4.
Right, yeah. We spent like 4 seconds on 4.
Yeah, I was just saying that it's one kink I don't get. I get a lot of kinks. I get foot fetishes and booby fetishes, and to an extent I get other ones, but vor just makes absolutely no sense.
Right.
It's just people that really like their sushi.
I mean, honestly, if you look hard enough, you'll find it. Like electric cucumber eels, I'm sure they'll be somewhere on the internet.
Yep.
Tentacle bondage hentai. Isn't tentacle porn by nature bondage?
I might.
Because there's always restraining going on.
This is consensual tentacle bondage.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't speak Japanese, and the only stuff I've seen is in Japanese.
Right.
Oh. Got it.
I go to the source, man. I saw the oh gosh, what was it? Like Rise of the Overlord or Overfiend or something like
Legend
that?
of the Overfiend.
Yeah.
All right, I've got a question for you. This
one I watched back in the day.
This is a problem I know that all perverts experience, and it's this: the things that are categorized within your fetish that you're like, no.
The brick wall.
No.
Yeah.
It's one of those like, I really like this thing. Now it's crossed with My Little Pony. No. Just no. Yeah, no. Now it's weird. You made it weird.
There's that t-shirt. There's that t-shirt company. It's like T Fury where they mix two things together. And every time I look at it, I'm like, no, Transformers and Doctor Who do not go together.
Yeah, there's a lot of that shit. Yeah. I'm wondering, one of the things I was thinking of maybe doing tonight was talking to Envoy, but I don't know if she's still around. By the way, like if anyone else feels like donating, go ahead. I think we've been going on for 4 hours now?
Yeah. It's almost 4 hours for me.
Yeah.
It's nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. Halfway
there. Yeah. Whoa. We're halfway there.
And don't let me stay up till 4 in the morning this time, because apparently, getting drunk, when I get really tired, I lose my boundaries and I talk about things that I get really embarrassed about later.
Fryer,
I don't need to be drunk for that.
Yes, I will remind
That's
him.
right. That's right. I was supposed to have Fryer on. We were supposed to talk about that stuff. So, since you're about to turn into a pumpkin, Jamie.
Yeah.
Why don't we let you retire, and then I'll bring Fryer in, and we'll hear his tale.
All right.
Oh yeah, this is the acid trip.
Do you
Yeah,
mind
yeah,
if
yeah.
I ask the one question I've thought about asking before?
Yeah,
If I
sure,
could-
go for it.
Okay, so it's obvious where Count Wisula came from.
Mm-hmm.
Where did Hobo Steve come from?
Oh, geez, I've answered this a million times. Hobo Steve came from a guy who actually is like a fucking dude who lives in a halfway house in my neighborhood. He doesn't look anything like Hobo Steve. The one thing that he does is he talks like this, you know, you got get that soda, you gotta go, you know, I look for that goat, I have that goat. All right, what am I asking for?
Something about a goat.
Yeah, exactly. You have no idea.
Right.
That's exactly right. You have no fucking clue. It took me like fucking 10 minutes to realize he was asking if he could have a Coca-Cola. And I was like, you want a Coke? Yeah, I got that go. And we just asked him his name one time, and he was just like, and he just fucking like walked away. We were just like, okay, Hobo Steve, bye. And so when we had a need for a hobo character, we're just like, I just based him off Hobo Steve. So we just ended up calling him Hobo Steve because that's what we referred to this guy as.
Oh.
You know, we have no idea what he's on about. Like, he's so unintelligible that we can't even, like, hear whatever insanity is going on in his head. You know, it's not like the guy Henry Rollins talks about that was in his neighborhood who was like, hey, let's find Hobo Bill and ask him what's up. Hey, Bill, what's up? State Department took my teeth. Because, as you know, it takes a lot of money to raise a baby boy. Now, I wouldn't hurt you now. You know this. But, like, that's at least a thought process that you can decipher. Hobo Steve, so the Hobo Steve of the show is much more intelligible than actual Hobo Steve, because otherwise everyone would just be like, what the fuck is he even saying?
Do you come with subtitles?
Yeah. We thought of actually doing that, and then we were like, nah, it's too much work. We don't want to do that.
That's usually where a lot of choices in film come from. It's
too much work. Fuck it. You know? Oh my God. Homeless David Lynch would sound like, yeah, but could you spare a quarter? Now, I'm not asking you for a quarter to give to me. It's actually specifically my stomach because I really want a sandwich. Or I could be lying, and it could all be about cocaine. I'm trying to get rocks, but you don't know. But if you want to be part of the mystery, give me $1 and find out. Like that's that fucking homeless David Lynch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're like, all right, sir, here, have $1, like whatever you need, you know. Or as I told one guy, like, I really honestly don't care what you're going to use this $1 for. If you need to get high, get high. I don't give a shit. If you need to eat, eat. I don't care. I am just here to I'm just decided I'm going to give you charity. And there are no strings attached. And I don't believe there should be any strings attached when it is charity. You know? Because I hate that fucking like, well, you know, what if they just like are going to use that money to buy booze to destroy themselves? And I'm just like, good, I don't care.
I buy,
you know,
money
like
things with my money that destroy me.
Yeah, like why shouldn't he fucking like, dude, his life is miserable. Maybe he just wants to drink himself to death. Fine, you know, like I give a shit. Well, shouldn't you care about people? I do. I care $1's worth. Here, he's giving him $1.
Yeah.
Now we're done. And now we walk away. Don't give me your fucking bullshit excuse as to why you're not giving him $1, because I don't give a shit about that either. Razorvine.
Yes.
You're falling asleep.
No, I'm actually like looking at a chat in my.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, you've actually got the tablet.
I thought he fell asleep. I was like,
yeah, me too. All right, Alex, send me a message on them their Skypes, and we'll get you in.
Falling asleep at the party.
Yeah.
Not a great idea if you're not the last person awake.
Well, that's why God created Sharpies.
That's Sharpies, yep.
Yep.
Yeah. So before you guys all take Sharpies to my face, I better go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Take care, Jamie.
You too. See you soon, I hope.
Yeah, definitely. You take care.
Ta-ta.
All right. See what's this Alex gonna happen.
See, I prefer ketchup packets for writing on people's faces.
Ketchup packets? How do you how do you square that circle?
Well, you gotta cut them. See, I have a pocket knife. I always have a pair of scissors on me.
Okay.
My pocket knife has scissors, so I just cut the end of the ketchup packet off and just, draw that.
Swiss Army knife, man?
Yeah,
always. You're telling me?
I always have a Swiss Army knife, dude.
You always have a Swiss Army knife? Oh.
Always.
There we go. There's Alex. Let's bring him in. Bring him in. Do. Invite to group call. All right. Let's go back to this 3-guesting thing. Breaky. It's...
Oh, shit. Dude, you look just like my therapist. Or drug dealer. Same thing, dude.
These are true. These are true statements.
Yes.
That's what many therapists do, is the delivery and provisions of the drugs.
Well, mine's not licensed. He just gives me what I need.
I mean, counseling is good too. Talking through your problems is a helpful thing.
Yeah, he always
So what you're saying is he's the one they call Dr. Feel Good. He's the one that's gonna make it all right. He's the one they call
Feel Good. Never goes, hey man, you want to look at my Lego collection? No, I don't want to look at your Lego collection, man. How about my toys? Remember those?
I remember Take Your Toys. You know what I really remember? Getting high, which is why I am here. I hate having... Look, I'm not saying I haven't been friends with my dealer. I'm just saying I haven't been friends with every dealer I've ever had.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of pretending like I am.
Yeah. Sit down with me and watch Miami Vice with me.
Yeah. Let's watch Miami Vice. No.
Miami Vice, man. I don't really like you.
It's so. I'm just waiting. I just want to see Sybil Danning's tits. That's really it.
See, that's why I always like to go through I always find the more obscure sources and then go through a functionary. Actually spending time with the source.
Right? I like to spend some time, but not a lot.
Right now, my acid dealer is very secretive because they're saving for retirement through their legitimate business.
No.
So
what? Are you fucking shitting me?
No, acid giving out acid's their side thing.
Right.
So they just they own a store and they're just saving for retirement, and so they don't like people they don't know approaching them about drugs.
Oh, got it.
I go through my roommate who has no.
He only deals with regulars. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well,
got it.
If
all
you're
right.
saving for retirement, you're doing the responsible.
Somewhat shameful and somewhat shameless confession to make.
All right, go for it.
It is hilarious. The delivery by which I'm going to give it is hilarious.
Okay.
I shoved the Buddha up my bum.
You shoved the Buddha up your bum. That's what?
Don't worry. He's cool with it.
Okay, well, there are a lot of things that the Buddha is cool with, but was it, all right, so I gotta ask, was this, I found myself doing it, or was it, that's where that shit goes?
Did it center you?
It did, because there were little Buddhas on my acid tabs, and I took one, waited 2 hours, nothing really happened, so I took the second one.
Rectally?
Yeah, because it works. You get more bang for your buck.
What?
it goes directly to the digestive system, to the bloodstream.
Are
without
you
being-
fucking kidding? Really?
Yeah, no, dude, you've been like, the amount of highs that you could have saved money on probably comes to thousands of dollars with all the acid you've done in your life.
Can you rectally ingest, I guess, LSD?
I think
I'm quite
imbibe.
certain
Is
you
that an
can't.
imbibe? Would that be the
Dosing
right verb?
per rectum. It's called plugging. What?
I just took one of the little tabs. I just took a dab and put it in the other hole, and it worked fine.
Oh.
I feel like I got a better high because instead of having to go through my digestive system, it went directly into my bloodstream through my colon.
And your inhibitions were gone.
What?
And then I got so high.
Oh shit, dude.
I had a long trip, like a good 14 hours.
Oh damn.
LSD is potent enough and bioavailable enough subsequently for the flamingo. But wait, what?
Or the
Yeah, I
flamingo.
think I know what blog post you're reading there. I looked it up too. It was kind of like, it didn't turn out to be that helpful. But trust me, it works. Do you want to know how I know it works?
Oh, because you just told me you did it.
Yeah. Hey,
Okay.
listen to my experiences.
What? I didn't know this was a thing you could do.
Yeah, you could have, and the increase in potency, you probably could have saved thousands of dollars over your acid-taking career.
Really?
I could have said,
Yeah.
think of that with the wine I've drank. Didn't
I mean,
have to
don't
drink
do it
any
with
of it.
alcohol, 'cause don't do it with alcohol. That will burn you. But like, don't do it
Yeah.
with THC alcohol with THC oil. That won't. do
What?
anything. It
I've
has
been
be-
to that party. I've been to that party. I saw a chick do like a fucking like two
Like-
bottles of wine up her butt.
What?
The alcohol has this thing where it, so that seems like a bad idea to me.
Oh yeah,
Whereas, like,
yeah. It was horrible.
but now I can just shamefully say to people, I shoved the Buddha up my butt. I'm not proud.
Well, don't tell your dad.
Oh, my dad
That's my
already.
advice. Oh, your dad? Okay.
Oh my
dad-
god.
You think I put it
My
up?
dad, my dad is also personal friends with the dealer. They just don't do drugs and don't live in the same city as me.
Oh, okay.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Because the dealer also happens to be somebody who like frequents the same kind of nude beaches my dad likes.
Oh, your dad sounds
Nude
cool.
beaches.
Yeah.
My dad
Sounds
loves,
cool.
yeah, Wreck Beach in Vancouver, big nude beach,
Oh
international
shit!
tourist
Yeah.
attraction. I recommend coming. It's very nice. Out
You're
behind the University of British Columbia campus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real nice.
Yeah, I've been there.
You got people walking around selling shrooms and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, that you do.
'Cause
Why? Huh.
yeah, you know,
Okay.
you got to visit Wreck Beach at least once in your life. It's good. It's like a big old
Okay.
beach.
Okay.
Like you can just like there's like it's not legal to sell alcohol there, and it's not legal to sell drugs anywhere, but you can still get them. And what you do is there'll be people who will just like be naked with like a shoulder bag and be talking in like really quiet tones, but like they'll just walk by your group and be like ice cold beer, shrooms, psychedelic sunsets. And it's like you just kind of wave them down. You just kind of wave them down, and they will come by. And
does nobody catch them?
there's beach code for when the cops are coming by. And as for the people who would be like narcs, those
Yeah?
motherfuckers, narcs get bullied off the beach.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's got a culture. There's even the code, which is 6 up, which means the beach patrol's coming by. Because the way where Wreck Beach is it's behind the UBC campus and then down like 400 stairs down like the side of a cliff face, and then there's a huge expanse of beach at the base of the cliff.
Yeah. Are the cops still pretty lax there in general
They're
though?
pretty lax there, but like they pushed out they did push out like some of the major dealers, but now the dealers are just sending their friends with their product.
Yeah.
And so
Because when I was
What is love?
when I was
Baby,
living,
don't
when I was living
hurt
up there,
me.
like
You want
Don't
mushroom
hurt
Rice Krispie
me
squares? They're good.
no
I've had 'em.
more.
No,
Oh, man.
Vancouver's drug culture is really weird and interesting, and also like dangerous right now, but also still because like weed is ubiquitous as beer. 420 in Vancouver is like an international Oktoberfest of marijuana. It's amazing.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, no, it is an international. It is worth international travel. Check it out.
I actually got deported a couple of days after 420 up in Vancouver. Yeah, that
Horrible.
sucked. I was still high. So that was, I mean,
Mushrooms and psychedelics are harder to find, but when you find them, they're usually pretty good, pretty strong, and pretty clean. Shrooms are pretty easy to find. Anything harder is usually laced at this point with fentanyl or carfentanil because it's very, very easy to make that stuff in a home lab. So if you like opiums, opiums or amphetamines, which I generally say avoid that entire category at all costs.
I agree.
Because in Vancouver you take that shit, it's probably laced with something highly toxic, and you'll die.
Right.
Yeah,
you don't,
dude,
you don't want
There's
that.
two faces of the drug culture, which is like we're the weed capital of the world. Amsterdam ain't got shit on us, and we don't even have it legalized. But then you've also got like hundreds and hundreds of people, like at least 911 people in 2016 that overdosed on opiates. We got an epidemic going.
Oh yeah,
Jeez.
it's tough all over, man. It's tough over down here too.
Yep. So it's like this weird two-sided drug culture of super lethal opiate dealing, and then like everybody and their dog has weed.
How long you been there?
I've been living in Vancouver for about 3 years now. I grew up in British Columbia.
Oh yeah, what town?
Chilliwack.
Oh okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah, we're at Chilliwack, where the most recent news article to reach Vancouver from Chilliwack is a small group of high schoolers had started a secret ring of taking on farm work and then fucking chickens to death and tearing them apart.
Yeah.
So that's my hometown.
What?
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Welcome to Chilliwack. It's awful. It is the worst town.
Welcome to Chicken-fuckistan.
Yeah, no shit.
See, I was in Vancouver in like 2006, and the drug culture there was like, as an American going up there, like it was weird because I remember a cop catching or being aware that I was smoking, and he just came by me and said, "Hey, put that out," and then walked by, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? You know? I thought I was going to prison.
No, they don't have the time to give a fuck.
Yeah.
Because they're dealing with like an opioid crisis right now.
Dude, and I was hanging around the community center, like downtown a lot, which is pretty sketch.
Downtown Vancouver is just like, East Hastings in Maine is sketchy as all fuck.
Yeah, I hung out there a few times. Yeah, it's pretty sketchy.
It's like the poorest postal code in Canada is actually in the city, not in some fucking hit country.
But I gotta say, man, Canadian slums aren't that bad.
I mean, I guess we don't have like Detroit.
No,
you've got Detroit, so you got the world class slums right there.
Yeah, we got Detroit. We got like East St. Louis. East St. Louis, man. I was there during like some of the hard times, man. It was pretty bad, dude. And then shortly after they're going to Vancouver, and it's like, yeah, we're in the slums. What? This looks like upper middle class housing here, except you have like maybe 3 families living in a house. It was weird.
Yeah.
I'm living in like I'm living in a collective house right now, which is pretty cool. That's kind of a thing that's going on in Vancouver. It's just like young people who want to live in the city and are like broke, just kind of band together. And like we've got maybe, let's see, this house is like right near the like the P&E, which is the big carnival, right? Like the big permanent carnival that opens up in the summer.
Yeah.
and I think we have one, two.
Do they still have the
people in the house right now? About
do they still have
$400.
Do they still have the big McDonald's barge out there? 'Cause there was like a huge McDonald's barge.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was like a 3-story McDonald's that was on a barge they built in like 1986.
Yeah, I don't
in
think
Vancouver.
that's around anymore. I think that closed like before I was out of middle school.
It closed like in the I think like 91 or something like that, but it was like abandoned and the barge was just there. Yeah. And I saw that.
It's just there like being a fucking eyesore no one's doing anything about.
Oh man, you want to talk about fucking urban development eyesores? The fucking Vancouver Viaduct. It's this large bridge which takes like a little traffic congestion off, but not really enough for it to be worth keeping open. And then because of the way the bridge is built, because it's not a suspension bridge, it's like one of those Boston style like elevated road type things.
Ew.
It's basically just like the support pillars are just like cutting through large plots of land that could otherwise be used for like low income housing and stuff like that, like which is something the city needs because we kind of have a rent crisis going on. But that's kind of expected on every fucking West Coast city in North America. Is rent crises. All right, so did you want that trip report?
Yeah. That's the whole reason I brought you on. Fucking.
Okay.
I know,
Real
but
quick.
shit. I'm
real quick, sorry. Real quick,
sorry.
sorry, guys. It's 4 a.m. You guys have fun.
Oh, you're gonna bow out?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, take care.
All right, man. You take care.
Look.
All right.
I gotta hear about this Buddha shit.
All right. So.
All right. So we got that.
Yes,
Well, I think we've heard all there is to tell tale about that one, that section of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I discovered the hilarity of being while I was really high on acid, just sitting and then staring inwardly and as shamefully as possible, trying to say it. And every time I say it, I burst out laughing in public because I decided to go for a walk in the middle of the night, as you do.
Yes.
So I started at 1 p.m. Started feeling something by 3. Then let's see we'll do the activities and we'll do what the activities meant because that second part will really be the meat of the subject.
Okay.
So let's see. First, I hung around the home for a whole bunch. There was a tropical fruit tray in the fridge that was going to go bad in 3 days, and nobody wanted it in the house, so they said it was all mine. And so I took it out to the trampoline, and we have wildfires right now.
All right, so there's a trampoline involved.
In our backyard. We have a trampoline in the backyard of the house.
Okay.
And so I'm just in my sweatpants, lying on this trampoline with this big tray of tropical fruit, tripping really goddamn hard. There's wildfires in northern BC right now, so the sky is white with smoke.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, no, it's fucking bad. But this day, the smoke was only covering about half the sky. The other half of the sky was blue, and the setting sun, which was red, was on the same side as the smoke. So I get this color palette smeared across the sky.
Okay.
And so I'm lying on the trampoline, staring at it with a big tray of sweet tropical fruit in my comfy pants, just lying there really comfortably, shoving fucking fruit in my gob and feeling like, oh my god, I have embodied Ganesh at this moment. And I texted this to Yogi, and he's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Right? And so I was major event 1. Major event 2 was I took 2 hours to finally figure out how the fuck to get dressed. Strapped as much of my weird wizard and occult shit to my body as I could, with rope, and just
with the rope,
I had a big leather book about this. I'll go get it. I'm in my room on my phone.
Okay.
So I had my staff with me. Oh no! Oh, water bottle opened up on the bed. That is wet. That is I'm going to need to get a towel in a moment. But we'll start over here. So I had my magical staff with me.
Oh.
Which is very nice.
Oh, it is. Well, what is that? Let's get a better look at that.
That is a sapling, which
man.
I sanded down, right, and made nice and smooth.
Did you carve it into like a bone shape? Is that what that is?
No. It's like this is like the roots of the plant, right?
Oh, okay.
So then I tied some rope around it, tied a little leather down the hook.
So you're Radagast-ing it as hard as you can.
Got my smoking pipe, my sage, a pair of scissors to have an edge with me.
Right.
And then I just like grabbed some other tools and stuff, my incense burners, and managed to fit them and rig them up onto the rope. And I tied some rope around my body, and I was walking around with this old tomb, this old leather book I used to put my sigil.
Right. Where did you get that book, by the way?
Gift shop in White Rock, which is like the nearby beach retirement town.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't know, like 45 minutes out of Vancouver.
Okay.
Right. And I just had it like strapped onto my back, like that. Right. And so I'm walking around, and like whenever someone walks by me, I like stare really intently at them. And if they make any vocal noises towards me, I'm like, did you know I'm a wizard?
Yeah. So you're like, nah. So you're going like, you and Sanity are doing a deep dive right here.
Oh yeah, like I remained fully in control, but I lost like those things that we use called dignity and restraint.
Dignity and restraint is gone.
Yeah. A baby cart, like an abandoned baby stroller.
Yeah.
And it was at the top of a hill. And so you know how this went? I got
did you get into the
and I went rolling down the hill, and I almost fucking creamed myself on a tree.
Yeah, that's about right, you know.
Then I found a bunch of people playing community ball hockey, and I snuck in through the back door.
Was this at night or during the day?
This was at night. This was like
this is at night. Okay,
9 o'clock. Right?
Okay.
I'm just trying to find a towel to stop that water that spilled onto my bed. We'll be having the conversation as I move around and accomplish this task.
Right.
Because that's a lot of water that I need to get out of the soak-in. Make sure it doesn't soak in. Put the towel over the bed and just kind of put pressure on it, I guess.
That's how you deal with any wound. Pressure.
Well, it's water on a bed.
Well, I thought it was that it's that and drinking some orange juice.
Ugh.
Yes, you always want to drink orange juice.
Yeah, it's like the first thing you learn about acid is that it takes a while to kick in.
Yeah.
If you don't take
it takes 45 minutes to an hour.
Maybe you don't take the second dose, especially when you take rectally for double potency.
The second thing you learn is don't go to Denny's while you're waiting for your high.
Oh God,
and
no.
The third thing.
No. The first rule is don't go to Denny's.
Yeah,
don't go to Denny's.
That's a rule.
Period.
For drug.
That's a rule for life.
Yeah, don't go to Denny's.
On or off drugs, don't go to Denny's. Denny's is always a bad idea. Always.
There will always be a fight at Denny's at 2:00 in the morning.
Especially if you're in the LA area, find a fucking Bob's Big Boy. They're open 24 hours. Or an IHOP. Or a fucking IHOP. And if it's like, well, the Denny's is right over there, but the IHOP is an hour away. Drive for an hour.
That's what I always said. It was like,
it's worth it. Fucking.
We gotta eat. We just got off. Okay, let's go like across the river to a nice restaurant. Now we're going to a Denny's. There's always fights at Denny's. Now we're going to Denny's.
Fuck a fight at Denny's. The food. Ugh.
You know,
like
Denny's
fucking
trash.
Fucking like pans that have like a fucking full centimeter of fucking caked on dried grease.
Yeah.
You know, fucking.
I don't care if the Jeffersons are saying it's a good place to eat. It's not a good place to eat.
Who are the Jeffersons?
Oh, the Jeffersons.
From
the Jeffersons.
From the Jeffersons?
Yeah, they had a.
When did they say it was?
years and years ago, they had the couple.
I don't fucking remember that shit.
They had a commercial and it was for Denny's, and I was like, no.
The Jefferson's Denny commercial.
It'll finish the job.
Holy shit!
It was the two actresses from the Jeffersons, and they did the Denny's commercial.
Yeah, you're right. They did. Holy shit.
Dude, I just now remembered.
2002.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Moving a standing fan over.
Oh my god.
Spot.
Wait. The Jeffersons full episode, Louise S. painting.
Okay.
What? What the fuck is going on?
Surreal reality.
Okay.
Surreality.
I think
do white people really look like this in the 70s? That's all I gotta ask. Like,
they look 20 years older than they really were.
No, they just look. Whether or not that's the case seems to be beyond the point. It just seems to be. This is just what. Wait, me and Billy D. What the fuck?
Billy D. Williams, man. Colt 45.
Colt 45. It is Billy D.
I will never trust him.
Oh, because of Colt 45?
Yeah, Colt 45.
Look, the Silver Bullet paid the bills that one time.
Anyways, you wanted to go back to the acid trip.
Yes.
At 10 p.m., I go in there. I noticed at the back door to the gym at the community center where I live, like the really sketchy East Hastings Community Center. Okay, so here's what to put in mind. Whenever I say East Hastings, it's the sketchy part of Vancouver.
Okay.
Right? So the East Hastings Community Center, I notice the back door to the gym is open. I wander up, all jangly with my various occult knickknacks tied to my body.
Mm-hmm.
And I watch first a game of basketball. Right?
Okay.
Community basketball teams facing off, then community hockey teams facing off. They got it booked one after the other. So as the basketball is winding down, I get up and walk away, and I meet a guy who's like, "Oh, hello, sir. How are you doing?" And it's like, "Well, I'm on acid." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, "Interesting thing about acid, you sweat a lot. If you notice, that is why I'm very sweaty. I noticed that you noticed I am sweaty. I saw where your eyes were moving. May I have one of those water bottles, please? I am a local mystic in your community, and it's important that I remain alive while I'm on this vision quest." And he's like, "Yeah, okay." And so he gives me a water bottle. Nice guy. 59. When I saw him later on the he was like 59 years old. I eventually learned when I saw him later playing community ball hockey. For a 59-year-old guy with like a hunchback and a bunch of broken teeth, he moves really fucking fast on the ball hockey court.
Oh man,
right,
nice.
So I get the water bottle, I finish it, I decide I need more, and I know that there's a park with a water fountain in the park. Right, so I wander my way over to that water fountain. Right, it's my sacred quest, and it was then you fucking imagined getting to that.
Yeah.
Time dilates. Like the weird thing about acid is that because you become kind of non-functional, you become kind of dysfunctional in terms of like your ability to complete tasks.
Yeah.
It takes you longer to do stuff than you normally expect to do them, and your sense of
time. Yeah. Your sense of time is totally off, and you're also like really fucking amped up, and so everything is taking way longer than you have the attention span for.
Right.
You know.
But I still eventually get to that water fountain in like half an hour, even though it was like a 5-minute walk.
Right. Yeah.
And then I'm like, I see some people with like who just abandoned a baby cart at the top of the hill after like riding it a little bit, but then like pushing it out and not riding down the full length of the hill because it's a long hill. And so I'm like, well, somebody has to do this.
Okay, so this is the baby cart incident.
Yeah. So I sit down and wait at the top of the hill, looking at just staring at people coming and going from the bus stop near Playland, which again is like that. Basically, it's our carnival. It's like having a Six Flags, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have something called the Pacific North Expo. which is just like rides and shit, like roller
Right.
coasters and elevators and that kind of shit.
Okay.
Carousels. And so it's like they're keeping it open late because they're running a concert out of there this night. So I've got this really discordant music being distorted over the air, just kind of as a backdrop to all my activities. Because it probably sounds great up close, but over this vast distance, it's just kind of like and it's just good backdrop.
Okay.
Because it also kept animals away, and since I was in like the inner city park area, so I'm just kind of like, I was able to just kind of like chill on the lawn in the park alone and not get mugged or attacked by an animal. So good timing, I guess, on my trip.
Yeah. That's.
But yeah, so I wait there, sitting there, asking people and referring to myself and them through the use of tarot cards.
Okay.
And I'm like, so the first pair of people to come up is like a boyfriend and girlfriend, and they're just walking by me while I'm sitting in the grass. And I'm like, could the lovers do a favor for the hermits?
Yeah, I was about to say, you're definitely embodying the hermit. You're Radagasting it pretty hard.
Yeah, I was Radagasting it pretty fucking hard. And no, they got worried and like wandered off. But eventually, a big like cowboy type guy with a knife strapped to his boot comes by, so I call him the Knight of Swords. And I'm like, he eventually did me the favor of holding my staff and all of my more fragile objects while I cart down the hill. And so I do, and it almost tips forward over itself after it hits a crack, but I stand up out of it, jog forward on my feet a bit, grab a tree and swing around and be like facing him, just like, hello. And then just take my feet back, and it's like, good.
So you're like okay, so you're like super high at this point.
Oh, while I was eating the fruit, I was noticing all the insects in the trees and like noticing all the insects on my fingers, eating the sticky juices and being like, whoa, I'm part of the cycle of life and death. And
yeah.
And it's like, I will eventually fade into the dirt, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm aware of my mortal coil and super comfortable with it. Yeah. So then that's when I came back and saw the community ball hockey game. Oh no, between that, I stopped at the water fountain again to refill it after my escapades with the baby cart.
Right.
And I took out my incense and my sage and I lit it on the concrete around the water fountain, and I waited for somebody to come by, and nobody came by. So I just did it. Yeah, I just shouted the bit that I wanted to do because I thought up this bit in my head, as you do. And so I'm just like, behold, in this dry and barren land, because all the grass in the park is like sunburned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and all yellow. I'm like, from this dry and barren land, the great wizard can make water spring forth. And then I slam my hand down on the fountain's like go button. And it's like,
yeah. Like it. How to put it? Do you know what I mean now when I say, like, it's not like you believe it, it just seemed like a really good idea.
Right?
Yeah, it just...
If you can trick someone into listening to for a little bit, you can, because of how fast your mind's going, you can, like, explain how the nature of, like, easily transported, purified water is, like, magical.
Yeah. You could just talk about anything,
with what my phone represented mystically, which was, I have this magic portal in my hands and I write upon the light and it goes through the air.
Yeah, it's like fucking magic.
And reads it.
Yeah.
I just the concept of a battery in my phone, like it's the divine light of the stars.
It powers everything. Everything. Yeah.
My lighter, it's like the fire of the fire.
Yeah. But behold the power of Prometheus. Whoa.
Bro.
What's like it's one of those things where I'm always continuously fascinated about what things are mundane in our world.
Mhm.
You know, because like you think about it, and you're like, dude, this would 500 years ago. Like, no, fuck it, 200 years ago, wizard. Right here, wizard.
Behold the flames of Ardor.
Yeah.
Roommates
Fucking
were
wizard. They're like,
playing,
wait, what did the fire come from, Bright Eyes? You're like, it's a lighter. Oh, what? A lighter. We've been using matches like suckers. You know, like, God, so can you imagine like going back to the Middle Ages and just having something go, what the fuck? You're just like, yeah, lighter, man.
One of my roommates
like,
was
Jesus
playing,
Christ.
Long Dark, which is like
Mhm.
a survival game set in the Canadian wilderness. It's very like Yukon Gothic, I guess, in its style.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just like you walk out of your house into the blizzard, you're past like the 30th parallel, and then you disappear and don't come back. Where'd Daddy go? There was never a Daddy. He disappeared into the blizzard. He knew that meant he would die. We will forget.
What the? Hold on. Wait, I'm looking in the chat for a minute.
In the chat.
Well, apparently someone named Clorox Bleach. Oh, he's trying to dox me. Boy, you're way off. Dude, you're fucking way off. That's not even close.
What's he trying to do?
He's trying to dox me, but I'm like, got your LP. No? Oh, no. I'm in the Pacific time zone, like I tell everybody, not like there's a whole longitude of that. Oh, my God.
I'm there, too.
Yeah. Actually, that brings up an important point. Ray, set, go. What time zone you located in?
I am located in Central Time.
Oh. So you're weird like that.
I work nights. So I'm a night owl.
No.
It's 4:20 where I am, right? Actually.
But what you telling me, man, is that you ain't Pacific. You ain't West Side.
I used to be.
You know?
I used to live in Portland and Vancouver.
Oh. Well,
so
I respect Vancouver. Not a big movie, Portland.
You don't
fanatic.
respect Portland.
Yeah.
Well, it's not what it used to be.
Portland.
I used to live there. I go there like once a year though for the Retro Gaming Expo. But it's cool for the arcade scene. That's about the only good thing about Portland nowadays.
I guess that exists. That is true that exists there.
Yes.
Getting comfy on my bed.
Oh man.
But don't be hating on me because of fucking Midwest, man. Come on.
The creation of water, the miracle. After I reenacted that scene from El Topo with getting water out of the stone.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah. After that, I wander over to a hill and lie under the stars, and then I proceed to have sex with them.
Yes.
I have metaphorical sex with the stars, but when you're on acid, metaphors are as good as literal. So I'm just kind of like, whoa.
Hey, did the stars consent?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
And that's also when I was
because
like,
stars are sluts.
Like that's when I realized that I had shoved the Buddha up my bum, but then I checked with him and he was cool with it.
Yeah.
Here, boss.
It's all good. It's all good.
Smooth sailing, boss. Let's keep on going.
Yeah. He's just like, it was the laughing Buddha, to be fair.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
He's just kind of like, that sounds funny. That's what I do. Then I went and found a community ball hockey game, and I stared at them while I was on acid, and they were kind of discomforted by my strange drug-filled presence at first. But then I sat down and with my staff, and they saw my staff, and they noticed that I had a long stick, and they all had long sticks. And however, I had a different type of stick. They had those staves of the warriors, whereas I had the staff of the magician.
Yeah.
But we were all young men with sticks, And so I was accepted into their circle because I had the same token that they had. And so I watched their ball hockey game, and obviously the team that I sat with won. Obviously.
It's Christmas miracle.
Wizard. Ain't nothing miraculous about it. It's wizardly power.
Yeah.
I could not.
Oh, man.
It's not December either.
For that though, because they did not want to be disruptive, and two, they were white shirts versus black shirts, and I don't know, having a white man chant "Go Whites" ain't exactly the most aesthetically pleasing idea.
No, that's not the best.
Hey,
You probably don't want to do that.
So I cheered, and I just kind of silently sat there, going like,
Should have cheered for Skins. Skins.
uh,
I think he wants you to take your shirt off.
Post ball hockey game, I come back to my apartment and I learn of the trap that is the shower. If you get into the shower on acid, you take 2 hours to get back out.
Yeah. You just don't want to leave.
So
And it's really relaxing though. It feels really good.
Right?
Super good.
If you want like the most I can't really do the scientific idea of how acid works, but the most for people listening to chat, curious about acid. The easiest way to put it in like psychological terms is you'll do 2 months worth of your scattered intellectual musings. You'll do 2 months worth of them in 12 hours. And the reason you're sweating so hard is because your brain is fucking overheating. And you're just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Ideas.
Huh.
I learned
not even
nature of my wizard craft. I learned
that's dude, that is actually, that's not the worst guess, but it's wrong. It's not even close. You're not even close. You are not even close. You know. Oh man. The doxing wars, Jesus.
It should be Chlordox.
Chlordox bleach. Yeah. Fucking hell, yeah. Actually, my favorite guess has been Austin, Texas. Or sorry, San Antonio, Texas. I'm like, no. Like, not even close. Oh man, that guy's still guessing San Antonio, Texas. This guy Austin, calm down. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
I also want to discuss the mystical implications of the kind of ideas which occurred to me on my trip. Because those I feel are important to me and provide a great subject matter of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured out what the core two ideological...
No, Austin, you're nowhere close. Like, not even a little. Go on, Alex.
Ideological objects which make up my particular brand of chaos magic, which is context and distinction. Context is the locational setting of the magic because it determines how things will relate to each other with distinction, and distinction determines where one thing ends and another thing begins.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm following.
And I also figured out how art functions as magic, in that by taking the metaphors which you hold dear and enforcing them through artistic expression into your literal will, you are working your magic upon the world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Art is a form of magic.
Yeah, because it makes people feel things.
Yeah, it makes people feel things. It creates something real out of the imaginary.
I comprehended the nature of shared reality, which is literal. Okay, so when you call something literal, from the viewpoint of shared reality, it is something which the apparent traits of are blindingly obvious to anyone. That is something that is literal. Whereas something that is metaphorical does not relies more heavily on context because the inherent traits of a metaphor are not blindingly obvious as they are to a literal thing. So it's a sliding scale of how easily sensible, and by sensible I mean like literally, can you sense it?
Yeah, Mr. Shadow, you're literally making magic with art. That's the idea. You're giving reality to the unreal.
Literal things are sensibly obvious.
Have you seen every living creature, like every animal, as a tube yet? As a tube.
I did do a lot of thinking about gastric and digestion, because I was thinking like, so like there was a fly flying past my face and I farted, and I'm like, oh, I fart because
this is all about your ass, isn't it? This is your journey.
Hey,
your journey is all about your ass.
Good ass. Well, no, like I understood digestion from a very interesting point of view.
Digestion is important.
I had eaten like a ton of fruit, right? So it was moldering in my stomach, as it does, and producing gases. And I'm burping a lot. And I'm thinking, creatures which do their digestion externally don't pass gas. If they did, if a fly passed gas, it would burst the little bastard's exoskeleton. He'd fucking explode.
Yeah.
They do their digestion externally. So do spiders.
Yep.
And I'm just thinking of like,
they're all tubes.
And then I was also thinking about how wine skins, like the first water skins, works in technology. And I'm like, wow, when you fill a wineskin full of wine, what you're doing is you're saying, look how fucking rich I am in my resources. I can kill a member of your species, take a bladder, so I have a spare bladder to put non-hydrating fluid I consume for recreation in. That's how better I am than you stupid fucking gazelle.
Yeah.
Praise Bacchus. Praise Bacchus.
I'll burn you.
That's what humans are doing when they like make wine skins and water skins out of like animal bladders like we used to. We were stealing animal bladders so we could have more water for later outside our body. Because normally you can only do that kind of work inside your body with your organs and like.
Yeah.
The ancient remains of
because
long dead things and using that matter, which is turned into like a almost liquefied substance, then like turning that and shaping that into a container that will hold like our booze.
So other animals have tool use. Humans arguably have the best tool use, but maybe not the most purified tool use. I'm sure an otter is much better at smashing open a clam with a rock than I am, because they do it all their lives.
Fuck no,
but
that otter doesn't have thumbs. I'd throw that clam.
I do figure out what humans do the best, which is humans are the best tool collectors. My God, do we like to collect tools? We keep.
Oh God, yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. We like to have like a whole workshop of tools. It's our thing.
Yeah. We fucking love it. We love shit.
Mm-hmm. It's our fucking deal.
Yeah. It's the thing that we do. Oh,
I think
man.
birds do that too, don't they?
Do what?
I mean,
yeah. Particularly crows.
Like, I guess, but like, we do it the best.
Yeah.
Fuck everyone.
Yeah, that's what water skins used to be made of. You just like you find an animal's bladder and you're like, well, this holds liquid.
You tan it like you tan leather,
mm-hmm.
and you just have a spare external bladder, and it's like So that's really the course of human history. Is we didn't have enough bladders. When we got angry about that, we wanted to have more bladders, so we stole and preserved other species' bladders.
Yeah. That's kind of how it happened. They're like, we want to get out of here, but we don't know if there's water.
For purposes that no other species could comprehend, we fill those bladders with vinegar, the most unhydrating fluid you can think of. And we're just like, yeah, it's a water skin full of vinegar. We use it for pickling. What's that? Fuck you. You're a fucking deer.
Yeah.
Fucking bladder. Humans, yeah. So that's kind of my version of all animals are tubes.
Yeah. I realized that all animals are tubes. I wasn't on acid, I was on mushrooms, but I realized all animals are tubes.
Yeah.
And then I was like thinking about, man, so many things we have are tubes. Is this because all animals are tubes? And I was like, all animals are tubes? And it set me down a wonderful journey.
Like the jellyfish is technically a tube with a cap that stuff comes back. It eats and shits out of the same mouth, so. And a jellyfish doesn't really shit. It just drops the stuff that it can't digest.
Yeah,
outside of its stomach.
It's like a tube that comes back towards itself.
Yeah, pretty much.
Kind of like a really flexible porn star.
It also reminded me of something I read about spiders, and then I compared that to humans, is that spiders develop in the womb in reverse as to pose which side of the tube is which. Well, spiders develop in their eggs differently, so Spider-Man should really have a mouth for an ass and an ass for a mouth. Because
wait, what?
The way that their cells grow in the embryonic state is that what is functionally the umbilical, because inside an egg there is a structure that is functionally similar to the umbilical cord, right? Except for the spider, it's attached to the ass instead of so the spider, it's attached directly to the part which will eventually develop into the mouth, whereas for us it's attached to the belly button, to the lower colon and intestine. So if Spider-Man were more genetically accurate, he would shoot webs out of a spinneret right above his butt, and his butt and mouth would shift around some.
Huh.
Yeah. Spiders are neat.
Huh.
Yeah, acid. Here's the trick, kids. Do your homework, do your research, get a nice, clean source. And we here at the Count Jackula Show do not advocate the use of drugs. However, we do enjoy it.
Oh, man.
And that second part is the hard part, man. Find a good, clean source.
Yeah. I have one, so if you're ever in Vancouver, we'll hook
That's what's kept me from getting high on it. I don't trust it when I find it out in the wild.
Oh yeah, exactly. You gotta always go for the old hand psychedelic community, or the rec beach, or the nude beach community type things, right?
Hippies.
Hippies. Go through hippies. Go through hippies who own businesses.
Yeah, if they have a Gandalf record, you're good.
Yeah, if you find a hippie who owns a shop, they actually own their store and they do tax paperwork for that store, they're probably smart enough to get you clean acid.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I have my guy, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Hold on to them.
I feel, you know what, I gotta say, I'm a little sad that Envoy's not around anymore. I actually did really want to talk with her, but
she has interesting subject matter.
Yeah. I really, there's a lot of stuff going on with her.
I'm starting to have ever since I took the acid, I'm starting to have much more coherent oversleeping dreams, because this is
you also have a much easier time staying coherent while you're tripping. The more experienced you get, your brain is sort of like, oh, I remember how to fucking think my way through this,
So, but yeah, I have this thing where if I intentionally oversleep in the morning, I will almost always have really, really vivid dreams, and I can sort of dive and control it by sleeping for 15 minutes, waking up half waking up for 5, considering what happened, and then falling back to sleep for another 15 minutes.
Oh, geez.
Because I'm just kind of coasting on the oversleeping, right? To dive in and out of consciousness, and I'm not able to really lucid dream and have control of myself, but I'm able to direct a vivid dream.
Ooh, nice.
And ever since I dropped the acid, which was last Thursday, I've been able to have much better control over this process. And I find that in these dreams, a lot of hypothetical scenarios play out almost like fortune telling a parallel universe, right? Like if I did something that was specifically against my nature, it would pan out like this, right?
Yeah.
So I'm able to run those thought experiments rapidly.
Yeah. Well, dreams are these kind of dreams are kind of interesting because what's important isn't the it's more important than the images themselves is the meaning that we pull out of the dream narrative. You know, that's the important shit. You know, I don't know if dreams are prophetic so much as every human being kind of slightly is.
Yeah.
You know,
for me,
and
what it definitely does feel like when I am going through this state is it does feel like I'm experiencing prophecy.
Yeah. It does.
I'm aware that might just be a matter of how it feels, but
exactly. Yeah,
it's still most definitely how it feels.
Yeah, it is how it feels. You know, like, and it's really fucking hard to it's really fucking hard to explain. You know, because you don't know. As me and Yogi are very, very, very fond of saying, we're never entirely sure how much of this is real.
Mm-hmm.
We're never entirely certain, and you will never be entirely certain. Because if you were entirely certain, it wouldn't be magic; it'd be science.
Yep.
Because you'd know, you'd be able to get it down to as close to 100% as humanly possible. Whereas we're like not dealing in the world of high probability. We're dealing in the world of the unlikely, you know. And so we're already like in this kind of like skewed situation that's very weird and very bizarre. Yet at the same time, if you're able to suspend disbelief, not get rid of it, but suspend it, and just be like, all right, I'm going to suspend disbelief for a little bit and see where this goes.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing the things that you can pull out of it. You know, it's amazing the things that you will experience because it's amazing what you will pull out of it because those things that you pull out of it are very, for lack of a better way of putting it, meaningful. And whether they are meaningful because you pulled them out or they were meaningful and that's why you pulled them out is a kind of a chicken and the egg. Can't really prove it one way or the other kind of thing. The simulation theory of the universe. Yeah, I've heard a lot about the simulation theory of the universe, but I have this to say about the simulation theory of the universe. Yes, all experience is simulated. It's called your mind.
Yeah, it's all
it's all doors of perception. It's all in your mind. Everything you experience is in your mind. And the reality is that you're not even experiencing reality as it happens. There's a delay. There's a very slight nanosecond delay between what has happened and your experience of it. Yeah. So what I am saying is that we're pretty sure that reality is, in fact, 7 trillion polygons per second at a frame rate of 120. So, is it all a simulation? Motherfucker, you are a simulation. You are a simulation.
If you ever
everyone who experiencing is, when I talk to Alex is a simulation to me. He is a simulacrum of Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Alex knows whether he's real or not. I know whether I'm real or not. And I trust.
Not sure anybody's real, even me.
Yeah. And let me put it this way. I trust that Alex is probably about as real as I am.
I mean, maybe.
You know, like if I punch him in the face, something's going to be there. And there is a personality which will persist through space-time for a reliable
And be
period
mighty
of
pissed
time.
that you punched him
Yeah,
in the
I'd be a
face.
little perturbed that I punched him in the face. You know, I don't have to
Oh,
worry.
speaking of perturbed, you know who's
Yeah?
coming to Vancouver soon? Perturbator.
Oh, cool. I like
Yeah,
Perturbator.
they did the Dangerous Days album. You know
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
I like that one. Yeah, I like that one a
Yeah.
lot, actually.
I'm considering going.
Actually, I think my
graphic
favorite
show.
one is oh god, which one was that? Perturbator. Perturbator. What is the name of that fucking one that I really, 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 really like? Oh, it is Dangerous Days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dangerous Days.
Dangerous Days. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably my favorite.
The album cover reminds me so much of I Divine Cybermancy.
Yeah, yeah. It's very obvious.
Just like
I love that game.
Yes, yeah, it's like the jankiest shooter, but it's a really good shooter.
Oh man, it's really good, and if you can like get through the sludge of confusion with that game.
Oh yeah.
It's really,
I Divine Cybermancy. What the fuck?
It's a game made with the Source engine. It's like made by a French team, right?
So like, let's put it this way: the shooting is a little awkward and janky. The AI is like Source engine AI stupid, and the menus are kind of fucking annoying to navigate because they're really badly done. But all in all, it comes together to a very interesting project that's worth trying out. Like, it's worth sticking around long enough to figure out to try it in earnest once.
It's a weird RPG sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like an RPG FPS.
And you remember Syndicate?
I do remember Syndicate. Yeah.
Okay, it's similar to Syndicate in that the whole way you research your like upgrades and stuff for it, and then but what you're researching, you don't know what you're.
Why does your character look like a fucking knight?
Because it's loosely based on like Warhammer 40K shit,
and also based on like weird aspects of Chinese kung fu mythology.
Yeah.
And
so he looks like a knight?
And also like those classic cyberpunk psychic powers.
Yeah, there's a lot of Philip K. Dick in that stuff too.
Oh my god.
Like neuromancer type stuff.
Yeah, and it's like one of those things when you get to the end of the game.
An opponent like you could like say you're like coming around. Like one thing that's really clever about the game is like if you do try to play a stealth character, you can't just try sneaking. You actually have to like buy a cloaking shield.
Oh, that sucks.
And when you're using that cloak, you can like say you come up to around a corner and you got it set up so you got the higher level cloak. This is like something that I did in the game. It allows for these cool opportunities. I've got the high level cloak, so it only drains when I'm moving, and I'm just sitting there looking around the corner, going, "Okay, my cloak will run out by the time I reach the second guy. There's two guys with weapons that'll kill me almost immediately. So what I'll do is I'll hack the guy far away to give him an aneurysm so he pulls the trigger and causes chaos, and then run up behind the closer guy and stab the shit out of him with a sword that makes him explode." And it's cyberpunk as fuck.
Yeah, because you can hack
and
anything.
Really French. It's a French game.
It's got some localization issues.
It has some
got it.
Pretty
you can
severe
play
localization.
You can play it in its original French. It provided that you actually speak French. But
it's the translations are just kind of
it's weird. Yeah, and it's dealing with some like the beginning of the story is like actually in the middle of the story where you're like going, "Oh, I killed my master. What's going on? What did I do?" And then you step through a portal, and you're like, "Oh shit, where have you been? We need you over with the rest of the group." And then you get there, and your boss yells at you. It's like
it also has like a consistent wound system. So every time you die, there's like a chance your character of getting permanently crippled or injured before you get resurrected. So you have to be really careful about how you level up. Hello, Guru. Because if you keep fucking up, your character will eventually just become gimped and useless, and you'll have to roll up a new one and start from the beginning of the story again. But that's okay because like the threshold for how much crippling you can take before you become truly useless is staggeringly large. So it only really becomes a problem if you like stick around to grind on the bonus missions. because it has an XP system with grinding and stuff.
Got it.
It's a lot of game with a lot of missing polish,
And it's,
but it's still a good
fun to play multiplayer.
It also
so
has,
fun
like,
to play.
Oh yeah, the multiplayer is amazing. Because you're like cyberpunk psychic ninjas on Mars.
Yeah, not to mention, like, I played through it. When I played through it, I did almost hacking exclusively. And there's a few levels where you can't hack shit. There's just...
Well, yeah. Any of the levels where you're fighting, like, okay, so there's a psychic nightmare dimension called the Metastronomic Force. And the more psychic power you use through the game, the more likely that these kind of creatures will bleed through and attack you. And some of them are really ridiculous and horrible.
Nice.
Yeah.
And also, it's an interesting setting because magic and technology are not, well, the magic being psychic powers and technology are not at odds with each other. It's like you can get neural implant, which will boost your psychic ability.
Right.
It's that kind of stuff.
Oh, geez. By the way, you're welcome, Rosen.
Rosen's
yeah, Rosen's here. Rosen's been here, actually. She's just happy that the stream that she was on had the demon guy jacking off on it. You know, I felt it was appropriate.
Tell that one dude he has an awesome beard.
I do like that artist.
Awesome or awful?
Awesome.
Oh, Guru says you have an awesome beard.
I know,
You tried to say awful. You're a jerk.
I tried to say awful. Yeah, I did.
Guru losing weight, man? He looks svelte, man.
He does. Yeah. He is losing weight. Just saying you're looking good, man.
That's good.
That's good.
Tell him I fuck him.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care?
He doesn't
that's
care.
Good.
You don't swing that way.
That's all right.
Swing every which way.
He appreciates it. Okay.
All right. But, yeah, dude, eye is something. It really helps. It helps if you have a holding hand.
The lack, if you're used to polished video games, the lack of polish will make you grit your teeth and maybe uninstall it the first time. But there is something about it that will call you back to it.
I saw a review of it where a guy said he uninstalled it and then he decided to play it again because this is hearing about this game is people play it, they get turned off by it, they uninstall it, and then they reinstall it because they have nothing to do on a Sunday afternoon, and then they really get into it.
It's like it'll give you these first few fascinating bits, and then also just show the frustrations of its lack of polish right away. So you'll be like, that was an interesting setting. Too bad it was basically unplayable. And you come back when you don't know what to play, and you're like, I guess I can handle this janky ass system for the evening to enjoy the really interesting and fucking dynamic setting that they got going on.
Oh man!
It also has multiple plot lines with recursive time loops. So it is.
What the hell?
It's crazy.
It is just set enough that they could ship it, and then there's no extra polish they did to it.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah,
but it's still
polish.
a fully playable game.
Hmm.
My favorite weapon in the game is the Uzi stand-in, which has two firing modes, rapid fire and ultra fire. And ultra fire is that the gun is twice as loud and will attract enemies from twice the distance, and it also chews through ammo 4 times as fast. It fires 4 times as fast, so it will literally fire what's on its regular fire setting, what's normally 6 seconds of bullets. It'll
oh my god,
and it's just and it's just so much lead. And it's just
the levels are huge
Cyberpunk gun.
too.
Oh yeah,
the levels are super huge. And some of the levels they barely use any of the level too. There's one level where you're going through a hidden city in China or something like that. It looks like a Chinese hidden city or something, and it's super crazy and super long, and they don't use half the map. Because basically what I did is I just took the path, went through the forgotten part of the city where there was nobody, and just snuck through and bypassed most of the level. It's super crazy.
The game does reward creativity and jumping around the secret routes.
Yeah. There's multiple.
So it's good. There's always multiple ways to do the level, and they usually have consequences of different type.
I would have to say I is the very definition of a diamond in the rough.
Oh yeah.
Because the game, because I tell everybody The game is playable. The game is cool, but the game is not playable for most of the population.
Oh, that's too bad.
If janky ass shit really bugs your ass, you won't be able to really enjoy the mechanics.
Got it.
And it doesn't explain anything to you when you jump into it.
Even though this is a disappointing, the double barrel sawn-off shotgun, right? Like the break action sawn-off shotgun is not that great.
No, that's too bad.
The guns don't act in any way that you think they will.
Yeah, some of the guns are pretty great. Some of them are like there's just like, if you're gonna go, the only reason you would ever take the double barrel sawn-off is for break action sawn-off is for like its compact inventory space, because they do measure inventory by slots.
Got it. Weight too, don't they? They do weight as
slots
well.
There's the weight, but the weight just slows down your overall movement speed. There's no weight allowance. You can put on as much as you can pack into the number of volumetric slots. You'll just move really slowly.
Yeah, and you have like different armors and type.
Yeah.
The second time I played through, I played as like a total fucking tank guy.
Oh man! Right now, what I'm setting up is the close combat and psychic prowess, so I can get that two-handed hammer that amplifies your psychic powers.
Oh, dude, that thing is like awesome.
It's so fucking awesome. It's just like just send people flying with every melee attack. It's great.
Yeah, it has. The crazy thing about the game is it starts you out in the first part, and there's a tutorial, right? And the tutorial tells you jack. It's so annoying. It tells you how to access your menus and how to access your powers and how to hotkey stuff. Nothing else. It doesn't tell you what anything does.
Just like go into the keyboard bindings and just read them a few times, basically.
Yeah, it's one of those games. It's like one of those old PC games that you would install and you didn't have the manual. So you just had to figure it out.
But and it does look neat. It has a great aesthetic. Beautiful aesthetic.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, it looks nice.
No, it's a fun game. It is fun. You just have to have a little patience with it because it's unpolished.
Yeah,
got it.
And then once you get through the game, you like really appreciate the intro, because it's like, oh shit, this game is actually clever. I just thought it was like, being vague.
Like the story is the vagueness at the very end. It's like, oh no, that vagueness was intentional, and this game is actually really clever. Oh shit.
Yeah, it actually tells a really good story, though it's like really hard to understand it because it's broken English.
Got it.
Parts, it's like really convoluted in its language, and it's like its English isn't quite there, you know.
Got it.
But I took the chance and like started playing in French, and that helped because I understand legible French better than like broken English. But dude, it is one of those games. It's like it took me like it took me like 10 hours to really get into the game because I forced myself to get into it. And once I got into it, I like a couple weekends later, I beat.
I don't know if that in and of itself is a good selling point. I mean, like, if you twist your brain into the right fucking wrong,
it's an endorsement. I endorse the game, but I can't endorse it to 90% of the population.
Got it.
But if you can handle that kind of unpolished stuff, it has some good shit. It's a good experience.
It's like totally nerdy. I dig it.
Nice.
It actually made me wish that like other Cyberpunk games, like other games would take that up, because like I kind of dug this Shadowrun game, but I felt the story was kind of lacking and the system was kind of I really liked it.
My thing with Cyberpunk is that there's not enough Cyberpunk done in the style of space operas. Like when I say that,
well, yeah, because if you do it like a space opera, then it's a space opera.
Well, no, okay, so see, but like when you still focus on the street level activities, the punk stuff of it, it still feels like a punk thing. Like for example, Aeon Flux. It's not necessarily there's not necessarily space travel, but Aeon Flux, in terms of its plot structure and actual writing, is more operatic than say Shadowrun.
Wait, what? Wait. I'm not sure I agree with this. What are you getting
Dropping
at?
the actual concept of operatic music for a second. It's written and presented in a story in the same way that operas are presented, which is like large, boisterous, these huge depth settings, large scale imagery.
Yeah, but that's not really the space opera thing. The space opera thing is very specific. Like,
Maybe
first
not
of all,
space opera then.
the space opera is
opera
in space.
Yeah.
First of all.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I guess I would call it just a science opera then.
Well, Blade Runner had
Cyberpunk-
space, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Like-
no, not really. Like,
Well,
you
the- I
didn't.
mean, the
It had
characters
it
from
like
the planet.
it had it. They had off world, but we don't never go there. We just hear about it.
But it's still presented.
No, but space opera is like, when I think of space opera, I think of fucking Star Trek. I think of Battleship Yamato. I think of Babylon 5. You know?
Metabarons, which I just read recently.
Yeah. Metabaron's a space opera.
Metabarons is good. I fucking
So
love
is
the art
for all
of
its
Metabarons
flaws,
is
so is fucking
Goddamn
Jupiter
Mass Effect.
Ascending.
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect is a space opera through and through. Yeah.
So I guess then that space was just a reach for word. I think science opera is more accurate, but Cyberpunk told in the I guess the saga style. Cyberpunk told in the the boisterous, bombastic saga style of storytelling, as opposed to like the slice of life cyberpunk that's really common.
Well, I think the
I actually really love that stuff. Though.
I think the reason they use opera for space operas is similar to the way that they use opera for soap opera.
Yeah, it is actually.
It's just a story
Mhm.
in space, and it can't take place anywhere but space.
Because
It
it's a
has-
space opera.
And the fact that it's in space is secondary to the fact that it is a story.
Yeah.
In space.
Yeah, in many ways,
It's
yeah.
why X-wings make noise as they fly through space.
Meow. Meow.
Yeah. But yeah, I get what you're saying, like that whole grand scope, because like cyberpunk is always like I really hate the word punk thrown on the end because I hate steampunk. Right?
Yeah.
Why do you hate steampunk?
This is why I hate steampunk.
All right.
Steampunk is almost more of a fashion thing than it is a genre.
All right.
Okay.
Oh,
There's
Go on.
Yeah, steampunk is actually more of a regressive future, almost, or like
yeah, it's a retro future.
It's
yeah.
a retro future, yeah, better than regressive
Like,
future, but
here's
retro
the
future.
way I
Like
see steampunk.
H.G. Wells.
Steampunk on itself, like on its own face, is not really it's not really just steampunk is not really a substantial genre. It's a substantial aesthetic, but
Yes,
as
I
as
agree.
like a genre of plot, it's not. Now, if
No.
you could take a different type of story and just throw steampunk elements in aesthetically, it works really well. Like the steampunk western or the steampunk murder mystery.
Yeah.
You have to-
it's
you
a
have to
backdrop,
attach,
like
like, a
Space
story.
1899.
Yeah,
Mm.
you have to attach a story type. You can't just say it's steampunk, because steampunk is not a type of story. It's just a look.
Yeah, whereas cyberpunk
Good
it
look,
like means
lots of
something.
Yeah, cyberpunk is like means something. The punk in that word means something. It's the stereotypical punk, like punk's plot.
What steampunk stories do people point to when they're
Been
trying
on-
to describe steampunk? Not many, but when they're talking about cyberpunk, they're talking about do androids dream
So just, like,
of electric
They'll
cheese?
just talk about like a story that
Neuromancer.
Right. They bring up
because
Neuromancer
cyberpunk's on the
or
cutting edge of the future, right? And it takes its science a little harder, not too much harder, but a little harder. It can do the plot of like, oh, what is the new technology doing to man, right?
Yeah.
And like that in and of itself is a story that can really only exist in the cyberpunk world. What is the corporate?
yeah.
What is the corporate-owned metahuman going to be like?
Yeah.
Right.
But like steampunk isn't really science fiction. It's an aesthetic.
Yeah.
Because it's like it almost seems like they called it steampunk because they didn't understand what cyberpunk was. They thought cyberpunk was an aesthetic, so they came up
And
with steampunk.
is an aesthetic, but it's also more than that.
Well, it's an aesthetic because of a particular type of genre, like Neuromancer. Neuromancer is where I say that's where it comes from. Is Neuromancer. I may be wrong about that, but I think it's Neuromancer because I can't.
Yeah,
think of-
Neuromancer is the first like bona fide non non-controversial controversial starting point.
Yeah.
You know, like that is generally the book that defines everything everyone comes to understand.
You got the internet that they have.
Mhm.
I can't remember
Yeah,
what
you
it's
have
called.
the Matrix.
Where did they call it the Matrix in that one?
Yeah, it was called the Matrix.
Yeah, they had like the Matrix in that, and then they had they had like the like dirty street level stuff. They had the people talking in their like weird future speak.
Yeah. City speak.
Because of the speak thing, I've heard people say, "Oh, 1984 is Cyberpunk because of the speech thing," and like I've heard people say, which
like,
it's not. But
no, 1984 is your standard
dystopian.
authoritarian dystopia.
Yeah. Cyberpunk is very, very much typified by it being very ground level, like very street level.
And
like
it doesn't even
being in the suburbs is not Cyberpunk unless the person is
urban.
dragged. Yeah, it has to be inner city. You know, you can have a person from the suburbs, but in the course of the main bulk of the story has to be about the inner city or about a concept in cyberspace, you know, like
can I make a confession
or in the
here?
case of the thing I tried to bring up, which is in a moment, which is like stuff like Aeon Flux or I Divine Cybermancy, which is cyberpunk where you play an agent at a small scale, but you're part of like a grand you enter very quickly into part of like a grand overreaching conspiracy.
Yeah, well, like Deus Ex did the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, like Deus Ex did that, and it fucking went to the moon with that concept. So much so that when they announced a sequel, I was like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You know, like, what are you gonna do?
No. The sequel
Human
was
Revolution. I think I enjoyed. It was pretty good.
Mankind
Divided was kind of a mess.
Which one was Mankind Divided?
That's
Second
the latest one, right?
One with Adam Jensen.
Okay, was that the Alt Lives Matter?
That's a fourth game in the
that was like the
series.
Alt Lives Matter one.
Alt Lives Matter. Okay, Alt Lives Matter. Okay.
Yeah, it was the one that like you join like a terrorist cell. It was the later one released. The first Deus Ex game in like the new generational graphics, Human Revolution, I played through it a few times. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah. It's a really good game.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a lot of fun.
Mankind Divided really shit in bed.
Oh, really? That's too bad.
I've heard lots of good things about it. I might have to give it a try.
It's not a shit game. It just shit the bed for the standards that are kind of expected for the intellectual property.
Oh yeah.
Right. Because
like the original sequel did.
Yeah, when you got like a big name on you, even if you make like a passingly good game, if it's not as good as the other big name things you've put out in the past, it's gonna get like harsher criticisms.
Oh, you mean
right?
It's part of like a dynasty at this point.
Like anything that BioWare puts out.
Yeah, kind of.
Just shit on them for a little bit.
Like BioWare in general has become has even between the canons of its different games, it's become kind of like BioWare makes good games, except when it suddenly doesn't and things go really bad.
It hasn't made a good game in a while. Like I didn't even like Dragon Age Inquisition. I just thought it was boring.
I haven't really played any of the Dragon Age games.
Really? Most people really like Dragon Age Inquisition. That's usually the one they really like.
I thought it was so boring. The characters are just like archetypes.
Well, most characters are going to be.
No, I mean they're like not interesting archetypes though. They're not like okay, so like the first Dragon Age Origins, they really played with the whole fantasy tropes, like kind of subverting them with this dark fantasy thing going on, and they had some really interesting characters that were like you could peel back layers of them. Whereas Dragon Age Inquisition, when I came across the characters, they told me exactly what they were and what their motivations were the moment I met them.
Huh.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can.
Not interested in that.
Let me make sure I know. Let's see. It's okay. So, oh no, I'm thinking of Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 is the one.
Dragon Age 2 was garbage.
Really?
Just garbage. Hot
Oh,
mess.
all right. Oh, okay, okay.
Jack, something that I was interested in possibly discussing regarding.
Got it. Oh wait. Dragon Age 2 is the one where it's just like, you're a mage, you're an inquisitor, you're a paladin. Paladins kill all mages. Roar.
It's all very simple. It's all very simplified, and on top of that, like the big sweeping map that you had to explore in the first,
Yeah.
third one, it's all contained in one city.
Well, that's balls.
Yeah.
They reuse the maps over and over again.
Oh, jeez. Okay, but Inquisition was okay. Yeah, okay. That was the one I was thinking. Then I was right. Like, so you didn't like Inquisition?
The reason I didn't like Inquisition was I didn't like the writing as much as I liked but it was every area you come into is like a sandbox, big like open world thing. And dude, I'm over the open world thing. I've been over the open world thing for years.
Oh,
like, I'm done with it. I mean, if Witcher 3 is probably my least favorite out of the Witcher games. You know,
like I enjoy the Witcher games, because I enjoy the Witcher series, like of books. I've read them. I just enjoy playing through those stories. But when I think of like, there is that one complaint Jack has made about the Witcher series, which is like your moral choices that they give you don't actually really mean shit.
Yeah. The choices in Witcher 3 don't matter.
It's just like it's just you'll end up at the same point. It's just a matter of the means you choose.
Yeah. It's like, what's the difference between the succubus leaves town and and never to be seen again, and you murder her? It's functionally the same thing.
Yeah.
You get a sex scene out of it.
Yeah, it's not enough. It's like, no, what do I need? You saved the succubus's life. She either vows revenge, she vows revenge and tries to kill you, or she joins your party, or you meet up with her again, come on. I need a little bit of a branching pathway.
Don't you guys think
don't need much, but I need
what
something.
I would actually think would be great for the Witcher.
The second
Witcher
one
would
had
be
that,
a great setting for a MMO, because set it back maybe 50 years before the event of Witcher 1, of the first Witcher game, when all of the different Witcher schools were still vibrant and had like large groups of membership, and have people just play as members of the different Witcher schools.
Maybe. I don't even mind the main characters. It's the fact that choices don't matter, because they're sticking so close to the novels. And I'm like, I don't fucking care about no novels.
Well, they
I don't give a shit.
They aren't sticking close to the novels, really. But even that, the second one, you do have choices that matter, because you choose different. You choose alliances and whatnot, and it drastically affects the story. Because I had a save file I took from the first fucking game all the way to the third game, and my endings were completely different than my brother, who did the same thing. The games are completely different, which is not something I got out of Mass Effect, which
true enough.
But
yeah.
My main problem with the Witcher series is that fucking Geralt is called the White Wolf, and no one seems to ever make mention that is Elric
of Melniboné, yeah.
Yes.
The White Wolf,
in fact,
yeah.
If you look into it, you go, holy shit, this guy actually fucking plagiarized a lot of
yeah.
It's and when I was reading some of the stuff, it's a lot of the things that he does using the alchemy and taking the drugs and stuff was holy shit, it is Elric.
Yeah.
So the whole series is basically a ripoff of Elric. It's why don't we have an Elric game? An Elric game would be fucking pimp.
Yeah, that'd be pretty badass. I'd be into that. Well, I don't know how to say it other than there's just, dude, it's like finding a good Lord of the Rings game.
There are a few,
but compared to the number of Lord of the Rings games that were made, the number of good ones is kind of distressing.
Movies screwed things up because there's a lot of bad ones based on movies.
Do they have a Total War Lord of the Rings? They should.
No.
They should.
Yeah, no, they don't.
They do
They
have
fucking should.
several real-time strategies. I think if you're looking for something that's like close to the lore, Lord of the Rings Online is probably the closest to the lore.
That's an okay MMO. It's an okay
Yeah.
MMO.
I still play it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
But,
really cool to be able to go from the Grey Havens, walk all the way from the Grey Havens to Mordor.
Right.
So that's cool.
But like, the two Lord of the Rings game I remember really liking is just the Return of the Rings kind of like Return of the King's action brawler type game, which I really enjoyed. I put a lot of hours into that.
That was like on PS2, right?
Yeah, it was on PS2, and it was like they just used the stories as a backdrop to have some really fun, smooth action brawler combat. And like that combat was some slick
fun.
fucking.
I remember that, especially when you get that combo meter and you're just like slicing through orcs like they do in the books. Like Aragorn killed 50 orcs. How did he do that? His combo meter was full. No, War in Middle
the other
Earth
one I
was a really good one.
enjoyed was
Did you ever play
What's
that
up?
one?
What?
He's being visited.
Sorry, give me a second. What was that? Huh. This is weird. My phone is not charging.
Oh no.
And somehow. And it's reducing in power. This seems odd. Why would it do this?
I have no idea.
Maybe
I do not have an answer.
I'm going to switch the chargers I'm using. That might do something.
As far as good Lord of the Rings games, War in Middle Earth was a really good game for the Amiga back in the day.
Enjoyed the turn-based RPG that was Lord of the Rings: The Third Age for PS2. That was also good.
I thought that was a burning hunk of shit.
Oh, I love my
man,
turn-based RPGs. What can I say? I got a weak spot.
I like them too, but man, that one messed too much with the fucking lore.
Fuck the lore. Like Shadow. Oh, and here's another Lord of the Rings game that is fucking amazing. Is the Shadows of Mordor game.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
They got this thing called the Nemesis system, where if you are killed by a nameless NPC, he will gain a level up, and if you run around and find him and he finds you again, he will have some custom attacks added to him, and then eventually so he'll be the tougher guy in the group, and eventually if the same NPC kills you a few times, he will become a named character.
Whoa, okay. There's a yawn, and to be honest, I think I'm feeling the burn as well.
He will, but the thing is, he will become a named character, and you will have a named character fighting you.
Oh, dude, and they talk shit to you in that game. Like,
oh yeah, they stop to talk shit to you.
Yeah. Great. Like when you die, they like start talking shit. It's like roll, and they all have these they're actually they feel like Warhammer orcs. Honestly,
they feel like, but Shadows of Mordor in general, pretty damn good game. Fucks with the lore like a motherfucker, but it's good. I don't care.
Yeah. I'm not. I love a good story more than I like consistent lore, to be honest. Yeah. I don't need it to be. I only need it to be consistent with itself.
Like the subtle magic of the movies is like all the magic in the Lord of the Rings movies is all subtle and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And it's like I don't need that. Give me my fucking elven arrows of ghost phase through walls, fuck a guy in the face.
Yeah. The
like. I am
phantasmal anal rapage, shit like that, man. Like fucking like, yeah. I come on, flashy stuff. Come on,
make in a video game, yeah.
Yeah, in a video game, you gotta make with the flashy.
Yeah, I think that's that's probably the big problem with like Lord of the Rings or Middle Earth in general for video games is it doesn't really lend itself well to like the whole flashiness because there's only 5 wizards.
Yeah.
There's only 5 wizards and like elves, they have magic, but it's like really, really low key,
Yeah.
And you gotta be fucking old as the hills to cast it.
Yeah, literally, right?
Where's my fucking fireballs?
Wait, this fantasy bat. Where the fucking fireballs? You know, that should be a line.
Yeah.
You know, like, is anyone in any one of those animes where it's like, we're in the game, ever like fucking said anything like that? Where it's like, wait a minute, this is fucking fancy time. Where my fucking fireballs at?
Well, there should be.
There should be. There totally should be.
That's the first thing I play as a wizard.
What was that?
I love Demolition Man.
Yes.
That's where it's future time.
It's future time. Where my fucking phaser guns? Yeah.
Well,
I blast motherfucker.
You said you wanted to get wrapping up, and my phone is not charging properly and is about to die, and my laptop is currently out of commission.
Oh shit! That's probably a good time then.
I will be backing up and out of this communications network.
All right. Well, in that case, man, okay, I think a good 6-hour stream is pretty good. I think
seems pretty good.
Yeah. Seems pretty
no
good
need
to me.
Show off.
We gotta drop acid together sometime, Jack.
Oh man, yeah. Like, well, we have to get in the same city at some point. First of all,
at some point we'll get in the same city and maybe get Yogi there too, and we will go on a wizardly adventure.
Oh my god!
We will go
Holy
on the
crap!
wizardly adventure.
The greatest adventure. Yeah, we're gonna call you Alex the Brown if you keep shoving stuff up your butt. You know, hell, we might do that anyway. You know, like
once you go deep, you're playing for keeps.
Keeps. Oh.
No, I don't think so. No.
Oh yes.
Oh man. Well, thank you for joining me, fellow heathens, and remember, till next time, Satan and I love you very much. And until then, Ave Satanas and Disco Inferno. Good night.